Damn right I am. Welcome to Yellow Brick Road. I am Jordan, and today this is like my third time viewing this. We're gonna, quote unquote, react. It's not a real reaction. We watched this already. To Nick Fuentes sitting down with Tim Pool, and we're gonna watch them talk past each other. Funny enough. Along with some other stuff. But first, don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to all the links in the description box. Also, please check out the Discord link if you want to join that. We're in that Discord right now. All opinions are welcome. And obviously, everything I show you will be linked in that same description box, including this. Just want to go like a what the? I just want to go through like a list, some things to lead up to the main video here. Starting with a fanboy. Bro, I swear Nick Fuentes isn't even a streamer at this point. He's a whole experience. That's a major pause. Every stream feels like a movie. The vibes are unmatched. The energy is different, and the consistency is actually insane. Although when you saw like the little club thing, he's like a wallflower, right? Kind of a wallflower there, which is fair enough. It's okay.
Who wrote that?
A fan.
Oh, okay. Just like a random person on Twitter?
I keep getting recommended this person, so you know what?
Okay.
I use it. You can tell he genuinely loves what he does and puts his heart into every second for the community. If you're not watching Nick Fuentes yet, you're honestly missing out. Realist on the platform, son. He's the realist. We're about to see how fucking real he is. But
this must be Amy's alt account. I'm just kidding. That was the last joke.
Okay. Let's hear from some guys that are starting to turn sour on Nick. Pause. Starting with, actually, speaking of Amy, Michael Jones, one of your guys you like. See the quote tweet: Nick Fuentes gold sponsorship is Advantage Gold, owned by Jew Kirill Zagorowski. Fuentes would be working for a Jew. Oh my god, that sounds like the end of the fucking world. I don't know. Can't be doing that. But
did you see my reply though?
Where's your reply? Oh, to this guy?
You have to go to Brother Nathaniel's tweet, and then Jones also always replies and then quote tweets the same thing. There it is. Go down. You almost had it. Go down. Yep. Okay. See that?
Okay.
Go click that. There I am.
Okay. So Michael Jones said, yes, this makes sense, and it clarifies the mysterious incoherence of Fuentes' latest rants. Who pays the piper calls the tune. No one need take this guy seriously anymore. The only thing that comes out of his mouth is Jew money. I mean, what are we talking about, bro? What am I? All right. And you responded saying, let me just make sure I bookmark these so I don't lose them. I already had it, but whatever. No, Dr. Jones, you do not understand his humor. Come on. He has bad politics, and anything behind the scenes is possible for anyone. But just because he is willing to allow one company to advertise with his show, and they used to work with someone he opposes, does not make him an agent. That's true. But I just found it funny that the whole idea is that it's someone Jewish giving him money, and that's the actual problem instead of about like character, like, hey, this guy got caught doing this, that's why he's a bad guy. Instead, it's just like, well, he's Jewish. Seems to be like the main theme there, which is kind of wild, right? And outdated, and not Christ-like, huh?
He has Jewish employees, so yeah. He trusts Jews, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, particular people. He doesn't rule out every Jew.
I'm sure Michael trusts Jesus, who's also a Jew, right? Allegedly.
Actually, he's not a Jew.
Aww.
He's God. He transcends race, but whatever.
He transcends race, so what the fuck's Michael Jones doing? What's he doing?
I don't know what he's doing. That's why I had to complain. As you can see.
Well, you didn't point out the obvious. Like, what does it matter if he's Jewish? If he has corruption, like past,
because that does matter to Amy.
If he has past fucking things that are corrupt, that should be the number one thing you point out, right?
Not necessarily. And guess what? Do you see a check mark there? No. how many characters do I get?
Oh, that'd be the first thing
I had a
bring
lot of
up to him
complaints
personally.
about this.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough.
The first biggest problem is why are you listening to Brother Nathaniel and attacking Nick based on something Brother Nathaniel says and feeding that provocateur? That's what I would say. You know, Candace Owens takes commercials. Judge Napolitano takes gold commercials. Does that mean you shouldn't watch them or they don't do anything good? I don't think so. It's weird.
Well, those two, maybe I know less about Judge Napolitano, but Candace, yes, she has a sus character to me. But I'm not going to say that's because she has
Judge
ads.
Napolitano, he does bring on a lot of voices that, you know, oppose war and support international law and morality to some degree, at least.
Yeah, but no one seems to listen to me when I talk about IQ tests. Meaning there can be an event that happens where all I get thrown out the fucking window. Not saying he's gonna do that. I don't know him so well. I didn't seem like some asshole or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, sometimes these events happen and you get to see the true character of people, or at least the flaws that they hide from the rest of their rhetoric. So yeah, I say be patient for IQ tests. Candace has failed several of mine.
You shouldn't.
So. Yeah, so is Nick.
You shouldn't have anyone that you don't know that you categorically trust because people are flawed and they make mistakes and they get tempted by sin, all kinds of stuff. So
you can trust YellBro.
Use it for lead.
Trust me.
Maybe. I don't know. What if a Jew with a lot of gold came and said, Jordan? I don't know.
I'd be like,
what if a Russian? What if someone from Qatar came and said, I'll take away all your problems forever?
I'm like, yo, we got like cash and like debit cards. I don't need gold, man. Like, just pay me up front. You know what I'm saying? Like, just wire it to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but gold's prettier.
Yeah, but I can't. What am I gonna do? Fence it somewhere? Like, pay me in cash. Make it easy. Man. Anyways.
Remember that like turning point where they found some 30,000 or some church where they found like $30,000 in the wall? Remember that?
No. What?
Anyway, it was a little sus, but go on. Never mind.
Let's continue with more detractors of Nick Fuentes, including Ryan Dawson, who says, when are they going to learn the return on investment for celebrating Hitler is a negative number? It doesn't look edgy or cool. It just looks like desperate attention seeking. If you really want to harm Zionist power, stick on releasing the Epstein files. But of course, the same Fed who convinced you to Hitler LARP and influenced Ye to make that song is making excuses for Epstein and pedophilia in general.
That's a lie.
Oh, no, I'm not buying into that. I'm saying here's a detractor.
Yeah.
Another one. And people are starting to move in this direction, by the way, as far as like, man, now I'm convinced he is a Fed.
Well, I don't think he's a Fed, but I mean, he might be. Anybody might be. Judge Napolitano might be. But the point is,
not YellBro,
he has a coherent strategy, and it's consistent with his backing of Trump, and it's consistent with his like linguistic nationalism and all that kind of stuff. He's saying he wants to reject all of the pressure to, not be, strong and authoritative and, masculine, all those things, and patriotic. So he's kind of like
Nick is not any of those things. What the fuck?
What?
Nick Fuentes? I get he does the projections of masculinity, but I don't see any actual features of him that are like that. I really don't.
I mean, the thing that was important about when he was talking with, what's that guy called? Piers Morgan?
Yeah.
Is that he just refused to be shamed. And I think that's the important thing, that the left has done this thing where they coerce
that's
people.
silly, though. Because just because someone refuses to be shamed doesn't mean that, like, they don't have something to be ashamed about, in my opinion.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is a tactic that he's trying to put out there, that you're not going to shame us about the Holocaust forever. We're done.
He turns it into a
statement, though.
What's
the point? Sorry, go ahead.
He turns it into a sarcastic joke, though. That's why it comes off as lame to me.
Yes, but that's because his position is, that's 8 years ago. Who cares? We have all these other tragedies and atrocities.
No, he did on
and
several
some were bigger.
topics with Piers Morgan. He did on several topics where Piers was pushing at him, and he started turning into a sarcastic little joker. And it's like, I thought you used these opportunities to say what you really think out loud. Where'd that go?
No, but
Why are you wasting your time
he's
and our
using
time?
it. No, that's what you or I would do. But he is doing this different thing. Like it or not, agree or disagree. He's just saying you were not coerced by your finger wagging and acting like you get to, silence our position. We're just free of it.
Okay, but he's on
So that's
Piers
what-
Morgan's show. He's not like an email to him. He's on his show. Why not use
I
the
know, to
opportunity to say
show-
what you really think out loud? Let
all his
Piers look like an
followers-
immature asshole. Why do you have to join in with it or start it off
When
yourself?
Pierce made fun of him for being a virgin, that was pretty rich. I mean, a lot of people noticed that.
Yeah.
Like,
after
really?
a while, after Nick was giving sarcastic answer after sarcastic answer, like, oh yeah, I just love Hitler, right? Where he's doing stupid shit like that. Then Pierce started like trying to make fun of him.
Yeah, I'm not.
Nick
Pierce
brought
is-
Pierce
is
down
a-
to his childish level, is what happened.
Pierce
ahead.
is a propagandist who gives
Oh, yeah.
cover for Israel, and
Sure,
whatever.
in some cases, yeah.
And does he do
Nick
it on
could also
purpose?
be considered a propagandist.
Yes, they are. They're both. I don't I'm not questioning that. The point is, what are each one trying to do? And what Fuentes is saying, we are not going to be shamed into your position anymore.
You don't have to be, but you could do that in a serious
That doesn't
way,
mean
in a
he
real
has
way.
a good position, by the way. That doesn't mean he has any good positions. It just means
That's a major pause.
this method. Oh God, this method of discourse is over, and I think that needs to be true. I think we need to end this idea that you use name calling to silence the other side of the discussion instead of have the discussion.
He wasn't
And that-
silenced. He had a chance to respond, and he used the opportunity to be sarcastic about it.
Yes, because he was fighting a broader movement that's been going on his whole life,
No.
probably.
He's an immature child. That's probably what the case is. Let's be honest, right? He's immature.
The mythology is like kind of
Okay,
insane.
maybe I'm sure he is immature, but he's had a pattern this whole time. He has a community around him. He has employees, and I'm sure he has advisors that he trusts that may or may not be good. But the point is, he has a vision, and you don't have to agree with the vision. But
You're quoting him now.
definitely, other
I think
people
you're quoting him.
have.
Didn't he say I have a vision or something
Well,
like that recently?
Well, he's talked about how he's an iconoclast. He's talked about how the importance of Trump was to just say, like just smash through the political correctness thing, where it's like I'm not going to be.
That was
polite, I'm
around
just
for a
gonna say
year at the time.
They've been doing that for a long time, like 90s, 80s. Like we're done with this political correctness. It's been like a thing. I don't know.
Yeah,
Not like a new phenomenon.
but it hasn't really been defeated, has it? I don't know. And then Trump basically
Oh, they subjugated a decent amount of
represented
people.
that for a lot of people.
Yeah, they
when he
subjugate
ran.
people. They've taken the little Nick Fuentes ideas and Jared Taylor ideas, and they've abused them. Right?
Well, they always co-opt
Want to
ideas.
see something
That's how they
funny?
have to do.
Oh, go
That's how
ahead,
they have to get a camp, right? They need a voter base.
Want to see something funny? Watch this. Because this person is a big Trump person or Trump org or whatever the fuck. The liberals are now putting Mexican flag magnets on their cars in an attempt to waste ICE agents' time by getting pulled over. Why should a Mexican flag get you pulled over? Now Nick's with this, right? He's all in with this stuff, right? Even though he is part
Yes, and
Mexican,
this is what
which
I
is
think.
crazy, right? But either way, it's like, isn't that? But the guy's point is that look, they're wasting ICE's time instead of like, yo, why are they being pulled over for having a fucking flag magnet? Is
why
that
are they flying a
American to
Mexican
them or
flag?
something?
Why are they flying a Mexican flag?
Why
in
not?
a
Why not?
Well, why though? What's
Why
it mean?
not? Maybe they're Canelo Alvarez
mean?
fans. Why not do it? It's kind of
Well,
it's
I
kind
know,
of
but
daring
what is it-
them. It's daring them, saying like,
What's
yeah,
the-
you're looking for ethnicities, not for fucking immigrants. Let's just be honest about and you have to be honest about that, right? That's what they seem to be doing,
Yeah, but-
right?
Why do they? like fly a Mexican flag at the 4th of July. It happens in my town.
Why are we?
Maybe
Come on,
maybe it's
Amy, now you're-
solidarity. I don't know. The point is, should you be pulled over for having a fucking Mexican flag on your car? No, right?
Well, I
But for
mean,
some reason, they're allowed
this
to
is
target people for, once again, their ethnicities. Which is, you know how dangerous that slope is, don't you? Right?
I think I do.
Okay. So,
Yeah,
like,
but, I mean,
but Nick's cheering us on.
obviously-
This dick rider of Trump's cheering us on, and Trump himself is cheering that on.
and frankly, I think that they're going to use this to have this, sloppy response to address a real problem that then is really about normalizing dictatorship or, technocracy and, more,
of course.
more removal of liberties.
Oh, of course. But Nick's
So-
all with it, though. It's just crazy, but yeah.
Does Nick know that though? I don't know.
We're about
Maybe
to
he
see.
does.
We're about to see that. I think he does. He is aware of that.
Because that's what I think is really weak about his position is that he wants this boldness to smash through the self-defeating mentality or the submissive mentality that knuckles under to the,
You're writing a script for my
the
lady.
finger wagging. But if he's going to, empower abusive forces or abusive power, unconstitutional activity, that's, can't you really want to be doing
He's
that? I
already
don't think
doing
that's
that
wise.
though. He's already. You keep acting
I
like
agree.
it's some like far future thing. It's like he's already doing that. So
Well, he's championing it, but they haven't.
yeah, he's making
officially
excuses
declared
for people abusing their
martial law.
power. Yeah.
Yes, he
it's-
is. He's
So he's doing it.
paving the way, but it hasn't.
He's on the
happened
pathway.
Yet.
Like he's already on.
Yeah.
He's taken that turn. It's not
Yeah,
really
if you want
a
to say
secret.
he's morally problematic, go ahead.
Isn't
not
that the
gonna-
most important thing?
Well, not really, because he doesn't listen to
Oh.
us. So the most important thing is for us to see what people are saying and doing. Try to
No,
understand.
but I'm saying for him as a person, if you're going to be like, advocating for him this much,
I'm not
shouldn't
friends with
his
him, are
morals
you?
be the most
I'm
important thing in
advocating
terms
for
of
him.
like
I'm just saying, listen to what people say and try to understand it, because whatever you think about this
I'm already
guy,
doing that. That I already understand that. I don't need you to let me know to do that. It's more of like I'm asking you a question. Like, do his morals matter to you?
personally, I don't know him. Personally, I like tried to talk to him once on his chat and got blocked. He's not listening to me. I have no.
But you just
sway
said
over
his
the guy.
morals were questionable.
Yeah, I think that's true about almost every public figure. So the problem
Except
is
YellBro.
that's the case. So, but what we need to do though is understand that this message resonates and why. And then try to
Yeah,
give the real
it just-
solution to the
sorry.
problem so that isn't popular anymore and the real thing that's good for everybody is.
But yes, I agree, basically. Like, but like that's what I'm trying to do here is assess like what is he really doing, and all of it comes up smelly. Something stinky's happening. I can't put my
Smelling
finger.
the deli.
I can't put my finger on exactly what the fuck he's doing, like word for word what he's doing. But something doesn't smell right over there.
See, I think that a lot of young men feel very cowed by feminism, and that doesn't mean all women or it doesn't mean everybody, but they feel really sick of this idea that they're bad, they're toxic, blah blah blah. So then they're overreacting, and it's annoying to me. They're telling me to shut up. It's like, are you kidding me? I've been doing this thing since you were in diapers and I can't have an opinion? It's like, whatever. So yeah, it's annoying, and it's
annoying.
It's
They become,
immoral.
if that's the case, they become the bad guys. Then the thing
exactly.
the thing they were mad about, they have now become it.
Yes, and you can get mad at the reaction, and you can get mad at the people who did it in the first place, or you could see, how did we get here? Like, I'm an engineer, whatever. How did we get here? How do we build our way out of this? And then, if you make it more obvious about why not to behave like that, or a way to do it that doesn't serve something important, then that will be less attractive. That's how you overcome, I think.
This is not where we're at, though. I mean, I get what you're saying.
Conflict.
I get what you're saying, but these kids are captured by something that has nothing to do with morals. legitimacy, authenticity. None of these things really matter. It's more of, where's this fuckface? It's more of the vibe. They're in the vibe.
Yeah, exactly. Because he's an entertainer. He'll say that. So why should we be listening to, this guy for foreign policy advice,
Exactly.
Entertainer.
Exactly. So
A
you're pointing out
comedian.
what we're pointing out. Also, I don't.
Yes.
Oh,
I
I
agree
think he
with
plays.
you,
I think
but
he
the
plays with the
problem-
joking stuff. I think he plays with it. Sometimes he says some real shit
Yeah.
that he believes, and he's like, "Oh no, I was just joking," which is dishonest and full of shit.
I mean, it's hard to know for sure.
Yeah, sure, but like,
he
come
does-
on, let's be real. Let's be social people. We can see when someone might be saying what they really mean versus
Well, you
bullshitting,
have that
right?
concern. That's fair. You can totally not trust him. That's 100% fair. But to say it's for sure, you can't say that.
No, you make guesses, but
However-
like, it
Nobody's saying
seems
that,
pretty
though.
obvious.
Nobody's-
I'm making guesses, but it looks to me like my belief. It looks obvious.
Well, this is the problem that I have with our culture, that we are encouraged to make judgments about people without the full data set, and then that undermines our ability to, like, if we are all trying to be diplomats.
You're
we
not going to teach me
try
this lesson,
to-
Amy. I'm making judgments on the ifs, and some of the ifs get a little bit bigger than the other ifs. Let's put it that way. If they're like this,
Well-
this is how I would judge this. But some ifs just get
What I
bigger
was
and
saying-
Doesn't
bigger
say that you have to
than
have
other
all
ones.
of the data sets, though. You can make like assertions based on whatever you have. Like, okay, this is most likely what it is, but it doesn't mean that you're saying, oh, for sure this person's this. This is the judgment,
Yes.
and that's it. No one's like,
That's fair.
I don't think
You
anybody
can
here is
do
doing that.
But he was. He just said that, but he is doing it. He says he's joking, but he really is, and you don't know that for sure. That's the problem.
I don't think that's
You
what
can
Jordan
say-
I'm going with the
I
what
don't
ifs,
trust
but
him.
if you ever listen to my fucking videos, you know the way I fucking talk. Just forgive me, but I make it very clear that I leave everyone room. I leave a room for a chance for something different. But I'm saying right now that some of the ifs get a lot larger than the other ifs. I can't look at Tim Pool and be like, where, like, oh, well, Tim could just be like straight up just some wholesome guy. He's just being honest. He's just doing the news. That's hard for me to believe. That if is extremely like minuscule, very tiny. But this guy being full of shit, working for the White House, or like that if is mighty large.
Well,
Mighty
he
large.
went and admitted he went, right? He went to work to a Netanyahu briefing meeting. I mean,
See, for me
Is he
that wouldn't be
undercover?
for me that wouldn't be good enough, right? If I'd never heard of Tim Pool, never heard of the guy, then the first thing I hear about him is that he had a meeting with Netanyahu. That for me wouldn't be enough to be like, okay, this guy is probably sus. It'd be more so what I'm using is all the past experience of watching that guy move around, watching the moves he makes. Like, okay,
yeah, I mean,
that's why
Like if
his
Sam
full of shit meter is
Hussein-
way to this fucking sky. You good?
like Sam Husseini or something went to the Netanyahu thing, you'd think it was to like expose it, right?
I don't know that gentleman too.
Obviously, he's the one who got like beat up and pulled out of the last Anthony Blinken press conference.
I didn't say him.
Max Blumenthal was walked out, and he got actually a concussion. He got picked up by 4 guys and hauled out for asking a question. Anyway, I'm
Don't
just saying,
tase
like,
me, bro.
yeah, depending on
Sorry.
who it is, you would expect, what you would read into that would be different. And you could argue that, again, is, make an assumption, but
Listen.
you could say, I'm making a judgment too, but I'm just saying there's a, like,
You're
just
trying to tell
don't-
me a
I mean,
lesson
and you
I'm
can.
well aware of. I practice it
You can
daily.
make the judgment, but it can limit you, and that's the thing. Like, I'm not upset, oh, you judged him, you're gonna go to hell. No, I'm saying it might make you not get the best picture of what's going on. That's all. It might block out other scenarios.
I leave
Yeah, but you
room.
can do all those things at the same time. You can still like be like, oh, this seems like bullshit, and still kind of leave room if they are saying something new, because obviously nothing's really final. Like you're saying, like you leave room, sure. You could do that, but you can also say, hey, this looks like bullshit. I'm sorry. Like it just looks crazy.
Yeah, and you can
Like,
say it's
it's-
your opinion, and you have that right.
And you wait for
always
IQ
your
tests.
opinion. It's always going to be your opinion. Yeah, it's
I just
like
think we'd have to be careful about. It's very important not to claim to read the mind and the heart of someone
but
else.
who's doing that? Who are you telling this to that doesn't know it?
Jerome or Jordan, you just did it.
I didn't just do that. Like whatever.
You did it.
I literally just explained to you my thought process in regards to things.
I thought Jordan was doing it. He thought he wasn't.
I know I wasn't.
I'm going to be honest, and this is like one of the few times that I will ever. I'm not even siding with Jordan, but like
Oh,
that's
come
just
on.
not
Just
something
side with Jordan for a
That's
little
not.
bit. Come
That's no. I'm not siding with you, but that's just not something that I watch him do like ever really. Like kind of the opposite. We're to the point where it's annoying. Where it's like, can you just fucking talk shit about this person and take my fucking side? Like I, it's very rare that I just kind of whatever it is that you're suggesting. As much as it pains me to say,
That's right. Say it.
Say
it. Say it now.
Jordan does it. I'm sorry. It's like I just don't really see you doing that. Sometimes to
No,
my
but
annoyance.
everyone
A lot of times
who
to my
watches the
annoyance.
video will have seen what he said, and they can decide for themselves if I'm
No,
overreacting.
I'm just saying. It's just not something that I've seen. Like for me, you can accuse me of that. That's fair. You can accuse Josh of that. That would be fair. But I'm just saying it's not something that I
Well,
see him.
here I'll be
practicing.
fair and say maybe my words sounded like that, but that's not my thought process or my intention.
Your heart is open to everyone converting to
What?
truth and goodness. Anyone could become good, right?
Yeah. That's why I'm against it,
I
like
mean,
death
I have
penalty and shit like
arguments with
that.
Jordan about Dave Smith because he is like, up in the air about Dave Smith or whatever, and I completely disagree. I'm like pretty much 99% sure where I am, and so I'm just saying it's like but he's more charitable. I'm not as charitable. I'll admit, I'm not that charitable. But
I mean, what
just
about
saying.
Dave Smith?
I mean, I don't want to like hijack the conversation, but I
Okay.
don't think that he's a I don't think he's an independent actor or that he means well. Just from my he could possibly mean well, but I think he's a liar.
Do you think it's possible that anyone who gets that famous has all these pressures on them, no matter what, though?
Shouldn't matter.
It's not good enough. That's not good enough.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, it's not a judge. We're not like God admitting them to heaven. We're just like trying to understand what we're facing.
It's not about being God.
Yeah, it's about being Jordan.
Or
No,
being
but-
admitted.
Or Subs.
Okay,
Has
so
Or Amy.
you're saying that if you trust them or not. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm talking about like what he says to his audience, what he says to different like whether it's Joe Rogan or when he's on his show by himself, and what he has said before and then what he says now, how he contradicts himself, how he deals with people who confront him about these things in very dismissive way. I think that Dave Smith is a liar. Straight up, he's a gatekeeper and a liar.
Shout to Jeremiah. Although
Yes.
he got mad at us. At least me, he got mad at me at least.
Although interestingly, the pedophile and Nick thing is kind of coming to fruition, where he's like protecting the pedo. So I'm sure Jeremiah's like, I was right. Anyway, do you remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
all right, let's because I didn't read the final paragraph here. I'll just read it real fast. Many of these people lost YouTube privileges for associating with this same agitator, and Ye lost $500 million. That was the point. Prevent potential threats to Zionist power by linking it to racial supremacy. If you cannot see this, you are dumb or blind. That is Ryan Dawson there, who I've mentioned several times in regards to debating Nick Fuentes and kind of running him over in regards to that. But that doesn't mean that he's correct about this stuff. Good.
Are you aware about Dawson's fundraiser calendar?
No.
He's got like a pinup calendar to make money for his show.
Oh, he flaunts around Asian girls a lot from the years I've seen his content. Although mostly I just see tweets. I don't see his videos anymore really. He kind of jumped into the MAGA sphere a bit, started dancing around there. I'm like, ugh. How about this? But he still has some.
yeah, he was trying to make some money.
He still has some good arguments in regards to foreign policy. I'll say that. But I'm not going to vouch for him to that degree.
Middle Eastern foreign policy.
Yeah, Middle Eastern.
Stop covering Africa.
Middle Eastern, yeah.
Like I have this
stop
friend
covering Africa though. Yeah.
Who's Jewish, and he's a very sincere anti-war activist. And he went to Iraq and he went to Palestine. He went to Iraq during the sanctions before 2003,
Who did?
I think.
Who did?
And this friend of mine in Michigan.
Okay.
And he, one of the people in our group, another Jewish lady, started talking about Ernst Zundel as a political prisoner and everything. and got us into looking at this, which personally myself, I was like, we're doing enough, guys. We can't do everything, but whatever. So then he got into this whole thing of looking at the Holocaust and the facts around it and the silencing and the laws and persecution of Ernst Zundel.
Oh, hold on. You can't talk about the
And
Holocaust here. You can't do it.
okay,
That was a joke. Go
but
ahead.
that's what. Okay, I mean maybe we can't, but the point is, I thought like, aren't we doing enough? Like, come on, this is just we don't know about this. It's a long time ago, whatever. And then he said, I just don't think there's any way but through. I think you just have to go through. And was he persecuted for that? Yeah, he's slandered and harassed and ostracized in our town that we lived in. But he just principally believed that, and every week he goes to the city council and talks about, the distortion of history and why is this required curriculum in the high schools and not all these other things, and how that is used to create the climate that makes people okay with genociding Iraqis, genociding Gazans, genociding Syrians, all these things, Libyans. And so, he feels that that's really important, that you have to go right at it, and you don't have to agree, and Ryan doesn't have to agree, but it is an opinion, and I think you should respect that principled people could think that. Maybe Nick isn't
sure.
one of those principled people, but that guy is.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I've seen some of Dawson's past content in regard, like, so actually, funny enough, someone I think it's a Nick fan, which is the thing I'm trying to go at right now, which is this whole lore and like fanboy aura shit about Nick Fuentes, where I'm like, really, this fucking dweeb? He's like, first of all, he's not even that smart. He kind of most of his things are borrowed talking points from other people, seemingly. His like mannerisms are borrowed, like Trumpian looking mannerisms that he borrowed. His confidence was fucking given to him by a bunch of audience members. So it's like nothing about this guy screams like authentic to me. I mean, he could honestly believe in these things. I'll give him room for that, but it doesn't seem like some sort of self-made person. It screams man of the times. You're the figurehead we'll use as a conduit to express our frustrations with the world until we're done with your usefulness, and then it'll be scoured to the back ends of the internet. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, and
that looks like next
okay,
future.
so
But
think about this,
yeah.
and in this part I'll agree with you because, Elon Musk just enabled Starlink to help people overthrow the government of Iran, right?
Yeah.
Am I wrong about that? So that was
No, I covered that well
thwarted.
before the Iranian Revolution thing kind of started.
Yeah.
Him and Mark Levin were
So
commenting back and forth with each other about sending Starlinks to Iran.
so do you really trust that the Twitter algorithm or the X algorithm is not suppressing, certain kinds of opinions and elevating certain kinds?
Oh, they are. They openly
And
are.
so it's really hard. Yeah, it's really hard to know. Like, I'm totally suppressed, and I was never anyone. I never built up a lot. I was only on for like a year, but it went down. So it looked to me like I was
I'll leave
suppressed,
this
and I
here
did
for you.
get some strikes and things or whatever. But and then like E. Michael Jones, does he get the same treatment by the algorithm because he is just a Catholic, right? He's saying some things that are hard truths that people don't want to hear or talk about, but he's not coming at it in a hateful way. And he's actually, in my opinion, he's doing it because he wants people to get past it and have overcome conflict and have peace. But
to be fair,
hard
he's
truth
suppressing
is
him from-
debatable in that. Sorry, I just have to. Hard truths and
Well, you don't have to
E.
agree,
Michael
but the
Jones.
point is,
also
why
lack
is
of
he
hate is
worse?
also a leap too. We don't fucking know that either, right? Like this guy, he could be pathological for all you know, right?
Who?
E. Michael Jones.
Anyone could. You don't know these
Sure,
people.
but I just watched him. I'm just saying, I just watched him react to this because Nick Fuentes might get paid by someone who's Jewish is enough for him to be like, "I told you." He's basically saying, "I told you" with this statement, right?
Yeah, but
The
Nick
only thing that
is
comes
the
out of
one
his
who's
mouth
saying,
is Jew money. It's like, come on.
yeah,
what does that
because
say to
that's
you?
what that's what Nick would say, though. Is that is he making fun of Nick?
No, Michael Jones says this stuff on his own as well, Amy. I've heard him talking about like how he wants a government with no Jews at all. Like all the Jews need to be expelled from U.S. government. You know, I think that's a tweet by. I don't think he's quoting Nick Fuentes when he's saying like Jew, and the only thing coming out of his mouth is Jew money.
Okay, so let me ask you this: should he, if he says those things, should he be allowed to sell books on Amazon, or he should be censored?
What?
No, he should be allowed to say whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah, he can do whatever he wants. I'm not arguing that. I'm talking about this particular.
And he's not allowed to be on YouTube, but like
I'm not arguing.
Yeah, that's
any
stupid.
Of that.
He should be allowed on any platform.
This is what I'm saying: is that even though you might find Jones very offensive or reprehensible,
he doesn't offend me. I just think he's kind of an idiot.
It's just like,
why is he's
just saying
more suppressed than someone
it's stupid.
like Nick?
Just because he's suppressed doesn't mean that he's correct. Like suppression doesn't equal.
That's not what I said. The point isn't about these people. The point is about trying to understand.
But you just asked me why he's suppressed. That's why I'm answering that. You literally just asked the question.
Listen.
Yeah, well, that's a valid reason when you could be for genocide. Like Ben Shapiro isn't suppressed. Ben Shapiro never lost his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
True.
He could sell books on Amazon, and he's calling for the genocide of the people of Gaza.
But nobody agrees with that.
Yeah.
I don't think that's okay. Like, I don't know.
It's not fair. But also at the same time, like, I can see why some techie liberal guy working for YouTube in California would be offended by this guy's statements. Not saying that's right.
Michael Jones?
Yeah, not saying that's correct.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying, like, it is obvious why people would be turned off by this, right?
Yeah, very turned off. Yeah.
And in fact, because they have a sense of power, they might use it. Like, oh, I can just shut this guy up because I think he's dangerous, right? They might think that. Oh, God, sorry.
I think that's part of what these people are trying to confront, that bias. But
I agree that there is a double standard, because I hear like Mark Levin or Ben Shapiro, sorry to cut you off, but I hear them saying things like, Islam is the enemy of this country. There should be no, Muslims in office. Like they say the same things about Muslims and like other groups that are acceptable to, like, I guess, just kind of completely banish or talk about banishing them, or saying that like their ideology is I don't know, like a virus, to talk about it in that way, or they're parasitic. They can say that about those groups because that's allowed, but if you say that about Jewish people, you're going to be out. I agree with you. That does exist.
You're missing the gorilla right now. It's Laura Loomer's the fucking gorilla. Let's be honest about that.
Yes,
she's the fucking gorilla.
Exactly.
Because she's dumb.
Thank you.
And
Perfect
she's mask
example.
off. As in, she'll say what Ben or Mark, like even Mark Levin, what they're saying, but a lot more mask off. And in fact, people quote tweet her, where they take her tweet and replace Muslim with Jew, and their thing gets like flagged, but hers doesn't for some reason.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so that's true. That's a thing. Yeah. Like, I agree with you.
So this is what I'm trying to get at.
Well,
like,
hold on, right here. Hold on, real quick, Amy. This is about the algorithm thing that you're talking about. It's openly. Yeah. They're openly like, we're not rewarding this behavior anymore. As in, like, they are like boosting some and putting down others. They are doing that, like, open, like, in their fucking algorithm. They're actually doing
it. Let's just put the Iran thing. Like obviously, Musk's business is a partisan, or Musk and another business is a partisan in the Iran war. So, do you think you're going to get equal treatment when you have commentary on that? So, this is
no, it should be called out.
A separate, like, to understand how that works. If we agree that that's the case, I'm telling you, is Michael Jones more offensive than Nick Fuentes? Because Michael Jones rejects racism as a Catholic. He's for just war theory, so he's not promoting war. He does
in
believe
words he does,
that,
but when he says Jew money, that kind of throws me off
war.
a bit. Okay, no, I'm saying, like,
well, I don't think you understand
racial aspect of things. Like, he does lean in that direction, doesn't he?
No, it's not race. It's culture. It's a belief system. It's, can you have a society without a agreed moral framework? Can you do that? Like, if I go to court and I raise my hand and I swear to tell the truth, and then I tell the truth because I swore to do it, then somebody else goes in and they raise their hand and they don't. They swear to tell the truth, but then they lie for their friend or whatever.
Then your problem's with lying.
If you have people operating on a different moral operating system, is that going to work?
But the whole idea of lying is for deception, right? It's to cover something up, which means they understand that the
Right,
world
but
does
if
not
you have
accept this
an
idea, so thus
operating
they lie
system,
about it, right?
if your morality says that that's good when it's getting your people off the hook and
Who
being
has that?
tribal, is that
Oh, okay. You're
I think
saying according to
that's in Judaism, I'm afraid.
you're saying to a group thing. Okay.
I'm saying that
I'm
we've
sure,
been
like
sold
gangs
this
or something.
idea of Judeo-Christian values in this country, and that word was pushed out in 1940. I could show you the engram when you look up word frequency. So it was really pops up in 1940. So they're getting ready to push Israel. So they're trying to sell this idea that these value systems are similar, but in a lot of ways they're not the same. And so what happens when there's a conflict? And I would argue in many cases the Christian values get undermined. And I would argue in a lot of ways there's a war against the Catholic Church with lawfare, with
But
persecuting people
I hear there's
protesting.
Jewish people who say that about Islam. Like I hear Ben Shapiro saying how Islam is not compatible with the West and can't have it here and this and that. Like I don't know. It's like
They all do it to each other, which is
exactly. It's like you're
Well,
kind of
and
like playing into the
here's
machine of it or the
here's the
cog.
question. Though.
we call it the
We have
system.
We have an assumption that you can have a society that is secular. We have that assumption. But that's not the majority of human history, and
It's also not the cause of problems.
does that work?
It's not the cause of problems, right?
It could be though.
No,
so can
it's
we have
not,
a conversation
because
about
lying is lying, not the thing on the surface of it, but the actual
know,
lie
but
itself and the
there's
motive
two
for lying
levels.
itself.
There's two
That
levels.
is your problem right there, right?
Having a good morality is a necessary but not a sufficient condition to get good behavior. So just because you have a good moral system doesn't mean people are going to live up to it, because people are flawed, sinners, biased, incomplete information for a lot of reasons. But still, there's a difference between having a morality that requires a certain behavior and failing at it, and having one that doesn't even ask you to do it. There's a difference.
Once again,
needs to be discussed.
Theoretically, you don't need any fucking scripture for like a healthy society, as long as people agree not to lie, murder, or whatever the fuck. But they don't need any other. They don't need a religion to do that. You do recognize that, right?
That's your. I mean, I in my religion, we believe that every human being has a morality written on their heart. Everyone has a conscience, basically. We believe that.
I believe that too.
That you might have like a warped morality because of leaders that told you things, but that doesn't mean you're gonna do bad things. But it does make it harder to do the right thing because you get tricked. And I'll give you an example. You might be an American.
Okay, let's work on not getting tricked.
Let's
Let's work on that. Not getting tricked.
You're right, exactly. But say you were told to go kill Iraqis to keep our freedom, and you fell for that. Then you might be killing people for a total lie.
Yeah, what
right?
about the other people who were told that but then didn't do it? So it can't just be I was told to do something by a leader, right?
Well, exactly. I mean, and so this is the conversation that has to be
diagnosis.
had. Can you have a society?
I try to have that
we've been
conversation. I try so hard.
Yeah, we've been very conditioned that even we've had this conversation about one language, how having multiple languages is very confusing and difficult to have cooperation in society. So, having different moral codes, different sets of expectations, it's
You want to
like
you want to
goes
change
into
the
the whole,
condition.
like your language kind of makes your worldview. Like if you don't have the language to express something, then like you don't know what that is. Like are you talking about like the superior whatever hypothesis?
Let's say I only know Spanish and you only know English. We can't really say much to each other. So how do we work together? It's more that. Like we have
you can
that
communicate
where I
without
live
language.
Well, if they defeat their inner dragons of all the things that can happen when it comes to human experience and why people do bad things in the world, if they defeat those things, they'd be fine. They'd actually probably start learning each other's language.
Yeah,
right?
I was working with a Cuban once, and my Spanish is pretty good, but he didn't want to speak it around me because he knows that most of the other gringos, they don't speak Spanish. So he would use sign language. I could understand him perfectly, and I don't know sign language. He had his own sign language. It was a fucking amazing. Oh man, we should bring him on this. I'm going to find him and bring him on this Discord.
Morphic resonance?
Well,
Wait,
it
he doesn't
depends
speak
on what
English
you're
and he
trying to
only knows sign
accomplish.
language?
Some
Bring him to Discord.
some tasks don't even need language, but some do.
Okay, but like
no, it's like some people can talk with their hands so well, they don't have to
you're talking about Discord,
use
though,
language.
Harrison. That's the problem.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
he's
isn't
gonna have
it
to learn English for
unreasonable?
that. But I like him.
He's gonna bring in a sign language guy to Discord, no one can see him. What are we talking about? That was funny to me. But
So you can just type
yeah,
in the chat.
if like the major thing that would happen when it comes to different languages would be the unknown, right? And if you can tackle that dragon of paranoia, if both individuals
it's
did
not
that,
just that.
they'd be fine. They'd probably be a
No,
lot
no,
better
no.
off, right? And just probably more things they could do.
It's not.
As far as like
It's not
empathy, I
just
could try to
that.
understand the other person. I could try my best to understand them.
No, it's that
But those are
you.
needed to be defeated
There
if
is
they speak
something.
English. It doesn't matter, right? Or both speak English or both speak Spanish. They have to tackle those demons anyways before they even try to do something righteous in the world, right? They have to deal with paranoia and deal with the fear of the unknowns and deal with empathy and shit like that. They have to do that anyways. So you end up walking back towards YellBro anyways. Go ahead.
Maybe it's okay though to have countries that are based on a language, one language. That's how most countries, organic countries, were anyway.
Sure, but how do you treat someone that doesn't have that that ends up in your country that has a different language? What do you do?
Then you help them learn the language, so then they are empowered to participate in higher level discussions and voting and everything.
And you might want to learn
But what if
theirs in
they're not?
case you might
But
want to
what if
learn.
they didn't come in legally?
Well, great, but how many different languages do we have in this country? I was doing, helping people register to vote. I had like 20 different forms in one city.
Okay.
Like, at some point, you have to be
So
practical
it's
that this
a
multicultural
nuisance to you?
promise.
It's a nuisance. Okay.
y-
Fine. It could
It's
be
a
a little. It could be a
logistical
little
nightmare.
annoying, but like at the same time, it's like
Like, I get
the
a
main point
healthcare
is people,
page.
right? We're trying to deal with people.
I get every statement from my healthcare company is 3 pages. 2 of them are telling you in 20 different languages that you can get more information at such a.
What's wrong with that?
And then 1 page is the English thing.
What's the reality that
just-
not
it's-
everyone's primary language is English, so thus why not have that they understand what's going on?
Well, but why are we doing all these things to scramble people all over the world instead of respect that it works better to have people who do share a heritage and a place and a language? Why is that so terrible? Like, why don't we stop destroying
I'm
people's
not calling it
countries,
terrible. Well, for me,
economically
it's
pillaging?
different people is more fun to me, but you know,
Well, you can travel, and they can travel, and you could even move somewhere if
Yeah.
you want. But the point is, like, it just works efficiently and is less insane when you scramble people from all over. And I think that is an attempt to silence us so that we cannot have a democratic voice.
I think it works.
Who is
hold
the
on,
us?
hold on.
I'm sorry.
I think it works better if, like you said, someone's visiting, as in their jobs aren't being fucked over by some sort of policy or something like that, or their homes aren't being fucking bombed or destroyed. Right?
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
they'd end up here anyways, but they'd be visiting, right?
Of course.
Okay, so like,
And we'd
what's
be
the?
visiting
So I don't
them.
understand how you're differing from my
Yeah.
ideas. I don't see how
And
you're different.
exchange programs and all that stuff is great. The point is that you bringing in populations, making people economically desperate, bringing them here to take advantage of them.
Okay, so let's start there.
is-
Let's start there. Okay with that.
Sure.
Let's point out the problems that the Bill Clinton NAFTA deal when he's building border walls as he's signing NAFTA, because he knows it's going to fuck their jobs up over there and they're going to start coming over here. He was aware of that, apparently. Bill
Well,
Clinton.
it's also all those civil wars and the School of the Americas and
Yeah.
The World Bank and the IMF.
So let's
all of those.
How are the people silencing your voice? And who is we? I'm just curious.
It's not just my voice; it's our collective voice. If we can't talk,
But
to
who
each
is the
other.
collective and who is the other?
Well, I mean, where I live, people don't all get together and talk to each other. So you have different pockets, and then people don't know what's going on with other people. And so
No, but
it's
you said people
harder
that you
to-
share heritage with, right? What do you mean by that?
No. I mean, I think that would facilitate it, but putting that to the side, as
But
it
that
is
was your
right
main
now,
point,
it's difficult.
right?
it's difficult to get people to be able to communicate and understand and even know what's going on. Like all these Latino parents had no idea that they were gonna put like an anal sex education and about sex with objects in middle
I mean,
school. They
yeah,
had
you
no
can go into
clue.
you can go to a diatribe about that, but I'm asking you something very simple. You said that our voice is being silenced. Who is we?
Regular people who are getting screwed over by this system that exploits and pits one group of workers against another, one group of citizens against another, and then they make out with everything, and we're all slaves. We're all getting screwed
Say
by
pause
it.
for that.
The people who are forced to migrate, do you really think most of them want to leave their home? I mean, some do, but most don't. Their
It depends on
families
who
are
you're
broken
talking
up.
about.
What?
And it depends on who you're talking about, where they're coming
Yeah,
from.
some
It just
people do.
depends.
That's fine. There's always a small percentage of people like that. That's fine. But to be driven out, that's totally different. To be economically unsustainable and driven out that way, that's also different.
I don't. Okay,
So
fair enough. But I don't think the way America works. I don't think it would. If all illegal immigration and the subjugation of their homes and all that stuff was all done with, there'd still be people coming here that don't speak straight up English and shit like that. So like, I don't understand. I'm trying to get your point. You're saying like, okay, it's about like the policies that get people to leave their homes to come here. You're mad at those policies? Is that the main
obviously we should
point?
stop destroying other people's countries and stealing their stuff, and we
Yeah.
should.
So trying to
And
find where
people
we
who
disagree
live
at.
here, people who live here should try to learn the language, and they should get help to do it.
Yeah, if they want to live around a bunch of people that speak English and they're trying to get a job of English speakers, I think that they should try to learn some words, right? Just like if an
No,
American
because
goes somewhere else, they should try to learn the language if they're trying to live over in that area, right? I think that'd be more an efficient way of living socially, right? Okay, what about it?
yeah, but there are people here that don't think it's a big deal that a lot of people don't speak English, and
I mean, if they have their own little neighborhoods and economies and all that shit in their own neighborhoods, I don't see what the big deal is there.
I thought that was illegal. I thought the Civil Rights Act said that was illegal, Jordan.
What?
Yeah, but
they're not.
I'm going with the spirit of
people go
my
there.
heart.
People are allowed to go there.
I'm going with that thing called the conscience, where it's written on my heart, where it's like, oh, if they're not out there harming anyone, why can't they do that?
Because you're not allowed to. It's called housing discrimination.
No, but I'm going with the conscience on my heart. I'm going with that thing, my conscience.
But who's being discriminated, Amy?
Well, I don't know, but they made it illegal to have enclaves, ethnic enclaves in this country in the Civil Rights Act.
What?
I think if that's your reason of why you're separating because of ethnicities, you're kind of dumb for that. But if it's like, hey, we all speak the same language, those guys don't speak the same language.
Yeah, I think they just like happen to know each other. Whether it's like the Chinatowns that come up, or like
that's what
there's like in DC,
all the communities.
In DC, there's like a whole like neighborhood, like that where all the Ethiopians basically congregate, as well as like Silver Spring, Maryland, like, and it just happens to be because like I moved here. So if my family member moves here, I know this person. Oh, my friend from, school moved here. Oh, cool. Yes. I'm going to move around this person. Oh, do you want to go into business together? Cool. Let's invest in it. Like, and then things
that's
build
what happened
up. Like,
with earlier
but hold on one second. But
immigrants.
that's literally the entire history of America. That is quite literally the entire history of this, whether it's Italians or anybody.
The Civil Rights Act. They used Martin Luther King, and they made it illegal. Do you know that? The Warren Court.
Yeah, but that's...
Did you know that?
But that's stupid, not my argument, though. I don't.
So if an Ethiopian wants to sell his house, is he allowed to say, "Oh, there's this Ethiopian family, so I'm going to give it to them"?
They don't buy what are you talking? They buy houses from other people as well. They don't just buy houses from other Ethiopians. It's more of like they'll live around each other.
Prioritize an Ethiopian buyer over someone else.
But I don't think Ethiopians are selling only to Ethiopians.
What's their reason for it? What's their reason for it in this hypothetical?
I'm just confused.
What's their reason for
it? Because maybe they like having a community of people that have the same food interests and culture and, political, whatever, all kinds of stuff. So that's fine. I don't mind, but they did make it illegal.
Okay.
It's not illegal, obviously, because they've literally built up towns with like a bunch of different restaurants, a bunch of different coffee houses where you see a bunch of different white people in there eating the shit out of food and drinking the shit out of the coffee. Like, I don't know. It's like there is no segregation because there's literally black people there, white people, Chinese people, Indians, like everyone's mixed up. It's not, no one's being pushed out.
Right. Well, you were saying there was an ethnic enclave, and I'm saying that that's
Well,
not
yeah, there
really
is.
allowed under the
There's
law.
areas where you'll have like all the different Ethiopian restaurants and stuff, or different like places for coffee, because that's a big thing in the culture.
Listen,
And I don't know. I feel
I think your internet dropped. Or did my drop?
can't have too many pizzerias on this street. What are we talking about?
Yeah, I mean,
Am I like crazy? I don't know.
no, it's like I personally, once again, for me personally, whether I view something as stupid or just like normal, it is based on their reason for wanting ethnic, like this entire area is this ethnicity, right? It depends on their reason, right?
But what if it wasn't intentional? It was more of like people quite
Well, that's
literally
what
just wanted to
happened.
live close to the people that they know when they
Yeah. That's
moved
what happened
there. That's normal.
With the Italians
Yeah, it's
and the
fine.
Irish, they
That's
did
why I
that.
said that's the
and-
entire history of America. But
yeah, and they
people
were
have a
broken
problem
up
with it now.
with
No, hold
law.
on. But
They
I'm
used
just saying
law.
they have a problem with it now. Why?
I don't
What?
because they outlawed it and everyone else had to follow the law. Maybe that's why.
What?
I'm just telling you.
But I'm just saying,
That's
in
what
New
the
York,
law
there's still a
did.
bunch of pizzerias on one street. Like, there's no like pizzeria quota.
Yeah, but if
in-
you want to
know what I
sell
mean? Like,
an apartment or
is
something
that like
on
a
that
code?
street,
Is that a
you
violation?
say you have to be Italian to live there? No, you can't.
Yeah, that'd be
That would be
stupid.
So
illegal.
confused.
No, that'd be stupid. Like you have to be Italian to live here. Is
I mean,
stupid.
should it be illegal? I don't know.
But
I don't
it's
think
not
so,
like
but
that.
it is.
But it's not like that here. No one. There's a bunch of people who are not Ethiopian or whatever who live all over the place. It's like a city. There's a bunch of apartments. It's literally a city. There's apartments everywhere with different types of people, but a lot of the places to eat and stuff, like it's people who have gone into business together who are Ethiopians because they know the food. Why would you go into business with a Slovakian if they don't know what injera is and the different spices? And they don't have a network back home where you're getting all this stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm talking like logistically, like this is how things happen, like organically.
I
It's not some
agree,
George
and that's
Soros
what did
plot.
happen.
Like, I don't know.
That's what
It's just
happened in this country, and then the
like
court
it's
intervened
sensational. Sometimes it's just
and
like
said
people.
you can't do it.
I'm just saying you don't have everything's not a conspiracy against like
I don't think she's
I don't
saying
know,
that though,
like your
Sebs.
but that's what it sounds like.
I think she's explaining.
Yeah,
it.
I'm
You-
saying that.
You gotta let her explain though. I think she's saying something
Okay.
completely different.
All right, go ahead.
Well, it's just that that's the law that they did, that they broke up these communities. My mom grew up in those kind of communities for Irish and French people. And it's also, for them, it was tied to the church. So, yeah, it's handy to be able to live near other people. You have the same school, you have the church would be different. They would have French mass, they would have English speaking mass for the Irish one. But that was broken up with the housing stuff. So why? What was the agenda there?
Agenda? Well, some people probably. I mean, I'm not gonna say what the government's point of view was, but like regular people that bought into that was probably the idea of like, hey, you're forcing, kind of discrimination. You're forcing it, as in these guys can't get these certain jobs or work in these certain places or whatever the fuck, right? I think that was the
Right,
spirit of the
and-
rule for the average person that was with it. But once again, the government might abuse any rule you give them, right? You can say, hey, puppy day on Fridays, free puppies on Friday. They might abuse that for something devious, right? Meanwhile, the intention was to make kids smile by having puppies, right? You know what I'm saying? Or no?
Sure, but I mean, the fact is that, this is the kind of thing that people feel frustrated by, that they follow the law, but then their group somehow is, doesn't
But
get
who's
consideration
stopping
or-
white people from going into business with each other? I feel like I see them in business with each other everywhere all the time. I'm so confused.
I wasn't
What are
talking
you
about
talking
going into
about?
business. I'm
Okay, so
talking
then-
about, like, you're allowed to discriminate on your roommate, but you're not allowed to discriminate who you rent to or sell something to. So if you create an enclave,
Oh, so you
and
want
exclude-
like be able to discriminate against who you sell to.
My God, if you want to have an enclave of a group of people and you know, only rent to your kind of people, whatever that is, that's against the law. But should it be? I don't think it should be. But I do understand there were problems. I just don't think that was the right way to address the problems.
But why are you saying that the Ethiopians are doing that?
You said it. You said they have an
No, I
enclave.
didn't. I didn't say that at all. You're making that up.
She
Or you
used
misunderstood.
Amy used Ethiopian, but not to say like them,
No,
those
I did
guys.
not bring up Ethiopia.
I think he used them
You brought
as
up
a
Ethiopia.
I think he used them as a hypothetical. I think he did.
Brought up the Ethiopian community in DC as an example.
No, but you brought it up as
They
a
don't only.
hold on. You brought it up as a hypothetical. You said, "Oh, let's say it's an Ethiopian community that's doing this, right?"
I didn't think
You
of
didn't do that?
Ethiopians. Who do you think thought of it? Play it back.
I don't. Once again, I don't care. I'm just saying you're using it as a hypothetical.
No,
As in,
I'm
it could have
just-
been anyone. It could have been Irish. Could have been Italian. Could have been
Because
Haitian.
is
It's whatever.
correct that groups of people immigrating in, it makes sense that they would gravitate to other people that know the culture, know the language, know what they might be expecting and find crazy and not understand how to work around and help each other. That makes a lot of sense. However,
Yeah.
If they say like we're all living here and this is our part of town and other people can't live here, that's illegal.
Who? But
I'm not
no
saying
one
that's
did that.
happening.
Okay, thank you.
What?
No, I'm just saying no one's doing like that's not a thing. Like that's first of all, they don't even have the
I'm sure some
power
people
to
are
do
doing
that.
it.
Like,
By law of average, I think
Yeah.
some people might do that.
And maybe no
Just being
Ethiopians are
honest.
doing it.
but I'm just saying on like a massive scale, there's no like Ethiopian who owns a whole building or whatever. It's literally just like, oh, like this person lives around this area. Let me try to find someplace. And your neighbors might be from El Salvador or whatever. Like they all live around each other because there's a huge Salvadoran community there too, like in proximity to that area. And then interestingly, there's like a Polish area right across town. So it's like I don't know. I don't really have a problem with that. I think it's fine. Like I don't.
Okay,
Look,
but
you
you
seem
got to get
anxious.
back to well, her point was about discriminating. Are you okay if they're like, let's say it's a white guy that wants to move into an Ethiopian quote unquote run neighborhood or building, and they're like, oh, this white guy's going to pay me double versus what this other person might pay. You know, I'm going to take this other person instead of this white guy or white lady or whoever. She's saying, is that okay? Right? Is that your main question?
But usually people go for the price.
You
right?
say
Not
usually, but
necessarily
that's the
based on
scenario in
race.
front of you. That's what she's asking to answer, kind of, I think.
Yep.
Should they go with the person of the same race instead of the guy who wants to pay them more because
Is it okay?
they want to do?
Is it okay if they say, I don't want any white boys here, I'm going to go with the fucking fellow Ethiopian?
Oh no, I think that's weird. I mean, I think that's weird to be honest. Because I've seen people like the Salvadorans and actually the Ethiopians going into business together. The women that I go to my hair salon, it's literally owned by a Salvadoran woman and an Ethiopian woman.
Yeah, but there's
And
also
they
cunts
came
that
together.
exist on Earth,
I'm just
too.
saying they do.
There's
But
assholes,
but the
too.
Ethiopian didn't say, "Oh, you're Salvadoran. You can't be here."
Maybe
no one's,
in that
that's what I'm
scenario,
saying.
Sebs. Yes, there's
Okay.
people that do good things. Or not good, but like they're non-discriminate things in the world. But there
No,
are people that do
things.
that. That's what we're trying to
Well,
ask
of course,
for about.
and I don't. But I don't like it when any race. I think that's weird. That's where I stand on that. I thought that was a given. I'm sorry. I thought that was the given.
No, but
Excuse
the
me.
point
I
is to
didn't
make
realize
it
that's what you were asking.
hypothetical to look
Yes.
at that exact thing, right? And
Well,
I'm
there's
almost
other
sure
there's
that
other
happens,
things
right?
factors
Law
though,
of
right?
average.
But there's other factors. It might be like, oh, the person that you want to sell to, maybe they're your cousin and they need a little bit help. So it's not about like the other person being white and you not wanting them to be in the neighborhood. It might just be like, oh, I want to help my cousin out or something.
Yeah, no, that's
Does
what I'm
that make
saying.
sense?
It
But so
depends
it's
on
not
why
about-
they're
This
doing
is-
it.
That's a really
Yeah.
good point because
I
this
thought
is
that was
what
a
a lot of
given.
people talk about when you have like kinship and familiarity and family. These are words that come together. So, if people have communities that are, I'm interested in this idea. People are trying to make intentional communities about religion, right? And are they allowed to do that? And, some places I guess they can and some it's harder. So, but the point is, if you want to be with people that have similar, whatever, heritage, culture, all these things, is that inherently discrimination? And then you also have the situation where we talk about gentrification, and then you could say that's a class thing, and that absolutely is a class thing, but then it also tends to have a race, or depending on the area, it can often have a race feel to it as well. And so then people talk about that. So then it's not just any person is a person and they can go anywhere. It's
Well, I think it's all about
complicated.
yeah, sure, but I think it's all about like why are they doing what they're doing? That's the only thing that I try to get to. I judge each individual as individuals, right? So
Yeah.
for me, I'm
Yeah.
like, it depends on like why is this person doing what they're doing? Is it's like even if it is blatantly discrimination or whatever the fuck based on ethnicity or whatever the fuck, in my personal opinion, like, yeah, you should be allowed to do that. But also, people should be allowed to, like, I'm going to avoid this person. I'm going to avoid them in their neighborhood. I'm out of here. See you later. And hopefully have the economic freedom to move away from areas like that. Like, as much as they don't want to associate with others, people might have the ability. They should have the ability to not associate with them. And I mean, like, in a real way, not in a, they have to have enough money to do so. I mean, like, if they want to just get the fuck out of there, they should be able to get the fuck out of there. But we live in a dumb fuck world that doesn't help out
But I think
regular
it was
people.
a given that you would, like, of course, judge each person by what they're doing in that situation. Yeah, naturally. I thought that you were just making a point about like some conglomerate trying to like tell people that they can't, be somewhere because they're not that race. And again, I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but it's like usually a lot more like fluid than that because there's those communities also like intermingle and shit.
Yeah.
So it's just
I thought that was a given.
That's what I've been around,
personally.
but I don't know.
I thought that was a given that, like, yeah, motherfuckers that grow up in the same neighborhoods, different races, different ethnicities, these motherfuckers link up, they make businesses. Restaurants are a big deal. That's a big one. It's food. Food brings people together. Straight up. Food does.
Honestly.
But I thought that was the given. But I wanted to address her kind of the crux of what she was saying.
No, that's fair. I misunderstood. I thought it was.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you were talking about that. So I apologize if I came off strong. I thought you were asking something else.
No, I think it's also interesting the whole idea of the redlining issue and the banking decisions, and I guess the government was a part of that, and then they were actually imposing segregation at one point. So it's pretty interesting. And then people
Actually, a lot of it, Amy, was from the HOA. It was the housing associations.
but there was
that were
loan
doing a lot of this.
requirements.
Homeowners
There
association.
were financial.
Yeah,
There
associations.
was bank decisions that affected.
Oh yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
they would give.
Oh yeah, but
different
a lot of those rules were written up through like the homeowners associations because they would be writing the deeds and stuff. So a lot of the stuff that was like put into the deed would be in accordance with like whatever that homeowners association, I guess your house fell under that you pay, every 6 months or whatever it is. It's
My
interesting.
understanding is that the banks had a role and that the government influenced that somehow. And because the HOAs are very concerned about property value protection. That's their like a big number one thing. And
Which is
I'm
why they
sure
had a
there
lot of
were
say on who
places
can
that
buy.
were just like, oh, we don't want those kind of people and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure that existed.
No, that was literally written into people's deeds. That's what I'm saying. It's like it was written into the deeds, and there's like thousands and thousands of examples of this.
Yeah,
Thousands.
but so what is the
Hundreds
criterion?
of thousands.
For example, like in New England, you had to be a Christian because it was settled by Christians. So is that racism?
Well, the idea is
if they do
discrimination,
that-
not race in that situation, right?
I know,
Well,
but the discrimination
white Christians.
isn't
Am I
like
wrong?
we're good, you're bad. It's like we
Wasn't
want
it
to
white
be in a
Christians,
community with our values.
But wasn't it white Christians, not just Christians?
I don't know, actually. To be honest with you,
I think it was white
Just show
Christians,
me.
Amy.
specific deeds.
In that time
but
period back
could
then,
be.
probably.
Yeah, I'm saying let's be like let's just
Probably.
just
they
by
were all
like
the
power
way
of deduction.
We were into this century, I believe, or last century. So I don't know,
And it's
but sure, maybe.
Well,
Most likely.
I just want people to be able to move in different directions if they feel like, hey, I'm not wanted here. Okay, let me go somewhere else where I am maybe wanted, or it's okay to be there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let that happen. And I think as time went by, let's say they did stick with what you call redlining and the banking, and like in South LA, they built like fucking freeways in between fucking neighborhoods to make sure they are cut off from each other, right?
Chicago too.
Chicago, there's plenty of shit. Even
Philly.
the fucking Gangs of New York movie, right? The 5 points and separating the Irish from the, we're the real Americans and the stupid Irish over there, right?
And in Baltimore, they cut off the metro from Baltimore, period. Like Baltimore can't access like the suburban areas. They're kind of cut off.
And it's like, okay, if someone wants to do that
Baltimore
because they
City
have
proper.
they somehow have the social power to do so, like, well, make sure you don't subjugate other people's that they can just, okay, you don't want us around, we'll move over here.
But I think
and hold on. And as time went by, all the little kids that are being born in those exclusive neighborhoods will start leaving, as we've seen already. They'll start leaving and exploring different cultures and ideas. And oh my God, have you had that fucking food over there? Have you been there before? Bro, you got to go there. Go get that shit. It's gonna happen because the kids are just, let's be real. They want to be more free, and they're gonna see the flaws of their parents and rebel against it. In my humble opinion, that's what I think is gonna happen. What I think would happen. So thus please, if you want to live in a certain type of neighborhood, a certain ethnicity or religion or whatever the fuck, I think kids will break out regardless. And it's like, okay, it's fine. You have your little enclave over here, but guess what? Over here, where they're going to be like, yeah, we're partying over here. We're having fun with different types of people, different styles of talking. Guess what? As far as like language goes, like we said earlier, right? Someone who's like who can speak Spanish or speak French or different languages, those little things like enter English vernacular when it comes to like slang and the way they talk and all that shit, bro. Like
and no offense, but a lot of the immigrants that do come here, they speak more than 2 languages. A lot of them, and most people do speak English, and like they speak English to you because that's what you speak. But like they speak like they actually do speak a lot of other languages, versus, no offense to Americans, but like where it's just English here, which is fine. But the thing is, even in Europe, like they'll speak English. Even if you go to Belgium or something and they speak Flemish, usually they'll know English. Whether you can go to Norway, they'll know English. So it just, people speak a lot of different languages. So
Well, that's our currency is American hegemony. They have to learn our business language.
It's not American, it's British, but okay. You can claim it as American.
Yeah, it started there first. They had their empire, and then it carried over.
Yeah, okay. I think it's a through line, but sure. You can think America.
The insult of the century. Americans speak English.
Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. I need K to the C to be here, actually. This is the perfect moment for K to the C.
Don't you fucking tag him.
K to the C.
Don't you fucking do it. Now, either you or Harrison's going to fucking do it now. But let's move on.
I'm about to tell him, be like, Harrison said that the Americans are started English.
I think that was a worthy sidetrack right there. So that was a very interesting conversation. But let's continue on and let's get to eventually.
Right. Wait, 2 hours.
Like, wait, what's this video about again?
Video.
Don't worry about it. It's dinner table stuff. All right. But I'm not going to say that Nick is, like they say, like a quote unquote a fed or full of shit. I think he's full of shit in a different way, but he could be a fed too. I don't fucking know. But either way, I want to play this for any content creator, including me. Please, like, look at all of us in a weird way. Not in a weird way, but in like a, critical thinking way. And this guy, who I don't really know too well, whether he's full of shit or not himself, just listen to the words and like, I'm curious what the audience would think about this. Here we go.
So when I'm saying like somebody's an operative or whatever word you want to use, they're not like walking around.
We can't hear him
on their off time.
There's no audio?
Just pulling out their secret CIA.
I hear this very clearly. Is it your show?
You're right. It's my bad.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
So when I'm saying like somebody's an operative or whatever word you want to use, they're not like walking around on their off time, just pulling out their secret CIA ID card and badging into the main building. That's not what happens. Even if you go back to Project Mockingbird, they're just getting some talking points in a letter every once in a while. They're just saying, oh, you know what? Don't have this guy on your show, or don't allow this to be spoken about on your show. Or if they talk about this, you're going to cut it out. There's simple things like that. Some very basic instructions. And the way that somebody like a Gen Z person might get recruited is, let's just use you as an example. Somebody comes up and says, hey, man, I love your podcast, yada, yada. They're in a restaurant, a bar, whatever. And they say, I have a serious question for you, though. Are you a patriot? Would you consider yourself a patriot? Now I've got you locked into identity, right? And then I say, well, I have an offer for you. But before I show you anything, I just want you to say yes or no. Would you be willing to entertain the offer and look at what I have? And it might be uncomfortable. Would you be willing to look at it?
Sure.
Yep. Stage one is I show you all of your browsing history, captures from your webcams on all of your phones and computers of you doing the most compromising shit you could ever possibly imagine. Every bad thing you've ever done recorded in some way. And I'd say, I like your podcast. I think you're doing a great job and I want to protect you. And I want to keep all this from the public eye.
That sounds like the Lauren Southern thing.
If anything happened to your nice channel here.
What?
It would be a shame if anything happened to your nice channel here.
Thanks. So. I don't know. I'd just be like, so? Here's your browsing history. I'd be like, yeah, so? What about it? He's like, oh, well, you're in big trouble, mister. No, but this actually reminds me of the thing that Lauren Southern was saying, right? Not saying her shit was for real. I haven't heard any follow-up news, but I did a video on it, or at least a portion of a video on it, where she's talking about like someone like basically threatening her and trying to recruit her, essentially. And it did come off as like, at least the recording sounded like he's like the nice guy thing. Like, listen, I'm just trying to help you out. I'm trying to protect you. Yada, yada, yada. It's like, hey, I can't say I know, but it sounds quite possible. And there's a lot of dumb fucks out there. There's a lot of favorite content creators that are actually dumb fucks, where they are susceptible to stuff like this. Especially Alex Jones and his trans porn folders. His trans porn fucking folders he has on his computer somewhere. All right, what's up, play? Here we go.
But we also want to give you $20,000 a month. So now you feel like you chose
$20K.
all of this.
Fuck. Never mind.
So you walk away.
Listen, man. Hey, listen. You guys recruiting out there? What's up? $20K a month? Oh, it's come this way. But I want no filters, though. I'm like, I'm going to shit on you with your own money.
It's not worth it.
No, it's worth it. It's worth it. I'm going to shit on them with their own money. Embarrass them.
All that you have is your soul. Remember that Tracy Chapman song, right?
No, listen, she's awesome, but guess what? I have metric too. Okay.
She needs a fast car. She's got to get out of here.
This is light
All
work.
that you have is your soul.
Listen,
The less known one, but very good.
we got to do the other shit, bro. We got to take their money, but also shit on them for it. Like, yo, this guy gave me $20K to say this, but it's bullshit. Let me tell you, how it's bullshit.
That might be how you shorten your life. I don't know.
If only Jordan believed in something in the beyond. Or maybe Jordan knows something in the beyond. Let's play. Here we go.
Feeling like I shoved this in your face. I told you it was going to be stressful, and you agreed to it. And you agreed that you're a patriot and all the other agreements.
That's what I'm here for. Don't worry
and
about
now if you say yes.
I just got to dance.
The reason that you're doing this on your podcast is for your country, because you're not going to call yourself compromised. We have this thing called cognitive dissonance that keeps our brain from thinking I'm a bad person. So now, even though you're being asked to silence people, not have certain people on the show, leave something out of your podcast,
An unworked mind,
you're
sure.
telling yourself and whoever's your handler is telling you this is for the greater good. And you kept Americans safe by doing that. And you'll tell yourself that and you'll feel good about it.
If you're a
So
bot.
when a person is like in this situation, they will feel good about what they're doing. Even if it feels a little off in the back of their mind, they'll still feel like at the end of the day, I'm doing the right thing.
I'd say, sure, if you're a bot, yeah. If you worked on yourself, there's no fucking way that flies. Well, depending on your principles, right? You can, quote unquote, work on yourself, but still believe in some of the most dastardly fucking ideas on planet Earth. Well, yeah. To me, that'd be like you're selfless because you're not, there's other faculties that you left behind. But either way, it's like, yeah, if you're a self-made person, there's no way shit like that shouldn't be able to move you away from your principles. Period. Well, let's keep it moving. Here's Timmy Pool saying something that should agitate Nick Fuentes, Sippy Cup Nick. The new CBS is base as fuck and crushing it. Why? Because they're so balanced, according to Tim Pool. And we're going to hear that in this discussion here, I believe. I say, let's lock in. Fuck it. We made it here. 3 hours later, we're on to the main video. Nick Fuentes, Tim Pool. Let me leave and come back real fast because I love my computer. All right. Nick Fuentes, Tim Pool. Let's fucking do it. Here we go. I'm starting at a random spot because before they were talking about the fucking ICE stuff and Somalia stuff and all that shit, or Somali people living in the U.S. or whatever the fuck in Minnesota and all that stuff. I say let's start from here and keep it moving. Here we go.
It is true, and here's the problem with Trump. This is why I didn't vote for him. I knew that this administration has no balls, does not have the will to do it. And you want to know how you knew they have no balls? When Charlie Kirk got shot, they didn't do nothing to Antifa, to the far left, any of these people. And the problem is the administration is pissing them off.
Pause.
It's provoking them.
Hey, God.
But balls to do what? He thinks having balls is doing what he wants them to do, but Trump administration ain't here to do what you want to do, Nick. So they do have balls to do what they're doing, but not what he wants to do.
Also, leaping out and just going at Antifa 5 minutes after someone got shot without any evidence, without going through an investigation. Just like, yeah, it's supposed to be kicking in Antifa doors right now. It's like, well, that's kind of stupid because he didn't investigate first. You fucking idiot. Or he's a full shit liar artist, motherfucker. Either way, he's extremely wrong. Extremely wrong. My God.
I think people have a thing where if something happens to them, then they have like a bias statistically towards that kind of an incident. And since he had someone come to his house that's sort of a unhinged left-wing person who ended up being shot by the cops in his neighbor's yard, I think he thinks that is just more likely than people think. And so he just took it at face value without needing any evidence. Well, his reason was clouded, Jordan. Yes.
Okay.
Possibly. That's just a possibility.
It's possible, but I also watched him give up his ideas. Or I watched him drop his ideals, and I think in that same thing, wasn't there the cop cam of, hey, aren't you a white nationalist or something like that? He's being asked a question, aren't you a white nationalist? He's like, no, I'm Mexican, for God's sakes. Which is not what he would tell his audience, right? He wouldn't say that to his audience. Right?
Yeah, but that's also hilarious. But the thing is, you have to realize
is he trolling there?
He's not driven by morality. He's a politician. So in that sense, he is a bot, maybe by your definition. He's trying to build a political movement. That's what he cares about. So he's trying to frame things in a way that he thinks will build the right kind of movement with the right kind of energy. And
you sure about that?
It doesn't
not so sure about that. I'm not so sure about
if that is true, his behavior would be consistent with that. You know,
no,
you can't rule that
it wouldn't exactly. I can't rule it out exactly, but his behavior does not scream that.
Saying, like,
it seems like he gets people. Hold on. It seems like he says he works hard to get certain people elected, right? He's brought up Joe Kent. He's brought up Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? But once they dismiss him, what was his rule that Nick said? He said the only thing you can ignore me, whatever the fuck, but you can't disavow me. Do not disavow me. Right? Which is to say, I need to be a part of this.
I know, and that's gonna sound to you like he's an egomaniac, and I hear you. But to me, as a
I'm not
Green
saying that.
for many, many years, that also sounds like someone who's not an idiot who is saying, "We'll work for you, but it has to be. You have to ask for things before you work for them and vote for them, because after they don't need you anymore. So if they're not committed to honoring their agreements, because Joe Kent, if Nick's side of the story is true, then he lied, and that's already why should we trust him? So this is the whole point.
But if he lied in favor of Nick, he
people,
might support it, which is just,
I mean, you could say he's still
there's a good
better than the
chance.
alternative. That's fair. But the point being that if you want to have political weight, you have to have you can't just be that battered wife, voter who, no matter what they say, oh well, we still have to go with them because they're the less evil,
No,
You have to
but
have,
why is
like-
it about? It's about him. I think I'm trying to find
Yeah,
out where
because
it's about ideas. I think it's actually about the character of Nick Fuentes, this
Well,
fake little
I
boy
think
guy.
what happens, I mean, you can blame him and you don't have to like him at all, but the fact is that our culture of politics has become cults of personality because the parties are so weak and they can't. I mean, this has been going on for a long time. The parties can't control the candidates, so then the candidate, whoever they are, that personality shapes the party to a large degree. So when young
Yeah.
people come up into politics, that's what they see. That's the model. So then they were like, oh, well, I want to, people to listen to me and, back these ideas. And so then it's kind of the only thing really offered because like I've done a lot of political organizing with people and that's what they're doing. And they don't really care about building like many people about building like a long-term relationships in a community where people are going to be living for years and years and they're going to know if you stab them in the back. So why not just be trustworthy and honorable with everybody? You don't have to agree to be honorable. You just have to tell the truth and stuff, not stab people in the back. But people, that they go with this model of if I get more power behind me, then I have weight, then I can push my ideas. And this is like a big problem we have, and the social media totally feeds it. He's
Okay.
he's a symptom and a product of that.
That's unfortunate for this bot, but yeah. It's like, well, you got the job done. You got someone, or you claim at least you got someone elected. Although I'm not trying. I don't think how much. I don't know how much he actually provided in regards to that at all. I'm sorry to Nick, but I don't think he actually. I don't think he tips scales at all. Really, maybe in content creation a bit, but not in the voting sense. I don't think he does it in that area.
The thing that he's good at is articulating things, and so he taps a nerve, and then if people so he's like marketing, right? So he can turn people off of Joe Kent and make him look like a shady guy, and I think he was kind of more in the pro-Israel camp, and I think Tucker, the way Tucker and Candace behaved towards Nick was very unprincipled. Like I agree with Candace that he was very rude and insulting, and but at the same time, she came at him too. And then she came at him over the Dave thing first. And I thought that was very rude. So it was just like a train wreck, in my opinion, that I think they both
I think she embarrassed him. That's what
valid
happened.
points.
I think she embarrassed him. And he's like,
No, it's
fuck you. Like he actually got, I think he got wrecked actually. On a shit talking level, he got wrecked. And he tried to create a W out of it. And he's still trying to make a W out of it. He's still trying to do that, I think.
What I try to do? I forget.
Anyways,
yeah.
I think he got wrecked. He's
is,
trying to get a W out of it. For once again, it comes back to him not really moving the political needle
you're
anywhere.
talking about this retard? Okay.
No, like when you're a person who gets like slandered and pushed out, like I know a lot of people that would experience this that are much nicer than him, like at a local level.
What kind of shit?
Like this one Palestinian lady got kicked out. She's this beautiful social worker, the nicest person.
You can make it about some sort of deeper political idea, but he got shit talked. Let's be honest. He got shit talked. He didn't like it. He couldn't do anything about it, and he just screamed on the internet about it.
No, he could do something
He
about
got
it. Just like
Make me a sandwich, bitch. Like
He
got
got
rolled.
triggered.
He got rolled.
He sure did. But at the same time, like, if you try to understand what moves people, then you just don't be surprised. But
Oh, I'm not
like
surprised.
Tucker,
Just,
and
how's he some
he
sort of
owned
thought
Tucker.
leader
I
when
mean,
he
he
can?
totally owned Tucker. Tucker got
No,
humiliated.
he got triggered by all of them, and it showed. And that
was Candace.
well, that little fucking facade that he tries to give off, that he's tougher than all of the, the other snowflakes and all that. It was cracked in half. So,
Well, in your opinion, in my opinion, he exposed the corruption of Tucker, and he is corrupt at certain points.
Oh, with Tucker,
He
sure,
absolutely
but
is.
Candace, Candace is
absolutely
rolling this little guy. She is. She's rolling him
And
on a shit
Candace
talking
as
level.
well. Like, how long have you been studying this Israel issue? Since after October 7th? Thank you very little. And then you're gonna tell
everyone's been
someone
saying
that
that.
if they have any concern with Dave Smith, it's only because they hate him for being Jewish? That's ridiculous. That is the kind of thing we're trying to stop. You have to be allowed to have
No,
honest
she was
conversation.
asking. She asked a question. Like, trust me, like her intentions were to make him look bad, I think. But at the same
doesn't
time, when it
matter.
comes
It
to
doesn't matter
rhetoric,
who
the
he-
rhetoric came off as she's just asking a question, like, "Huh? Do you actually hate
Yeah, but at that
this person
moment,
because he's Jewish?"
Candace
No,
is
my
working
best
for
friend's
Israel.
Jewish.
Candace is working for Israel in shutting down a
She's working for
discussion, because if Dave is right, fine. If he's not, fine. But he can defend it on his merits of his position. He doesn't have to say, "I'm a Jew, you can't question me," because that is the same thing that's been hurting this conversation for 20 some years, probably 100 years in this country.
Yeah, but
I don't know. At least
but
I've been
your gripes
political.
with Candace or Dave or whoever the fuck
It's
is your
not a gripe. I'm
gripe with
saying
Nick.
that-
He's doing the same thing. He's pulling it
No, he
away
was
from
a
the
dick in
topic
his
and
own
towards
way.
himself. He's pulling away from the topic and towards himself. Let's be honest about that. He said, "You would not be talking about Israel if it wasn't for me." He's saying shit like that.
I know, and he just did some really annoying thing today
my
where
God.
he's like, "Oh, well, no one was talking about Greater Israel before me." It's like, look, I've been talking about this since you were in diapers, my friend. Come on. I mean, I'm no one, but
that's
still, the
where-
point is, people were talking, they were protesting, they were trying to do
I
stuff, they were
know.
writing books, they were
But
congressmen and women. They got murdered. Okay, so yeah.
But
it's been
hold
going
on, Amy, because the idea you're kind of saying, I think, is that Nick is trying to leverage his popularity towards a political movement. When I see he's leveraging it towards himself.
Yes, but that is the only model that people are offered for how to have a voice.
What the fuck
right?
is that? Subs? Fucking mute up.
Yes. What did I do?
I don't know what eggs you're beating or some shit like that.
Oh, my bad. I was recording an
The
email.
fuck?
Maybe your cat is nuzzling the
She has
microphone or something.
No, I was emailing my advisor.
she has a life-size keyboard that she jumps on each key to type things out. Anyways,
My bad. I was eating pasta and I've rejoined, so I don't even know what Nick just said, but
it's a little outside.
I'm sure Amy's wrong. Just kidding. Sorry.
At least you're sure. Don't say it if you're not sure.
Sorry.
But
Yeah,
So I mean,
Proceed.
good.
I mean, I'm not saying you have to like the guy. I'm just saying that the more
It's
we
not
understand
liking
the
the guy,
constraints
bro.
we
It's something
operate.
Doesn't smell
in-
right, Amy. Something doesn't smell right. It's not about liking him. Something doesn't smell right about this guy. But go ahead.
Well, who cares? The point
I
is just to
care.
recognize.
Paris is crazy, Amy. Come on. Like, come on now.
You care by your own fucking words and standards, right? You care about that. Someone's a fucking mannequin
No, I
of
mean, it's
talking
like-
points instead of like a real person to you, right?
Do you think I go to bed at night and think Ben Shapiro is terrible and evil and no? I mean, he's doing what he thinks is right. He's working for the people he's working for. That's what it is. It's not okay, but that's what he's doing. So
No, you gotta
I can be
assess it.
mad at him and say, I could say he should be more moral and like he gives a crap what I think. But
You have to
what
really
I'm
assess it.
looking at
Otherwise,
is-
how are you trying to diagnose a problem if you're not like really looking into it? You have to like really diagnose it, don't you?
That's
Like,
exactly
what are
I'm trying
Ben's
to do,
motives?
and I'm saying
It's important.
you have to give this person like the benefit of the doubt that they, I mean, not for permanently, but at least for a moment, and consider, is there a rational way a person could act like this? Because if you're saying, like, who cooperates really, in politics? It's very vicious, and with the whole thing of like COINTELPRO, right? When you learn about COINTELPRO, Fred Hampton's bodyguard drugged him, okay? His head of security drugged him to be murdered right next to his partner.
Allegedly, but
unborn
I'm aware
child.
of.
So the point is, that makes people also hard to build communities of trust. And so it's very difficult. So people are, nervous and on guard. So Nick was invited to come to Candace, but did he trust her? Not totally. Did she trust him? Not at all, probably.
The way he behaved, he looked like he was in like sinking into his seat, trusting. Oh, this is a normal interview where I'm not a bad guy. But then he became a bad guy. He's like, oh wait, defense? Because Candace started stabbing him through the sides, through the back. Yeah.
And I think
he
that
got rolled for
if
it.
she would have talked about other stuff and not come for him, because, or at least like work those things out first in private and see if the person has
missing it. You're missing it, Amy. Come on, dude. The things that Candace, like, in my opinion, her intention was to sharply stab this fool in the back as he's getting comfortable. That's my opinion. But what she used to make that happen, shit he's actually said out loud. She used that. That should tell you something a little bit. But
no, she used.
He knows that looks bad to people. He knows it looks bad to the general audience. So he had to like perk up and get defensive because he knows it looks bad to regular people hearing it.
No, I don't think.
I think he's aware of that. I think he's aware of that.
I think he's more upset. Like, I'll tell you,
Why'd you bring up my ideas for? She brought up his ideas.
I was very upset at Candace for that slander that if you think Dave Smith isn't the end-all be-all, you're just a bigot. Like, oh, so we all have to worship Dave Smith now? I mean, who the hell is he? He's a comedian. Come on. Like, he might be a very nice guy, but he doesn't know everything.
No, he's kind of horrendous, actually.
Well, Nick went on his show. Nick went on his show after.
Well, he might mean well. I don't know. I'm not convinced
I'm just saying that Nick went on his show after he went on Candace.
Yeah, because they're trying to get their message out to new people. Both of them, right?
Well, they're not saying anything.
He wants to be heard by his audience.
No, but...
He wants to be heard by Dave Smith's audience.
Fair enough, but
people I don't really care for either of them. So
people want to see a debate. That's why they do the social media stuff.
Yeah, sure, but
the point.
Good, sorry.
So I'm just saying that the two main things that I felt were very unprincipled on Candace's part was the issue of the Dave Smith and then the issue of the Joe Kent. Because I think people have to do this in politics. They have to create blocks that make demands. Otherwise, it's only what the people with the big money say. The only way to have a say.
Does that too.
He does what too?
Creates blocks where it's like, you need to agree with me on this.
Or you're done.
Yeah.
Nick,
right. That's
Nick
good, actually. It's good that he has standards. It's good that he taught people.
But you just said that you don't like it when other people do it. Wait, hold on. You just...
Amy, listen. If I get caught with something weird or some criminal shit, bro, Amy, you're my defense lawyer. I'm signing. You're signed right now. I'm pre-signing you. You better defend me like you defend this. You fucking better. Holy waterfall! What the fuck is that? I'm hearing an entire waterfall, Sebs.
Cleaning the spoon.
Christ's sakes. Fucking Niagara fucking falls in my ears.
Nick has much better production quality than this video. I just want to say that.
Hey.
It's real, though.
Let the record show.
It's real, though.
Not trying to be a jerk.
Versus this actor, bro. Versus this little bullshit actor. Yeah, it's real, though.
Sometimes you gotta watch him.
This guy's a little fucking actor, and we know it, right? This guy's a fucking actor. In my humble opinion, this guy's a fucking actor. He may believe in certain ideas, but he will put on a performance for it. He would.
Okay, but the point.
In my humble opinion.
The point that you have to, like Trump. Okay, Trump is an actor, I think.
Yeah.
But he was only effective though because he was able to capture
to take advantage of a stupid audience like Nick does. But go ahead.
That's very respectful, Jordan.
Let's be honest though. Let's be real about it though. Come on, think about it.
Well, he was riding a sentiment. Is what I was gonna say.
He's taking advantage of dumb people. But go ahead.
Nick is saying something that resonates. So even if you think he's a liar, an agent, or whatever, it's important to hear what that thing is and to I think bring
Analyze
it out in the light and discuss it.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I'm doing here on my fucking channel. He's literally on screen to talk about that. Same, like, yeah, let's hear what his ideas are out loud, and you'll see that. I think you'll see in this video, actually, in particular, well, amongst others, but like this one, you can see like, huh, you and Tim are saying the exact opposite things, but right in front of each other, and you're saying like, you're smiling though when you say it, or you're saying, oh, I agree with you, as like your starter comment, right? Meanwhile, like the actual words they're actually saying are in exact opposites. They're exact disagreement. It's like they're not even saying they disagree.
Smiles.
Oh, good.
I think he only smiles with people he doesn't trust, to be honest.
I think he's smiling right now, but whatever.
Yeah. No, I think that's like hostile,
Okay.
Whatever.
Please write a script for me. Like, please, Amy. Please. If I
No,
if
I'm
I
just
fuck
saying,
up,
like, if
if
you
I
watch
fuck
him-
up, you better fucking shapeshift reality to make me look good. You better.
If you watch him with someone he trusts and feels comfortable with, he's not smiling. He's just ranting. But if he's with someone he feels awkward, it's different. Whatever. Who cares?
I think this is hey, let's make content together to boost our followings, but not actually push a message because we know what Timmy does. It is what it is.
It's a dark alliance.
Right,
I already
and-
told you.
Well,
But don't you think
shout to
Nick,
Gary Webb.
if Nick was a legitimate, if Nick's like, even if he's an agent or a legitimate person, doesn't he think that if he gets to go on Tim Pool, that gets people to like hear him that wouldn't otherwise? And doesn't Tim Pool think that if he has Nick, that he'll get people to hear him that wouldn't hear him otherwise?
No,
Aren't
Sure.
they
Tim
both
Pool
doing
wants
it
him
for
there to
self-interest?
shit on Candace Owens. Tim Pool wants him there
Yeah,
to shit on Candace Owens with him, and that's it.
that's part
Sorry
of it.
to.
I have mixed
Break it to you.
emotions about that.
That's part of it. I think a lot of it
I
is
love her, but she did jump the shark the other day. It was very sad. Anyway,
she went after.
the
Yeah,
time travel thing. It's like,
yeah, you're fair enough. Either way, yeah, I think Nick goes on shows
Yeah.
if they're being nice to him to try to siphon from their audience. But guess what? Typically, the person he's on with siphons more from his audience than he siphons from them.
well,
Nick
that's the
knows his
only reason they
ideas
have it.
are not so fucking pretty out loud. I think he's
Well,
aware. I hope he's
that's
aware of
fine
that.
then if that keeps happening, then it'll just dilute the whole thing, and that's okay. I don't mind.
I mean, it's like you. Fair enough, but his ideas are ass cheap. It's like Tim Pool has some dog shit ideas, and let's say some of Nick's ideas penetrate into Timmy Pool's show. Nick's ideas are fucking dog shit. They're dog shit. They're dumb, borrowed, and actually dog shit. When you actually listen to it, like, wait a minute. I've heard a better analysis from different randoms. Like actual randoms on the fucking internet over Nick. But I guess his assessment is, let's PR my way to getting some ideas going, I guess. And you stupid bitch, should have got shot in the face, stupid bitch. Should have died. Trump needs to go harder. But all right, here we go from this fucking 83-pound weirdo. Here we go.
I'm agitating them. The Letitia James stuff, the James Comey stuff, they're poking the left in the eye, but they have no
That's
real
typical
way to
left,
use
right,
the
right?
federal government.
Letitia
They're
James,
not
James
wielding
Comey.
it properly
Well.
or efficiently. And so what Jim Acosta said, that is a little window into the future. The left is going to take back the House.
Jim
They're going to
Acosta's the
subpoena
left.
everybody, impeach everybody, prosecute everybody. They're going to come in 28. Maybe they're going to win, and then they're going to bury us. So the problem with Trump is he's barking up the wrong tree. You either destroy the left or they get in and then they destroy us. It's that simple.
Nick, do you think that these kind
What's
of
that mean?
videos are going to have any effect in the fall? Like, because this is something that's broadly unpopular with the American people, and there's so much awful
Just wanna say,
imagery.
like, Nick's idea right there creates, because regular people see that or hear about it or think that this is associated with the Trump administration, any form, and they use that as like the reason why they want to crush them. You're creating the seeds of your own fucking destruction in a way. You are. I just hope it's genuine, but I think there's a lot of
Well, it's
fakery happening with this guy. Go ahead.
Well, I think it's childish and impulsive, but the fact is it's dangerous.
I think it's kinda
think
fake,
he's
too.
very trusting of power, and I am not. And I think he's naive about, because once you do
Naive, huh?
something, you really have big balls and you really do the thing. Well, then the next side will come and do that same kind of abuse. So that's the point. You have to consider the precedents.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, that's fair enough. But I don't think, once again, I think it's Nick trying to pull weight towards himself versus some sort of fucking movement. But
Look, everybody should follow Glenn Greenwald, even though he's gay, but he just stutters a lot. But he's
even
very
though
brilliant.
he's gay.
I like that. I like that guy. Well, I'd rather a faithful Catholic leader.
Glenn's kind of gay, you know what I'm saying? All right, here we go.
No disrespect
Or
to
the
Glenn
left coming out.
Greenwald.
Do you think that
And
this
And speaking
actually-
of
Or gay people, you know, might
Personally, think that it
insult
would
them a little bit
affect- if
there
was a
too.
presidential election.
Yeah.
Do you think that it'll get people out in the midterm?
Absolutely not. No, because these are left-wing people that are activated. And that's what happens. When the incumbent is in charge, they always lose seats in the midterms. They always lose seats in the House in particular 2 years later. And that's
He's
because
the
the
political
left,
strategist.
or the
I was
opposing
born
party
yesterday,
always
but
gets
this is what
animated
happened.
and charged up. They get activated by those hot-button issues. So these are the same people. These are the shock troops for the legions of the blue wave. They're going to come in 26 in the fall, and we're going to get buried. What is it, like a 3-seat majority? We lose the House, it's curtains. They're going to jam up everything, and then they are
It's
going to
curtains.
destroy us. And the difference is
That's it.
the left does not play.
No.
They said, we need FU Democrats. That's all they've ever been. That's
So it's kind of interesting that he's like, oh my god, they're captured by Israel, right? The Trump administration and their whole government itself, right? Captured by Israel, but he's also like, the goddamn Democrats are going to stop them. It's like, well, then aren't you cheering for them? Isn't that your team then? Let's be honest.
And then the whole point about, you acknowledge the influence of these donors, these huge Zionist donors like the Adelsons and such, then you want that guy to have more power with less checks on him. I just think that's very short-sighted as well.
Short-sighted or sus? You have to consider sus there, right? If you're going to be open and fair and honest about all this.
Yeah,
That screams
it's
sus to a lot of
totally-
people. To a lot of people.
Yeah, either one, and the fact is that might be part of the reason why they're boosting him, because he does facilitate, power in a way that serves, and he doesn't speak about things, I think, in the most constructive, best way. So I think both of those reasons make him a better, a powerful group likes to pick their opponent, right? Like Israel would always like to pick who the head of the Palestinian resistance is. Same thing here. They like
Sure.
to, the people who,
It's just like, I don't know. This guy, like when you hear like weird things where like this guy gets ratioed by his own audience, but then what's his excuse for it is that, hey, it's a bunch of Pakistanis actually doing this. It's a Pakistani group or something like that are bot downvoting, bot ratioing. It's like, maybe there's your audience doesn't like what you're saying. Other than the dick rider saying, man, I love your vibe. You dance so good.
the
Nick. I love
Maduro
your
thing
vibe."
was very unpopular, and he was all for it, and people were very upset at him, including a lot of his audience, because it's not just unwise.
But Amy, here's the thing. I've had some of it, like what I believe to be some of his audience members showing up here, and I told them, I said, like, yo, when it comes to South America, this guy's John Bolton. I've said that. I made videos about it. It was maybe it was a portion of a video, but it was brought up because he said it before. He has said these things before. And like, shut up! You don't even watch Nick, do you? You don't even fucking watch him, do you? And now he does this, and it's like, huh. But guess what? They run right back to him. I guess maybe the hate watch from now on, or I don't know what the fuck they're doing now. But it's like, it's just like, yeah.
I think
When it
part
comes
of
to
it
policy,
is
this
that-
guy is John Bolton. He's John fucking Bolton. Except on Israel. Everything else, he's John fucking Bolton.
Yeah.
And
And the thing is, like, I don't know how aware, like, he says he's like a John Mersheimer realist, but John Mersheimer himself is saying that diplomacy is very important, and it stands to reason whether John Mersheimer says it or not, but I think he does. In a nuclear age, it's good to have diplomacy and treaties and everything. So you don't want to act in a way that's just totally, okay, you do have this power, you can get away with it, but there's going to be consequences and costs. And one of which could be, nuclear escalation. It's just crazy. So, or the fact that no one trusts you in diplomacy to maintain into the future the nuclear things that Trump has been walking away from already. So it's very short-sighted. I mean, I feel like
You can
part
say
of people like
short-sighted
him
all
is
day and
reacting.
night, but come on, where's the Crisis King stuff? Where'd that go? Where is it? Does not seem to be present in when this guy fucking talks out loud. I'm sure he can quote scripture,
Well-
but that means fucking nothing when it comes to like actually practicing your heart out loud, right? Right?
Well, he would say that. I mean, he does say that politically or geopolitically is different than personal behavior.
Isn't that a dangerous idea, AB, in your purview? Okay. It's
Yeah.
almost like Antichrist style shit, isn't it? Isn't it? Rhetoric wise, not saying he is or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, rhetoric wise, isn't that like using God to say, "Come join me," but also say, "Yeah, let's go bomb Venezuela." Isn't
Right,
he
I
using
mean,
that?
this is what E.
Isn't that
Michael
some
Jones
devil
said.
worshiping shit? But God, sorry.
This is like you Michael Jones said. I mean, thou shalt not steal. What about that? Whatever. So, but
Yeah,
the
whatever.
point is, people have their opinions, and he's not the only one that think that on
So?
the international stage,
We're talking about him
right is
now.
right. And no, I know, but even if you ignore him, you have to defeat the argument that you know. So people just think everybody else acts like might is right on the international stage. So whatever you want to do, you're stuck with that. But that's where Mersheimer's position, I think, is more valid. That, well, yeah, you also have to consider what can be accomplished with other mechanisms that, and if it's win-wins, that's not bad, And he doesn't do that, but he's not, he's not the only one, and that's what I think is super dangerous.
Let me ask you something. What does Nick provide that? Once again, the information already aware of. His takes. Once again, John Bolton. As far as like his actual like, what do you do about this stuff? Is John Bolton at best? At best. So the only thing left I see is edgelord on the internet saying naughty words.
Whoa.
All I see is naughty words out loud.
If you're John Bolton and you don't support the Israel part, that's like most of our foreign policy. So that means no war in Iraq, no war on Libya, no war on Syria.
No. You can say that, but no. I know you want to like instantly assess that as like that's Israel's wars. No, fucking no.
Well,
are you kidding me?
He's not for those wars. He's not for those wars. So that's what I'm saying. So
no, he's for those wars, just not getting bogged down for 20 years. According to him. According to John Bolton's the same thing. Like, yeah, let's fucking run Saddam over and, implement our own fucking people in government there, our own like asset as government. That's John Bolton's fucking thing, right? Nick has the same fucking assessment. He's mad about being there for 20 years and that U.S. soldiers died, like Americans died. That's bad. Come on. He's fucking John Bolton. He is. Pause.
I'm pretty sure he's not that aware of 9/11 either. But anyway.
I'm sure he'll just repeat the phrase, like, it's Israel. I'm sure he'll do that and it'll work out for his audience, but...
I don't know. There is this huge... Do you know this guy, Barris, the People's Pundit? Do you know that guy?
No.
He's a pollster. So he's pretty interesting because he's very thoughtful and into all the details and looking at all the camps and the different kinds of political, pockets. But they're saying that he and his company and this other guy, Robert Barnes, they work together a lot. They're saying that, the MAGA is just done with any kind of foreign policy. They're just saying that you've been neglecting America for too long. And so that is a big part of the America First, I shouldn't say MAGA, I should say America First. And I think that's when Nick is getting ratioed by his own audience. That's what he's stepping over. He doesn't get it. Because he thinks if we can go in and win quickly and pull out, that it's a win, and yay us. And then he has this like kill or be killed video game mentality. So, well, if we don't steal for them, then they're gonna steal from
I need
us
you
or
to be my
whatever.
lawyer
It's
one
just
day.
very
I think
short-sighted.
if you heard this about anyone else, if I replaced Nick with Ben Shapiro, I think he'd be like, oh yeah, this guy's fucking sus. This guy's sus. He's full of shit. I think
but if you
he'd do
can't
that.
Tell me what his positions are, then what do you?
I just
you're
gave
wasting
you.
your time.
I just gave you his positions. Pause.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that.
Really?
He supported.
Have you not
Olympic-
heard Nick
he
say he's
supported
okay with what's the word? Imperialism. He's okay with that.
Is he-
He said that.
Well, I mean,
This is our half.
In fact, he said he's okay.
Yeah,
In fact, he said he's okay with Israel's imperialism as long as we're not paying for it. But he's okay with it.
well, that certainly would.
Did he change his?
curtail it
Did he
quite a
change his
bit.
mind? Did he change his mind on that one? I haven't heard it. Maybe you could provide that link to me where he changed. Like,
No,
yeah,
no,
hey,
I
you
mean,
know what? I
but-
was wrong about this. I changed my fucking mind. Let me fucking hear that one then.
Okay, but the thing is that there are people who think that to be safe in the world, you have to be powerful and you have to have deterrence, and so you have to be strong.
That's
you have to
John
do these
fucking Bolton. How do you not hear that? That's his rhetoric. That's the Trump
It is,
administration
except
rhetoric. It's the same thing.
Except he's doing it for Israel, and Nick's doing it for America. That's the difference.
Oh my
And there's a lot of right
God.
wingers.
No, it's just
There's a lot of
on Israel itself.
God.
John Bolton and Nick Fuentes are different. I'll give you that one. But when it comes to foreign
No,
policy
it's-
itself, they're right in line with each other. Like through and through, almost
No.
like almost 1-to-1.
Is John Bolton against the invasion of Iran and the destruction of Iran?
No, he's probably in favor of that.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like this whole Israel policy's been a huge chunk of our foreign policy. So
If you say it's all about Israel, then you're already misdiagnosing, in my opinion at least, you're already misdiagnosing the foreign policy aspect of all this, the geopolitics. You're missing out on it.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's more about the MIC than it is about Israel, because Israel's merely just a policy instrument of the military-industrial complex.
We pay Israel to pay Americans. Not us, not regular Americans, but like industry leaders in America. We pay Israel to go pay industrialists of America. Is that not true?
yeah, but Israel
Does Nick know that?
Israel owns our politicians. Israel
Oh,
gets people
okay.
like Cynthia McKinney kicked
Oh,
out.
all right.
You know, Cynthia McKinney wasn't driven out by AIPAC twice. Ask her.
She's probably driven out by also
And she-
U.S. fucking government members. Like, get her out of here. Just like Thomas
But they-
fucking Massey.
But they work together. That's the thing. That it's a military-industrial complex.
Yes,
that
they
works
do
for-
work together.
that is-
Thus,
They're-
if there is no
that's-
Israel, we're still invading fucking Iraq. With or without
No.
Israel, we're still gonna fuck those countries over to create our own fucking plant our own fucking flag there.
Yeah.
All things point to that, Amy. They do.
Well, it's a very good question. What would have happened in the wake of the fall of the Soviet Union, when there was supposed to be this great peace dividend, if the Israel lobby hadn't been so powerful? And I don't know. It's a good question. Didn't really do the experiment, but
It's like you think
Yeah.
like, come on, like Brzezinski, with fucking the Mujahideen and all his foreign policy. Like, come on. If you think those guys are like they're innocent bystanders that got blackmailed by someone, or do you think they're a part of it? I think they're a part of it, Amy. Personally,
yeah. But what I think is that our country got taken over by Jewish organized crime, and that slowly over time, and it got more and more powerful, and it's really powerful.
What about Italian
last
organized
10 years.
crime? That exists too within the
It just
government.
doesn't have the same
Irish
clout in
organized
the world.
crime. Like these things are also intertwined in our government. Come on.
Yeah, but they're not as powerful. They're not like you can say whatever you want about Ireland. You can say whatever you want about Italians. You can attack the church.
You can
do
say
all these
naughty
things.
words out loud versus like geo fucking politics, Amy. Come on.
No,
Come
the point is
on.
you can say those
We're keeping
things
the
and
oil.
nothing happens.
We're taking the oil.
Oh
We're
my
keeping
God.
the oil. We're keeping it.
No, you could say whatever you want about these other groups and nothing happens to you. They're not shaping our foreign policy. The Italians, the Irish, are they shaping our foreign policy? Really?
Some of them, yes.
Oh, who?
The
Give me
ones that
some
are in
names.
fucking power. Holy Christ.
Well, give me a name.
Trump's, was he German or something? Ancestry? Look at that. He's running fucking foreign policy here.
Trump's
Where's
dead,
Marco
but-
Rubio? Cuban? Running fucking foreign policy.
been
What else do you need?
Marco is Cuban.
Trump's been in bed with the Russian mafia, which is Jewish, for his whole career. That's what I
Oh
hear.
man,
I don't know.
Trump is Scottish.
So listen,
and
okay.
Marco-
Stephen Miller, right?
Trump's
Oh.
daughter married and converted to Judaism, and then some people say he's even converted. I don't know.
Okay, Stephen Miller, right? He's Jewish, right? Now, is Stephen Miller doing this on behalf of Israel because he's Jewish? Amy. Stephen Miller. He's Jewish,
No,
right?
what I think.
Hold on.
What I think.
He's Jewish. Is he doing this on behalf of Jewish people or Israel or something like that? What do you got?
Well, I think that there is a gang that is very influential that dominates the U.S. and that has enough money and power. And
I said
control
Stephen
over the
Miller,
media
though.
and academia.
Stephen Miller, though.
Well, I don't know personally. I don't know his policies too much.
What do you
or his
believe?
quotes.
Oh, you don't know him enough. Okay, fair enough.
Right.
Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner. When he works with the government, what do you think about him?
Yeah, I mean, I don't trust.
He's Jewish?
That his agenda.
Doing it on behalf of
America?
Jewish power or Jewish mafia shit, right?
He
He's
might be,
going
but
in the- he's going
I'm
in
really
the-
attracted to his wife. I really want to bed her, and
Okay, Harrison.
she's not
Got it,
replied to
Harrison.
any of my DMs.
Okay, Harrison. Got it. Good, Amy?
So
She's a very attractive lady.
Okay.
that's deep. So, I feel like the whole Abraham Accords was meant to ice out the Palestinians. And I think they were also, originally, the first meeting they went, Qatar was iced out. I think that was to pull them in to the agenda for Israel.
Okay.
There was a documentary by Al Jazeera, which is, it's not, I mean, it's subject to this government of Qatar, right? Whatever. I don't know exactly how much freedom they have, but it's, coming out of that country. And they did an undercover of the Israel lobby in the UK, and then they did one in the US, and then they never released the one in the US. And that was shortly before this whole thing where Kushner went over there and they sidelined Qatar in an earlier meeting, and eventually they bring them into the fold. So I think he was working for Israel to align all these Arab countries to abandon the Palestinians so they could ethnically cleanse and, make the adjustments they wanted. They want to get rid of the Palestinians of the West Bank into Jordan or wherever. They want to get rid of the Gazans.
It wouldn't
And
require
then,
that much work, but yeah, if they wanted to, they could just straight up just do that, which they did, right? They could just straight up do shit if you want.
And they want part of Lebanon, and they destabilize Syria. And they're not the only one who has interest in doing that in Syria, but still, I think they were the main one. And I think that they're very capable of getting their interests attended to in the United States, and anyone who tries to go against it gets slandered. And that's why this Holocaust thing ends up becoming so important, because it kind of goes back to this thing about the Holocaust, that everyone is emotionally manipulated by it. And obviously, crimes took place, a lot of evil things happened, a lot of discrimination and murder, but at the same time, it's unfortunately not that unique in Europe in that century or in human history. And so to have this one thing that is above all others, and then that's used to silence people, that takes a whole network, that takes a whole operation. And what I would argue is that there's a nationalism around Israel, Judaism, the Jewish ethnicity, and
like Marco
with
Rubio.
the Holocaust myth as an important myth of their identity that is used to get other Jews who aren't profiting from any of this or don't necessarily care about Israel to run cover for them anyway. Just like Americans get sucked into like, oh, well, Saddam Hussein gassed his own people, whatever. They get sucked into being, facilitators
Can I
of
ask
the
you this,
propaganda war
Amy?
for the U.S. What?
Can I ask you this? If Israel
Yep.
did not exist, do you think the characters that were involved in Iraq, do you think they're capable of doing what they did to Iraq without Israel's involvement at all? Is it possible?
I do, but I think their
Oh,
interests
okay.
would have been different.
Okay, what would
Yeah,
their
I
interest
mean,
be?
The same
That's
interest.
different. What would their interest be that's different?
I mean, we have two problems, okay? One problem is immorality, period. That, this idea of like America being founded on a very bad theology, a very weak form of Christianity, and that was, used
Your
to really
biases are
promote
oozing.
secularism that, allows abortion, right? Like, I think, is euthanasia already happening? I don't know. In some cases, I
Good.
think
But go ahead.
in some states,
Keep it moving. Yeah, go ahead.
all these things that are very evil and demonic, I would say. And so we have this very dehumanizing theology at the center of our society, and it's very difficult then to fight for principled things. So everything's fake, everything's phony. Everyone's just a grifter and a liar. And they say, "Oh, we're going to go save the women in Afghanistan." Well, that was, of course, a total lie. And, "Oh, we're going to bring democracy to Iraq." And, of course, that was a total lie. And most people probably didn't even believe it. But the point is, like, that you would even say it is embarrassing. And so, it's just a very hollowed out place and theologically weak, and that makes us vulnerable, and that's bad for us because one, we can't stop the wars on others, which is bad for others, but it's also bad for us because we can't have a society that serves and protects and looks after the common good, the good of the people that live here either. So it's like lose-lose. Okay,
Fair enough, but those guys wouldn't do that anyways. Right?
The particulars is that there was important Jewish influence in Britain and in the Puritans. They helped them take over England and kill the king. And then they, established here. And then, so they've been in communication from the ground floor, then working together to some degree. Important Jewish networks, especially around finance. And the slave trade was heavily dominated by Jews. And so, that participation has been here from the beginning. But in the last century, they were very effective at taking over the government, I think. I think they were involved in murdering John F. Kennedy because he was trying to control their nuclear aspirations and get their lobby to register as a foreign agent. They were very involved with these, the organized crime that, is understood to have shot him. And so, they bombed the Liberty and got away with it. And people were told not to talk about it. There's all these things that are just very anomalous that most Americans don't think would be possible because they do think we have certain principles.
That was friendly fire, and the pilot was a retard, and they admitted it.
That's not true. They told them to shut up. If it's friendly fire and the pirate was a retard, then we could talk about it. No, they were told to shut up about it, which is evil.
Yeah, and the pirate,
Lyndon Johnson was blackmailed too.
The pirate pilot,
or is he part of it?
He's never going to have a normal life. He's done. So
was Lyndon B. Johnson? Was he blackmailed, or was he just a part of it? But yeah, I'm part of the gangster shit. What do you think?
I think he had a mistress who was a honeypot lady. But he might have been willing.
Oh my god!
All the things we know the CIA for doing. You're telling me they can't get shit on those guys over there?
I'm telling you, a pilot is looking at boats and he's like, "We're bombing shit," and he gets the wrong signal and he hit the wrong boat. It happens. It doesn't happen so much today. Technology is better, so.
Okay, well.
Yeah, that's not what the witnesses say they experienced. Sorry, but whatever.
Yeah, I know. 30 people died.
Well, they claimed the flag was very obvious to see that this is a friendly.
It was beautiful weather.
Yeah.
And that they tried to come and finish off the survivors and things like that. And it was more than one pilot, so good luck. But keep trying.
Yeah, but you're thinking that all pilots are sane.
Don't let them troll you, Amy.
They're not.
I'm telling you right now.
You're going to have some retards in there. You're going to have some retarded pilots. I just posted a retard pilot the other day. He was a great one. He killed himself. It was awesome.
He's not making a horrendous point, but I'm telling you, overall, Amy, just be wearied before he gets you locked up in a discussion that someone is, oh my God, you're so pro-Israel. Don't
No,
go
it's
there with
because she's
Harrison.
trying to like shit on Jews, and I'm just saying right now, you have retard pilots in every nation that do crazy shit all the fucking time.
Yeah, so it wasn't an attack on our military. Okay, sure. So I think that in 9/11, that was an Israeli operation.
We don't know
with
that.
Insider. We pretty much do. And then
They were part of it,
Uh,
but it wasn't their
no,
full
we don't.
operation. There were many
Exactly.
different entities a part of it. I mean, you have Saudi Arabia, Turkey, the UK, France,
The
US, obviously.
The U.S. themselves, yeah.
France. I don't know too
Like,
much
how
about
do
the
you?
French.
How come all these different people in tandem working in regards to this potentially a part of this operation? Why is it zeroed in on Israel strictly?
Well,
I'm
they're
not
the
trying
ones who-
to wait, real quick. I'm not trying to absolve anyone of anything, but like, we can't just keep blame shifting all of America's biggest crimes, like and atrocities, onto like the Jews in Israel.
Okay.
Because it kind of
I
kills the
think that the
conversation
vision.
when that happens. But sorry, got
I think the vision is to take down the United States and have Israel take over as the world. It's Pax Judaica overwhelming Pax America. I think that
these
is the
fools
vision.
couldn't survive fucking Iran.
How can
Iran
they
was
do that when
fucking
they're a
them.
dependency?
Iran was
Yeah.
fucking them. They couldn't hold off Iran straight up. They couldn't.
Well, people have dreams. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. But what I'm saying is that there is a lot of power over the U.S. Sorry, I have to cough.
There's people in the U.S. that are, yes, I believe some of them are blackmailed. I think the overwhelming majority of people that are working in tandem with them are just working in tandem with them because they're also fucking goons. It's not, criminal behavior is not distinct to fucking Israel. I'm sorry. There's
No,
plenty
it's
of
not.
people
It's
around
not.
all these different countries that work together, do operations together, that do fucked up shit
Right. There's
all over the
there's lots
place.
of
So how is it
types of
how is
organized
it like we're
crime.
doing this wars for Israel? Like, doesn't make sense.
Because it's their agenda, it's their roadmap, it's their plan to.
They may be like,
to,
yo, this is the best way to go about that. Let's do things this way. Hey, you want some criminal shit done?
I mean,
let's
it
do it this
actually-
way. That makes
the-
more sense to me
the
than
Pekin
it's like straight up like we're blackmail. Let's do it. Let's do this for Israel. That one doesn't make sense to me
The clean,
geopolitically.
the clean break memo comes out of
Holy
an
day, Smith.
Israeli administration, and then we end up doing it.
That's
So,
from
I don't
George
know.
W. Bush. That's what the fuck? Just say it what it is. Don't say, well, yeah, George W. Bush, that means Israeli. That's the same as Dubster saying they're all Democrats. It's the same fucking thing.
No,
Yes, it is.
no, it's not.
Language-wise, it's the same thing. You're saying, like, well, those are just, don't worry, they're just Israelis. But you mean George W. Bush. You mean Paul Wolfowitz. Yes, am I tripping? The clean break? Am I tripping?
You are tripping.
What do you mean then? Name them.
I'm looking it up right now.
Oh, my God. You mean Wolfowitz, right?
Okay, a 1996 policy document prepared by a group of American neoconservative
PNAC?
strategists for Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. The report,
Okay.
authored by Richard Pearl, Douglas Faith, David Wormser, and others affiliated with the Institute for Advanced Strategic and Political Studies,
But Amy.
called for a radical shift in Israeli foreign policy away from the comprehensive peace approach, particularly the Oslo Accords, and towards a strategy based on balance of power, preemption, and regional dominance. And that's what we've been doing. So then 9/11 was
Amy.
the new Pearl Harbor that they needed.
If I take out
And we've been
Netanyahu's
doing-
name from that and give it an American name, you'd be like, well, it's actually behind that was actually an Israeli guy. I think you'd,
Well, okay,
I think you'd say
but
that.
This is
which
what I don't think you
wild.
appreciate. I mean, you can call me crazy, but
I don't think you're
the
crazy. I just think you're
takeover. No, the
silly.
takeover of America by an organized syndicate that promotes Jewish ethnic interests over America has happened. And that includes the State Department. I mean, look at our ambassador going to Israel and saying, I come here as a Jew. Well, I thought you were supposed to come there as an American. Okay?
Yeah, but they'll also kill Jewish people. We've seen it already.
Yeah. So will Israel if it serves their interests. Mafias
Yeah.
do that.
Which means
Big
what?
deal.
It's gangsters working with gangsters. Duh. Listen, if you don't think the U.S. has the apparatus of intelligence to fucking run through other countries and get intel on all of them, you're out of your fucking mind. They do have that
Well, what
capability,
I'm
and they
telling
fucking
you-
use it.
What I'm telling you is what we learned with 9/11 is that Israel has everything that we know, and they had
Okay?
all our phone records. Why? Why are they involved in all these things? We don't need them. We're pretty good at technology here without Israel. So why do they have to be in the middle of all these things like the metadata of phone records?
I'm
That's
saying
interesting.
the U.S. government and the people that occupy that shit would be doing the same devil-worshipping shit that Israel would do themselves.
Okay, fine. But I'm saying we have a reality that we face right now, and we need to look at the reality we face right now. And
Which
so
include, like, yes,
what we
diagnose
have-
it. Where's all the gangsters at? Name them. I bet a lot of them aren't even fucking Jewish at all. But you're gonna go that direction anyways, and that's what Nicky Boy fucking
Well, I mean,
does.
obviously Netanyahu, obviously the Kagans,
Obviously Trump.
you know,
Obviously fucking
no,
Marco
Trump, I mean,
Rubio,
Trump
John Bolton,
Trump
Mike
acted like he was
Pompeo,
gonna-
Barack Obama, Joe Biden, like Kamala Harris, like yeah, all those names too. Yeah, I agree. All those fucking
Barack
names are
Obama-
involved.
Barack Obama was an unwilling. I mean, he was
Unwilling? For what?
I think so. Yeah.
For what? For what exactly? What's he unwilling to do? Overthrow Libya?
He yeah. But when he tried to stop the settlements, he couldn't. And he did this press conference where he's like,
Oh, he tried.
there's
Okay.
how many lobbyists on Congress and only one little old me. And he didn't get a second term. And maybe that's why a lot of people think it is. So
Wait. What? Who didn't get a second term?
George Bush Sr.
Oh, yeah, because, yeah.
And then they learned the lesson. Oh, we play ball with these people. Then he
And
did
Obama
everything they
knew
wanted.
that was Obama's mindset. You know, Trump has spoke out
no.
about
His son.
Trump
His
and JD Vance talked about fucking, or Judy Vance talked about like the West Bank settlements. They said words out loud too. What happened? Were they doing
Well,
that as a way to
he
hide
was-
themselves of being actually owned by Israel the whole time? Is that the whole point?
You don't understand. He didn't
don't
say
understand.
words out loud. He restricted funding and said, we're not going to give the funding until you stop that. And then they went around him and got a veto override and they got their funding.
And
Israel's like brother eye, apparently.
I mean, they are the big dicks of the world. Apparently, they run
Well,
everything.
I mean, they run the U.S. is the point. That the U.S. isn't running
They
Israel.
don't,
Israel.
though.
They do, though.
Dude, the U.S.
I mean-
itself, right? The American population do not run the government, right? At all. And never been anywhere
right.
near it, right? Well, maybe
Well, they're
maybe the early
controlled.
days. Maybe the early days they had some say or a
Yeah.
little bit more swing.
Pretty much.
But either way, it's
Right,
like,
because of mass propaganda is meant to manipulate people, right?
well, it's worked the opposite way because people got they could have blocked all of it off the internet too if it's that deep of a cover up thing happening.
No, I'm talking about
They could have
starting
blocked the
from
internet
beginning
of
last-
what's happening in Gaza or what was happening in Gaza. I mean, still happening, but you know what I mean. They could have blocked all of that, couldn't they have? They didn't do that. Why not?
It couldn't at the time because it was largely coming from China.
No, I mean Twitter was fucking riddled with it. Let's be honest, riddled.
It was
Twitter was riddled
TikTok.
with fucking videos of fucking massacres happening.
before Musk bought it. I don't know. You tell me.
When Israel like really went on their full blown campaign, it took time,
Yeah,
but
I know.
yeah, it was fucking out there. Or was it not?
I don't know. I didn't join Twitter till after Musk.
Ah, shit. Fair enough.
And a lot of people were banned from the platform.
Mm-hmm. They were.
Oh.
It didn't work too
At
well
least-
for them. In fact, it emboldened the ideas that you claim to. Like, why are they allowing all of this, Amy? If the things that you claim to be about, the ideas you claim that you're saying are being like so suppressed or not allowed to be out there, they're gaining so much fucking traction. They've gained a lot of traction, a lot of it. within the years. That's why Nick is here right now, by the way. Or part of it, why he's here right now. It's because the
He's late.
Yeah,
the,
but then
the, the
why
disillusion in
are they,
regards to Israel, kind of, right? Their whole narrative got fucked.
It's 100%. It's absolutely true that it's different. It's a different discourse landscape than it was 2 years ago. But it's also they're losing a lot of young Jews, and so it does have to be discussed. I don't know.
Well, I'll say they're
And
losing.
maybe
They're
they
losing
thought they
Americans. That's what happened. They're losing a lot of Americans.
Yeah, they lost all the young people, Jewish and non-Jewish, really.
Yeah.
All the under 30s.
Yeah, young people in general in
Right.
America don't like what the fuck they're doing over there at all.
Right.
Even Hollywood,
And most of the world,
Hollywood got
frankly.
involved. Yeah, most people don't like it. Look at that. If we turn it into,
Yeah.
well, now we can really talk about Jewish mafia crime shit. You end up missing out. Like, wait a minute, these guys are doing this, and then the guys that are claiming to be the good guys, like the Trump administration or the Biden administration, these guys are funding it and helping it out. So thus they lost trust in those guys too, right? And it seems like from a faraway distance, it seems like their actions are more so about like their own personal gangsterism than it is about Jewish this or that. Straight up.
You know, Jordan, I think you should invite Cynthia McKinney on your show.
Okay. YellBro
Thank
Discord
you.
always open to anyone if they want to join up. I can't promise you won't rage
As a
quit.
special guest. She's not a real, not very rage-like.
I've heard some very nice sounding people run very harshly away, like leave like tire like burns on the ground. I ran so fucking far away because
From Cynthia McKinney.
No, not her. I'm just saying, like in general, some people.
Yeah.
Just from asking questions.
Yeah, I just think that you might not fully appreciate. Like, how come they got rid of? Like, how come they're doing this thing where you can't protest for Palestine on campuses? How did they get that to happen? How did they get rid of all the non-Jewish presidents of the 4 universities that were dragged in? 3 of them had non-Jewish presidents. They're all gone. The one Jewish president at MIT still there. How come? They
Well, I
pulled over
watched
the MIT protest.
Well, I watched the first Trump administration, like basically trying to force that to happen, right? In regards to federal funding and all that shit for schools.
Uh-huh.
I watched the Biden administration do
Yeah,
nothing
but
about
also
it. Then Trump came back and
Also,
went
the
extra
Congress,
aggressive.
the hearings. Like the hearings and all the pressure that they put on the universities. And
I mean, if you want to, when it comes to cultural influences, if you want to build a career of Nick Fuentes or Candace Owens, you do that. What we just saw, the events we
no,
saw
I'm
play
talking
out.
about like
That's what you do.
yeah, great. They can be that, but can they be ambassador? Like, so there used to be something called Arabists in the State Department. People who were very knowledgeable about the Arab world and knew the culture and the languages and the history and all that stuff. They got rid of all of them. Now they got rid of all the people who knew a lot about Russia. There used to be a lot of people that knew all about their culture. Like, if you want to talk to people and try to work things out and minimize conflict, like sometimes you might have to have conflict, but maybe you can minimize it and you're going to have a better chance if you have informed people, educated people who know about the culture and
yeah, that's
the
fair enough.
history
But
from their point.
I'm not dismissing the idea, the core idea that you're talking. I'm not dismissing. Well,
Well,
actually,
our country is
the
occupied
real core of the
by a group
idea.
of people
I'm not dismissing
that are
that.
putting their ethnic agenda above the rest of the country, and they've been able to get away with it. And part of it is because people are afraid to say anything because they don't want to get in trouble, and they will get in trouble. They will be punished if they talk about this. So
I think the normies doing this are being played for fools. But, once again, at the core of
No,
it,
I'm
I
talking
don't
about-
disagree that there is an influence from fucking other governments. Yes, That exists.
No, I'm talking about this thing where you're not allowed to say anything about Jews having influence in this country or criticizing Israel. It used to be. Now that's a little more tolerated. But you can't question the Holocaust or you're an evil person. This thought control thing is all the way through, baked all the way down to the local food co-op.
And why
the only
can't
food co-op
you?
in the country.
Why
Because
can't you?
of this mechanism of thought control that is enforced.
It's fucking people
the
doing
guy-
that to you butthead.
Yeah, Jewish people.
No,
leaning on their
regular
friends.
fucking people are like, ew, get the like Holocaust denial, get the fuck away from me.
Yeah, the media did it, and they control the
Oh, they're
media. They
poor
slander
tools.
the people.
So then you have the same problem I have then. The audience are a bunch of fucking dumb fucks. And guess what? If you replace the whole like, hey, you know, Israel has the right to exist, Holocaust is this, yada yada yada, right? If you have people conditioned like to like go in that direction, conditioning in the opposite direction is still fucked. Duh. I don't hear those fucking arguments from you, do I? I don't fucking hear those arguments. Right?
Well, how come Hollywood puts out a movie lionizing Larry Flint like a great hero for free speech for pushing porn?
Because he's a funny
Demonizing
character. They made it into Woody
David
Harrelson playing a
Irving.
funny character. That's why. It's entertaining
David
the people.
Irving.
That's why.
Well,
Duh.
entertaining, yeah. David Irving, entertain yourself to death. David Irving, a historian, is
Holy
smeared,
shit.
and this liar, plagiarist, slanderer.
Why'd they make the fucking
what's her
Matrix,
name?
Amy? Why'd that happen? Huh?
Predictive programming.
Fuck out of here. Exactly. You don't watch enough movies to even like argue this shit. So leave the whole movie shit out of this. You don't watch
Okay,
enough.
and then there was this other guy, Fred Leichter. He was really important in that trial of that Canadian guy that I told you about, Ernst Zundel, that Jewish lady got us all involved in and then slandered us in the local paper later, even though she's the one who told us to all do it.
Okay. Once again,
Anyway,
you can be correct, but you're so hyper focused, you're gonna find some shit. Guess what? If I hyper focus
well, I'm
on
just telling you
some
my experience.
other group
okay?
or some
So
other shit, I could do that to do the same
so
thing.
that guy, okay, but that's this group, and we're not allowed to talk about it. So this guy,
You're
he
talking
went and
about
got
it,
this-
you fuck. You're talking
Yeah,
about
and
it.
where did you learn the information from to talk about what you're talking about? Like,
court record.
were those people censored?
It's so
Was
hidden,
that
it must be
information
correct. Are you going that direction, Amy? It's so hidden, it must be correct? You're not doing that, right?
No, but,
Okay.
no, because you have to examine everything. But the point is,
True.
it's something that harder to come
Everything.
across than
I
other
agree.
things. Some things are people send DVDs to people. Some things are on the PBS News. Okay, there's this guy I met him, a filmmaker. He made a movie about refugees because he was into refugees for some reason. That whole issue in the whole world. So
What's
he
up,
went to
Jacko?
Palestine, and he
Hey, Curry. What's going on,
you know,
Joe?
he was commissioned. He was commissioned to make this movie. It's a really good movie. You should watch it. It's called People in the Land. And they pulled it. They didn't show the movie.
Amy, you know people do this with white supremacy. They do the same exact arguments you're doing, but they pick. Once again, if you fine tooth comb, look through things, you can like focus in a certain direction if you want to. You know that, right? Are they illegitimate now, or are they legit to you? What do you think?
Well,
So people
I'm just
say, like,
telling
well,
you.
look-
I
look,
saw what issues.
Every win I see is out. It's
saw-
white people out here winning over and over and over again. Maybe it's a conspiracy. Maybe they're purposely doing that. Maybe they're purposely subjugating other races to make sure that white guys, typically white straight men, win. Right? Isn't that a fucking ideology out there or a thought pattern? Right?
It doesn't matter. The fact is,
No, it
the
does
fact
matter,
is,
according to you.
There is a powerful influence that silences people, and people will tell you about it. Did you ever read Mershamer and Walt? The
There's
Jewish-
people saying
the
straight
Israel
white
body?
men have done the same thing. There's people claiming that, especially in movies. That's been a thing, right? In movies, people believe that in the world of film.
Okay,
When you say like,
This
oh my god, these
country-
Jewish guys and debauchery put in movies, like guess what? There's motherfuckers working the opposite direction. But you want that to be? Do you accept that as like good?
Well, Jews take credit for spearheading that industry. Sorry.
Well, those guys were actually running the fucking industry.
Yeah.
No, not those
Long
guys.
time-
The straight white guys were running the fucking industry.
Really?
Yes. When it comes to culturally, oh my dear lord.
Tell me. What are their names?
You ever heard of John Wayne? Ever heard of that guy? Was he a Jewish, pro super duper Jewish influencer? What was
Maybe.
he? What was he? Come on. I'm Genghis Khan, right? He's the Duke, the fucking cowboy. That's what was being promoted, right? Or no?
Yeah.
Midnight Die Hard. You know, Arnold, Schwarzenegger. Sylvester Stallone. Is it all about Judaism there? What's going on? What was that? What was that era of films? And guess what? They had a long run too. What was that?
No love for Peter Weller, Jordan. You wound me.
Shut up.
You're saying that they made. Oh, hold on.
Did they also
made
give you
movies-
strong white men as the main character in every fucking movie?
This is where you and I part ways, because your life is shaped by your learning through movies.
Oh my god. You said that through your fucking teeth, giggling as you said it.
Oh, but I should have.
This is not when it comes to maids, sorry. No. I love film. I do love the medium of film. But guess what? Some things fucking suck ass. Including boring fucking characters. And guess what happened? That same old archetype of the strong masculine leader guy, instead in 2016, wait, what was the movie? Bird Box? What year did that come out? That was a Netflix movie with Sandra Bullock, right?
2016, I think.
2016? They had the same character, but he was black instead. Same character, though. Same archetype of the strong masculine figure. Same thing, just change the skin tone around. People cried about it, but I'm just saying it's the same fucking thing. So I'm wondering to myself, what are people actually complaining about? It starts getting weird. It really does.
I think. Wait, real quick.
Yeah.
I think what. Oh my bad. I think what people, like really weird people in my opinion, but I think what people complain about in film is when someone's not exactly like them. I think that's what people complain about, like the most.
Which is already a sad thing. That's already
To be honest, yeah, true. But to be honest, it doesn't matter who is in the film. If it's a really good film, you can connect with anybody. It doesn't matter if it's like a woman, a white man, black man, gay person, whatever, Christian, Arab.
Yes. I agree. It's just, once again, people are not viewing things like that. Sorry, Amy. But it's like, it's like no one's like opening their eyes and looking. Instead, they're painting a fucking filter over everything. And it's like, it doesn't even like seem like reality at all. It doesn't seem that way.
Like if they don't look like me, talk like me, walk like me, they can't possibly have the same experience.
So
Come
all
from the
these
same walk of life.
Palestinians were targeted in the wake of 9/11. It took a few years, but they stripped their green cards or status, like Sami Al-Arian, Amr Jabral.
They were working right away, but
And-
yeah, propaganda-wise, they were working right
So
away.
I mean, these people, and then that recent guy who got targeted, and the Turkish lady, like for their speech for Israel, like we have people signing contracts that they won't criticize Israel if they want emergency relief funding, or they won't boycott Israel. Like all these crazy things. You had the governor of Florida go sign a bill 2 different times in Israel. That doesn't bother you? There's a difference here. It's not the same as every
But
other.
it's going to go
mafia.
back the same direction for you no matter what. That's the thing. If you bring
No,
up like
no.
hold on, because UAE, right? Was it UAE? UAE gave fucking like a plane or some shit to Trump, right? And all that stuff. Qataris, UAE, these kind of regional fucking leaders,
I think
right?
it was Qatar that did that, Jordan.
Either way, they're in friendship and partnerships with the United States government, right? But then the UAE also funds these RAF guys in fucking Sudan as they're massacring people. Now, where was that in Trump's fucking talking points? Where was it? it wasn't there, was it? Instead, Trump will say like, "Oh, the Christians in Nigeria, the Christians in Nigeria. I mean, oh my God, look what's happening over there."
Yeah,
Right?
no mention of the fact that most of the people that Boko Haram kill are just other Muslims.
I mean, Turkey. Israel talks a lot of shit about Turkey. Trump will defend Turkey. He defends them. Erdogan, he's a good leader. He's a good guy. Right? Saudi Arabia committing genocide in Yemen. Guess what? Protected by Trump. Protected by him. Like, blatantly protected by him. So I'm like, these guys are gangsters working together instead of, I guess maybe all of that was for Israel somehow, I guess.
Basically, any one of those countries, if they cross Israel, then they're going to be in big trouble. But as long as they play ball with
Turkey
Israel,
talks
they're
a
fine.
lot
If
of
they
shit
cross
about Israel back. So, like, why is Trump
cross
defending
Israel,
Turkey?
they'll be taken out. Because they work with Israel. They sell, they trade with them, all kinds of stuff. And, you know, Egypt was the Camp David Accords or whatever.
You
So they were
ever...
bought out to...
Okay.
We pay Egypt every year to be in peace with
And
Israel.
Jordan. Yeah. But
Yep.
you ever consider the idea that maybe it's the idea that the U.S. is like, hey, these are our whipping boys, and thus shut the fuck up about them. Let them be what they're doing because they will be our little flagpole in your region.
Did I ever consider that they are the scapegoat for just doing what the U.S. wanted to do anyway, and now they can blame it all on Israel? Well, that's exactly what our good friend Noam Chomsky said, and he happened to be friends with Epstein. That's a little suspicious.
You did a leap there, but
He
fair
happened
enough.
to say, he said after 9/11 that things are better than ever. I was very confused because I thought they were kind of worse. He said before 9/11 he would never tell anyone who to vote for, but after 9/11 suddenly he did. You know, very interesting guy. He said that.
Okay. So?
And Finkelstein used to say that. And you know who would argue with them was, well, he was spied on by the ADL. What's that guy's name? Jeff Blankford. Ever listen to him? He would, and Allison Weir, they would debate these guys.
Okay, because
When they
Noam
could.
Chomsky to you is weird. That means what I just said is also wrong now.
Well, I think it was always a con. I think he's an agent, and I think it was a con, and I think he was dishonest, and I think he was there on purpose to divert sincere people. And, you know, you had people coming from a lot of different countries in a place like MIT, sharp people, and he's reining it all in and gatekeeping. So,
Okay.
yeah,
Let's
that's
look
what I
at
think.
okay, let's look at blatantly full of shit, corrupt things. They blow up boats in the middle of the ocean, right? Is that on behalf of Israel? Go ahead.
Well, I don't know about that.
What? But those are corrupt things.
Well, that
They
country...
need Israel to give them the
Oh my
go
God.
ahead to do so. So what is it?
So every country in the Middle East that works with Israel is fine, and everyone that doesn't gets erased. So how do you know they're not going to do that?
You sure about
in
that?
our
Because you can make
hemisphere?
the same argument for if you work with the U.S., you're good. If you don't, you're erased. The same logic applies there as well. That's what I'm trying to like figure out what the fuck you're fucking saying, honestly. But go ahead.
Well, I mean, all I know is I think it's true that there was these 7 countries they wanted to take out, and that came from the Israel lobby. Leslie Clark
Came from the Trump administration, or sorry, not Trump, Bush administration, right?
Yeah, who
Might as
was
well be the
running
Bush
his foreign
administration.
policy?
The future Bush administration came from there, right?
Oh, that was after 9/11.
No, you're saying the clean
It was
break,
the
right? Which is before Bush was in office.
Yeah, that's
right?
before, but the people who came up with that 7-country list after 9/11 were in the
Okay.
special operation, whatever, that little cutout neocon thing that they're Israel First crowd.
But the same logic of it applies to Israel applies to the U.S. as well, as far as the characters that we're talking about. It could apply to them as well as like their fucking
Okay, there's just a
volition.
lot of people who will object to that claim and have another point of view.
Fair enough, but let's go to Venezuela then. What was the point there?
Well, I mean, that government is pro-Palestine.
Because they're pro-Palestine, let's overthrow them, is your idea.
I'm just saying that's a data point. I don't think that's the whole thing there, but I do wonder about, like, why did Malay, the first stop, what was the first stop after he got elected? Remember?
I assume you're going to say Israel.
No, it was actually the Chabad in New York. Pretty weird.
Same thing.
Pretty
According to
specific.
your ideas, I think. Probably the same thing, right?
Well, it's his idea, apparently.
Okay. The
So,
point?
I don't know. I mean,
that Malay is not fucking Venezuela, so
no,
where are you going with that?
He'll be fine. That's the point. So that's my argument. Are they bringing that same model of, whatever? Yeah, it's BRICS. It's true. It's more complicated than that. But
okay.
The remaking of the Middle East has been a multi-trillion-dollar policy, slaughtering millions, and it's been for Israel, primarily.
It's hard for, once again, you're mistaking the government as supposed to be working for the fucking people. As in the U.S. government. Like when you say, like, oh, they're not doing it for Americans, it must be for Israel. Like, no, they could be doing it for themselves, along with people that are doing it for themselves in fucking Israel.
But
Same thing.
I see multinationals.
I agree. It's not for the Israeli people. I'll give you that.
It's not for American people.
Agenda.
So, like,
it's not.
Right. So then the people in Israel, the government in Israel that are not working on behalf of the Israeli people, what do you call them? Who are they working for? Who are they working for?
I think it's a little gang, and they use people. They don't care about any people.
Oh,
but they use people.
I agree.
Just like the Americans.
Guess what?
But
I think there's Americans that do the same fucking thing. They don't care about the fucking people. They do it for themselves.
Morality. It's about the most powerful group doing it, and we're not allowed to talk about it.
Or you're just fucking wrong. You ever consider that? You might be just fucking wrong. As in, it doesn't matter what fucking nations. Are you part of our team or not? If you are, we help you. If you're not, go fuck yourselves.
There is a global criminal thing, but there's also an Israel agenda that is using Israel as a base to set up something, certainly to dominate the region. I think Netanyahu just said that today, by the way, big surprise.
Okay. I don't understand why it's like seemingly like extra important. It's like Nick skipping over underage or even quote unquote overage girls being trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein. He skipped over that to be like, no, it's about Israel. Blackmail in Israel. The same fucking thing. Like, isn't that supposed to be like a problem itself? Trafficking people? Isn't that a problem? Right?
Yes,
it's like
but
skipping
so
over
is
it.
Blackmailing people. It's more complicated than just trafficking.
I agree. It's all bad.
The whole thing.
I agree. That's all bad.
And so that's the whole point, is that our
No,
country
his
is
point was to
compromised,
skip over that.
Well, I mean, whatever. But the leaders of our society are compromised, and if they're not, they get mercilessly attacked, killed, and pushed out.
But you're saying, like, okay, the thing that you're implying that really irks me the most is that you're implying that they wouldn't just do these horrendous things on their own. I think they would. That make sense? I think they'd do those horrendous things for their own advantage. I think they would do that. Because I think these people are pathological.
Yeah, I mean,
but you're saying, like, no, they wouldn't do it unless the fucking Israel lobby blackmailed them. Or paid them enough.
Well, there's some things that they wouldn't do, and some things they would do. Let's put it that way.
Like what?
I think there's a lot of
Don't just say that. Like what?
Yeah, like to their own population they wouldn't do. Like,
oh, come on, dude. These fools would kill fucking Americans for free. For fucking free. They would.
Yeah, you never needed to blackmail America to do anything bad. Like, that's not necessary, to be honest.
It's not even a.
If it wasn't
didn't
Israel,
say-
it would be somebody else.
That's not.
It's not even
That
a
wasn't
they
the
as
point.
in government. It's like individuals that have a pathology, dude. There's motherfuckers that would let nukes off and experiment on their own fucking soldiers. That has happened in America, right? Now, how is that
Well, I
any
still
less
think-
criminal than the things we've seen around the world? Right?
I still think that there's a difference between having a foreign elite and a domestic elite running your society. I think there is a qualitative difference. I think it is safer to have your own people. Like, people said Saddam Hussein. Well, I think his people are better off with him than the U.S. deciding somebody and taking over, because at least he lives there. At least his kids are living there and eating the food there. And he's not going to put depleted uranium all over the country. And he didn't. He did maybe gas some people. I don't know.
But it's not outside the realms of what that guy might do for the sake of, like, oh,
But
these
that's not
guys
the
might work
point.
with me. So you know what? I'll do what the fuck. I'll work with them on this one. Like, why is that so outside of the realm of possibility for you? That's what I'm trying to question here.
I'm not saying it isn't, but what I'm saying is what we face now is an illusion that we go and vote for people and they get to do what they think their conscience tells them to do, and that people are manipulated and controlled all the way down to the local level, even
Sure.
for school board and things. I think it's my experience.
Sure, but like, once again, if I erase Israel, these fools are still doing some fucking dirt against Americans and against the rest of the world. They're still doing that
There
dirt.
is a Jewish ethnic domination of our culture, whether Israel exists or not. That's going on. It is.
I'm
It
trying to
exists.
like
And that's
where? What do you mean exactly? In culture? What do you mean?
in the schools, in the media.
How so?
I mean, that's why
How so?
Ben Shapiro can be on YouTube and E. Michael Jones can't. That's
Oh
why
my
Sidney McKinney has to-
fucking YouTube! Oh, come on, dude. Giving Ben a microphone is him burying himself, and it's pretty fucking obvious at this point. He's burying himself. How
the
is he
fact
shifting
is that
culture
he-
at all? How is he doing that? I want to know that one. What's he doing?
The fact is that they shifted the culture, and so that, as a result, means people don't see Ben as hateful. It's like, oh, well, he has a hardline position. And then E. Michael Jones, who's just talking about theology and saying, these ideas that he gets immediately categorized as racist when he's not. He's talking about theology and theological differences and having a culture based on a better theology. That's what he's talking about.
So Trump, say the Trump phenomenon, right? It used a talking point to push people away from mainstream, right? Fake news, all that shit, right? And all the subjugation the deplatforming and all that shit on social media accounts. That was part of the phenomenon, right? And he said, "Fuck that, go away from that. Find someone who's like, if they get banned, they're real, right?" That whole culturalistic thing like pushed them in a different direction than like just follow the mainstream, right? So you're saying that quote unquote Jewish mafia guys push Trump to push people away from the mainstream and back towards unknown characters on the internet somewhere. Is that what you're saying? Because that was a push, right? It wasn't a out of nowhere stuff. It was like actually pushed, right? I love WikiLeaks. It was actually fucking pushed, right? Amy? Or no?
Well, he lies and he uses things and momentum, but
I guess it
he
worked too
wants
well.
freedom of speech. I mean, look at his platform. He censors everyone he doesn't like. So, I mean, he doesn't believe in principles. Look what he's doing to the universities.
I
doesn't believe in
agree.
the principle
He
of
doesn't
free
believe in
speech.
principles, but yet he pushed
But
people
other
towards
people-
this fucking idiot on my screen right now. He did.
Well, I mean,
Come
I don't
on.
think he would like to take credit for that, but I mean, so what? Someone who says something correct and somebody else says that correct thing, like, if you're going to turn away from something, that doesn't say where you're going to go. There's a lot of places to go. That's the whole thing with
Why-
like feminism being stupid.
Well, why
Feminism is
push?
stupid, but that doesn't mean you go to Andrew Tate, multiple wives, polygamy bullshit,
But why
Right.
why push that in the
Feminism's
first
umbrella,
place?
Amy. You're going to need to narrow that down for me.
Well, it's like why push that? Why push it in the first place? Why push the kind of, as Nick would say, iconoclastic characters to the side? Why do that in the first place?
That's the only
If you're-
way.
why would
Trump
you?
wins.
Sorry. Why would you push them in that direction in the first place?
That's the only
Wouldn't
way
you just
Trump
keep them
wins.
quiet? Really?
No,
Really?
he can't win. How does Trump win? How does he distinguish himself from this packed field of Republicans?
By shitting on them in the fucking debates and then claim he's going to clean up corruption, which would appeal to the average fucking person. Duh.
Yeah. Then 4 years came and went. He didn't drain anything out of the swamp. He bathed in it. He is the swamp.
And then
He-
Biden's not a bad
He was
help for a
always the
second
swamp.
term. Biden is not a bad. He's a good representative to help you out in your campaign the following season, right? Following campaign season. Biden was a great marketing fucking tool, right?
Yeah, I don't think that Trump wins without pointing out some key things. And like he said, he was not going to take
Rhetoric,
the
yeah.
money. He said all these things. He just lied.
Yeah, rhetoric for sure.
But I
But
mean,
he's
these
already
are
he's
important
pointing.
things. Like he said
He's
he said
pointing
he wasn't
towards.
going to take the Jewish money. Jew money, if you want to call it that. He said that.
He was pushing towards people that you say are being suppressed. He's pushed towards, like, narrative wise, rhetoric wise. He pointed towards them, right? Why would he give them even like a inkling of a fucking platform if the point is to suppress them? Why would he give them room like that? That's what I'm asking. Why? Like,
Because for him personally, to get personal power, that was his path to do it.
so now it's personal. I thought he was blackmailed or owned by Israel or some shit like that. Is that not the case?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he was at the beginning, but he certainly is now. He had all that lawfare. We don't know if
He did policies.
threatened or
He did policies
did.
that are quite predictable for the U.S. president. Quite predictable. Very, very much so predictable. He just followed through with what people were already
Well, he
fucking
took
doing.
all their money. He said he wasn't going to take it, and then he took it, right?
He took, Mary Adelson's fucking money. Got it.
Right, and they tried to cancel him with the grab him by the pussy, and he. I mean, that's partly why he had to say fake news and stuff, right?
But wouldn't that be like, if he had controllers and handlers, they'd be like, yo, don't do that. Leave that alone. Don't push that narrative.
I really want to know if people. Well, they had that tape that they released. It's too late. He already said it, but
Oh,
but
come on.
that was that's what he was successful at. He came back fighting, and that's what people liked. That there's these cheap tactics, and then he comes fighting, and then he looks like he's not gonna put up with all of this manipulation. And I think people were very tired of it.
Wouldn't he squash
of
this a lot easier? Like, he's still saying to this day, you say, like, oh, who are you? NBC's? Yeah, fake news. Who are you? ABC? Yeah, fake news. He still does that. He still does it to this very day.
I know. And it's still true.
Who is
It's
he
more
pushing
true
him-
than ever. They just put
Who is he
Barry,
pushing people towards
Barry
then?
White's in charge of CBS. I mean, what does she know?
True, but if you look
And then
at
she gets to interview.
but if you
Eric
look at it
Church.
as-
how's that for?
but if you look at it as gangsters working with gangsters, it makes a lot more sense. As in Larry Ellison and an involvement with the Trump administration, that makes a lot more sense than straight up like, oh, it's Israel, right? That seems like silly, actually, to go that direction.
Really, Israel is a project of a certain gangster group. That's all. It's their get out of jail free card. It's their.
Oh, I agree.
fort,
It's a
their
project.
hideout.
Oh, I agree. It's well.
It's not the same.
When Iran's bombing you, apparently Greece is a fucking hideout for Netanyahu. Apparently, that's his real hideout spot. When things go bad in Israel, he'll go right to Greece, right, and hide out over there and green screen himself from his office, quote unquote office. It's a fucking green screen.
I'll say
You
it
can
again.
Smell it a mile away, but maybe
If it wasn't
similar.
if it wasn't Israel, it would be something else.
Yeah, I mean, well, they do the same things on behalf of Saudi Arabia, where for some reason they'll just tie back to Israel to say, oh, well, Saudi Arabia is owned by Israel too, and that's why they're doing this for Saudi Arabia. And I'm like, wait a minute. Then when I bring up Venezuela, I get a lot of crickets, I think. I'm still curious about that one, Amy. What is the Venezuela thing? What is that?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm less educated about Venezuela because I've been protesting Iraq, Palestine.
Fair enough.
Well,
There is some
I did-
Israeli stuff in regards to South America. It's just It's like when you hear people like Nick
Definitely.
Fuentes bringing it up, and it ends up becoming like it's almost like he muddied the fucking topic. When there is some legitimate things to bring up in regards to Israel and involvement in South America, there's some worthy things worth looking at. It gets like left behind because, oh my God, Israel, but this action over here in South America, fucking awesome. We lost no one. They killed 80 people allegedly, right? But they don't.
Nick,
They don't fucking
I mean,
matter.
He's not like precise. He's not interested in
He's a
giving
fucking
very
he's an
accurate
idiot.
picture.
He's an idiot, and I think he's full of shit. I think he's guiding people in the wrong direction off maybe his own ego, maybe his own influence, maybe on behalf of someone else.
I think it's purposeful.
But either way,
and that's not to say Nick's some kind of fucking mastermind. He's just clever enough to be dangerous.
No, I think he subverts quite a bit. I think he subverts quite a bit, Joe.
Yeah.
I think he does. For whatever reason,
he's just clever enough to be dangerous.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be for a government or whatever the fuck. But I think he definitely subverts.
Yeah, I don't think you guys realize the kind of the way that young men feel like completely crushed.
In this direction? Come on, man. They have Eckhart Tolle. They could find some fucking fool out there and have some sort of self-help thing.
It's not just young men, Amy. I think it's just people in general. I think people feel pretty
young
crushed.
men in particular, young white men in particular.
I don't buy it.
They do.
I don't buy it. I think it's people in general.
I want to hear what do you mean by that, Amy? Young white men, you're saying attract to Nick Fuentes? Okay.
Yeah, because he
why?
is standing up to the ways that they're demonized as, toxic masculinity.
To who? To Star Wars movies? To who? It's like their actual excuse would be Star Wars movies, right?
No, in their classroom experience, in their college experience, in their political communities, everywhere they go, it's like.
But what's the argument? What's their argument that's being like, pushed away? What are they so caring about that they're like, oh my God, you're fucking trying to dismiss me? What are they seeing? What is the idea?
Tell us.
What is the idea there?
One idea is that feminism is bad for society, demographics.
But that's a lame argument. That's lame, Amy. I mean, like them as like existentially, what is their thing that they're driving for that they're missing out on, or that they're being subverted on?
Well,
in regards
because of feminism being accepted as an inherent good, unquestionable, it makes it something that you can't.
What does that mean,
Amy? Feminism is an umbrella, all right?
I know.
So,
I was probably feminist.
What part of the umbrella?
Well, this whole idea that women and men, especially lately, it got more extreme, where people, looking at, they're not 50% of women in this, and using, forced mechanisms.
You dare bring up Gamergate? I'm gonna freak out. But go ahead.
Hiring practices, things like that. So that's
You're not
very corrupt.
That's a stereotype, Amy. Wait. You're telling me they're running into a stereotype, essentially, of like they're not hiring me because they want more women around, or they want more minorities around, or they want more gay people around. It's kind of a stereotype, isn't it?
That they feel that they're devalued and they're treated like.
What does devalued mean in their minds? What does devalued mean as far as your best guess of their minds?
Apply.
What?
Like that they're not they don't have the same opportunities for scholarships, for application to college, for jobs.
Are they seeing that? Are they actually seeing that, or are they just like, "Hey, this guy's saying that, so let me just buy into it"? You can bring up stats all you want, but like, are they actually seeing that in their lives, or is it like actually just like, "Hey, this guy told me a stat online, so thus I'm going with that"? Is that what's happening?
You're breaking up. Is it just me?
I'm sorry. Let me say it again. Are they saying like, is it actually like their actual life, like applicable to their fucking life, or is it like this guy hey, I didn't get that job, and this guy online brought this up, so thus that must be the case, right? I'm good, but they didn't hire me, so thus it must be something fucked up happening in the background. Is that possibly what's happening, or possibly part of what's happening in certain cases?
Well, it's a lot of things all at once. It includes the movies and how suddenly every hero had to be a woman and all that kind of stuff.
But
And the whole-
but don't do movies. Don't do movies because there is a long decades and decades and decades. I just brought it up earlier from John Wayne to fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger, towards like they have to be a certain archetype, right? Then they switched the archetype to same archetype, but it's a black guy instead, and people got pissed off about it. All of a sudden, I'm like, wait a minute, it's the same fucking character. But I'm just saying, like that. It's like, what is that? Like, is that where you're going? Is that phenomenon right there, where it's like I feel less
well,
valued
then they
because
made it all like women. They have all these movies that act like women are just as strong as men, and it's just
if you're a Slayer like Buffy,
ridiculous.
yeah, if you're a Slayer like Buffy, you're
Oh my
stronger than
God.
men.
Exactly.
But that's
And
the '90s, though.
so there's this thing that because women and men are both supposed to work now, a lot of times
Against Neville and
women
Ripley.
are making, or a lot of women don't want to marry someone making less than them. A lot of
Oh my God, you're in the manosphere. Got it. Idiocracy made fun of that too, of like the two smart couples. They're so smart couple that they don't have any kids, right? They make fun of it. But those same guys are also
Doesn't the
making
guy
art
die?
that. Yes, but the
Doesn't he die before they have kids?
something like that. Meanwhile, the butthead just banging every girl he gets in front of, right? Producing kids. But that guy, Mike Judge, would be like in the quote unquote lefty sphere of things. So like they're kind of getting both things. Maybe they're hyper focused on one thing, like hyper focused on like what is trying to make me look bad. By the way, they identify as white straight male instead of like Bob or Mike or Johnny, right? They actually like exclude themselves from their own experience.
Really
Hold on.
I think
They exclude themselves from their own fucking experience, right? Then they're mad that someone that looks like them, a little bit look like them. They're mad that they're like taking those characters and going in different directions than what they're used to, right? Different than John Wayne, right? Or John McClane and fucking Die Hard, right? Like that can't. If they're doing that, like that's where the problem is. It's not about the fucking art. It's about their perspective at looking at the art. They're not getting anything actually from it.
That it's an agenda. That's what it feels.
It's not
like.
a fucking
it's
agenda. Holy Christ!
Well, it feels like it is.
I don't think
because
it is.
suddenly
I don't think it
Amy.
is.
it's like, oh, it has to be like
Amy,
this.
there is an agenda, and the agenda is to put as many asses in theater seats as possible.
Yeah, and
That's
they
it.
follow fads, and they're not necessarily causing it, but they're going to follow the fads, and so there's fads in the culture and the academia and everything.
That's why you make separations
And
between
then when Obama
who means it or who doesn't. Why you do that, Amy? You make separations between who means it and who doesn't. You try your best to guess that. If they're not doing that and they're only
my
looking
God,
for
I'm
fucking
not, like-
skin deep shit, then they're the fucking idiots. They're the dumb ones. Not fucking artists. Go ahead.
Well, the whole society is saying that they're less valuable, and in fact, it's
No.
really in your face when
Where the fuck is that happening? I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't understand, man. If they take the same archetype but make them black, are they saying like, well, that means white people are less valuable? White men are less valuable now. Is that what they're saying? Or are they just changing the fucking skin color of a fucking character? Holy Christ. The same fucking character. Just a little different skin, different looking.
What if it's a woman though?
Like what?
Like G.I. Jane or whatever? I didn't see.
G.I. Jane? That
Oh my
was written
God.
for that's
Please.
written for her. That's the character they made. Why can't they have that character? It's like you want John Waynes everywhere? That'd be boring. It's stupid.
No, but like
so
women.
if somebody's like Greek versus like German, like nobody says nothing, but if they're different color, like, well, why is it like, I don't get it. Like I
Holy
don't really
Christ.
get why there's distinctions like that.
We should leave movies
think
alone
of it
right
this
now. I
way.
do way too much.
You know that movie Commando with Arnold Schwarzenegger? Does
Yes.
anybody remember this story for Commando?
I don't remember
No.
Commando at all.
The only thing that
What?
'cause the story's not important for Commando. The whole point of that movie is here's Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he's gonna blow up a bunch of shit and shoot people.
Exactly. Just blow stuff up.
Yeah.
Machine
Okay.
gun. Is that the one where he saves his daughter?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
That might be True Lies, maybe. Whatever.
No, it was Commando.
Okay. He saves
So
his daughter
someone
in True
kidnaps
Lies
his daughter,
too.
right? See, exactly. No one remembers this.
It's the same as all
Proof
50
joke.
other Arnold
Action.
fucking movies. It's the same
Yeah.
fucking concept.
Yeah, it's not news. It's not fucking. It's not news. It's a showcase movie.
Like,
We're
but
gonna fucking showcase how cool Arnold is.
but Amy, you can
That's
understand someone being like, "Hey, listen, this is always like a, straight white man guy character. Let me change their skin tone and their background around a little bit." How is that such a crazy concept? Like, yeah, that would happen for sure. Does it make it
Well, I
good?
think-
No, but like, why are these little kids butthurt about that? It's like it makes sense. As much as they want to be represented,
sure a
someone
lot
else
of
wants to be
people-
represented too when it comes to aesthetics.
I think a lot
It's
of
still
people
stupid.
like Bruce Lee and Samuel Jackson and stuff, but there's a difference when you are changing the gender roles, and then the other thing is the gay thing, where giving people extra consideration for being gay.
Well, the blacks
Extra
should feel real
consideration?
represented with the gay
Give me an example
gay
of that.
community because they are the gayest consistently, statistically.
Spell gayest. Anyways,
Jordan.
good luck. Anyways,
Try again.
Have you seen Jesus? Like, looks different in different countries.
Yes.
no, what I'm trying to understand, like, give me an example of what you're talking about,
Doesn't
because
bother me.
I don't see how. I need an example because you're telling me like these guys are so butthurt about cultural things changing around a little bit, like not even like a big deal. Like the archetypes are the same archetypes, like same characters basically, but they're not looking like them, so that's why they have room to be butthurt like this. I mean, I get it, but like, still, it's kind of
No, I
lame
think
of a
you're
thing to
latching
do.
on this one thing. It's like a whole thing, like the whole like Black Lives Matter,
Oh, come
DEI thing.
Yes, they're being tricked to like tag those things in with each other. Yeah, sure. They're attacking
then,
you.
Like
They're
this
attacking you.
idea, like you're a better person and you deserve more opportunities for being gay. Well, that's a sin in my book. So why does that make you a better person or more qualified?
It doesn't. But can't they figure that out? Why do they need to like reverse it to another fucking style of things? Get rid of the gay character, replace him with a straight character. Why is that needed to happen?
Like for a job or
But
for an
they
award
did.
or something.
I'm saying, like,
It's like this idea like,
in general, why do they need that to happen?
guys-
Like,
like
You're
if they're
acting
gay,
like
they're-
it's not true that white men are oppressed at this point in fucking history. That's interesting.
in history, from what year?
You're like you're denying the current
What year?
of
Give me
things
the
that is
year.
last 20 fucking years.
As opposed to, what's the other timeline? How many years is the other timeline?
What are you talking about?
You said last 20 years. What's before the 20 years?
Oh well, I mean it's gradually been occurring, but I would just
Since
you asked
when?
for a year.
Since when?
20
Who are
years. I
white men
just
oppressed
fucking
by?
told you.
Okay, since 20 years ago. Before 20 years ago, what was happening?
it was still building.
It was degrading anyway.
Who
Towards
are
white
white men
people.
oppressed by?
Well, you don't.
That's my question.
No, I'm
Yeah,
talking
that's-
about like demonized, played like they're not worth anything. If you don't know it, you don't know it. That's fine. Just admit you don't know what
No,
the
this
fuck we're
isn't-
talking about.
Well,
This
we're
isn't
not
me
talking
saying
about
white men
feelings,
aren't
right? We're
oppressed.
talking about
In what
See,
form or
I looked it
fashion?
up.
What is the version of oppression that you're talking about? Go ahead. Go ahead, Dubster. What's the version of oppression you're talking about? Like, can you give me like a detailed?
I'll give you an
version?
example. I'll give you
Yeah.
an example.
Go.
Boeing hiring rates changed based on race versus hiring on quality of worker. And that occurred
shouldn't happen.
not just Boeing, it was
Affirmative action?
all
What are you talking
around.
about? Affirmative action.
which affected white people the most because we are the highest qualified because we have the biggest brains.
Whoa.
Oh, God.
So you mean like affirmative action, right? And
Yeah, and when affirmative action started, the 60s.
okay, so before the 60s, what happened? Is more
What?
so before the 60s is like you're hired based on your merit. After the 60s, you're hired based on race, which is not white.
Well, I mean, it creeped in. It wasn't all at once.
Oh, they're creeping in. Okay.
It was.
And that was all
it
based on
was-
before then. It was all based on
It
merit,
was.
right?
It was
Before there,
demonizing
you couldn't
civil
be hired
rights.
because of race.
It was
Like,
all
you
it was
couldn't
all
be
based on
hired at all.
merit, right? Beforehand, it was all based on
It
merit,
was.
and
It was
then
It was demonizing civil rights. It was like being a bastardization of civil rights.
no, I'm
Undermined
trying to find out the time.
underhanded.
I'm trying to find out your golden period of where it's based on strictly merit. What time period is that for you?
Well, like that's the go-to, right?
No, I'm asking you like a time period, not the go-to. Like, well, I guess your go-to.
I have a need. I have a need for this to be done. I'm gonna hire the best person who can do it, and if they're not gonna do it, then I need to hire somebody that's gonna do it. And if they keep showing up for most jobs, that's enough.
I'm trying to find out your time period where it's like strictly hiring by merit. I'm trying to find that out right now. What do you got?
Historically, forever.
Forever until the 60s?
The Irish would like to have a word with you. Early last century, Dubster.
I think you said forever until the 60s.
What were the Irish? What were the Irish?
Yeah, run away. Run away.
The best
Hey,
at?
run for your life.
Run away.
Yeah, run for your life, dude.
Well, I'm asking a
Like, do you
question.
believe what you're
When
saying?
were
Yeah,
the-
no,
what were the Irish the best at? Growing potatoes?
It's kind of like he's trolling.
away.
Anyways, Amy, let's go back to Amy.
Run
'cause
away.
Dubster's just she's trolling now. Unfortunately. Well, this video is so fucked again. So
Yeah, I mean, I
fucked.
think it's
Certainly
fair
not
to
being
say.
serious.
I think that young men felt very persecuted, especially when Obama came in. I think it was Obama. They started doing
Oh my God.
the
Help me.
the
This is just
Title
so, it's like
IX.
boilerplate, like right wing, like just drivel. I'm sorry. It's boring.
There's
Do you have
no
anything
merit
else?
to it. Not a single bit of merit to it.
Yep, they didn't persecute young men with no due process and throw them out
I
of
think
college
there's
because of
a bunch
some
of things
kind
for
a Me
young
Too kind
men.
of situation.
Amy, I think there's
That
a bunch.
never happened.
Hold on.
No, I hear you. There's no merit for
Yeah,
anything
trolling.
that the entire right wing
Yeah, troll us.
had a massive movement for.
Got it. Anyways,
Nobody believed that.
Amy, there's
Nobody believed that. They just voted on the
Okay,
right
got
for
it.
no reason.
okay, got it, man. But there's a plenty of things out
Uh-huh.
there, Amy, that I think are made for quote unquote targeting young men to try to, in their minds at least, grow them up. Certainly, especially in the world of art. There's so many things there. So many. The fucking Lion King is a fucking, become a man shit. It really is. The Matrix is
it's
that.
It's an
There's so
archetypal
many
coming-of-age
fucking art
story.
forms. There's so many fucking works of art, like in the world of film, which is I know the thing I know best personally, at least. Not compared to anyone else. I'm just saying, like my personal sense of things. Guess what?
Yes, the
There's
thing you-
so much works of art out there that are for quote unquote young. Like Nick uses Red Pill, but doesn't talk about the fucking movie at all, does he? He uses Red Pill, but doesn't talk about the actual fucking movie, which is it's a hero's journey thing about growing up, like actual
You know what I wanna do?
spiritual
You know-
maturity. Hold on, Joe.
You know what I want to do,
Actual
Jordan?
spiritual fucking maturity and becoming like the
Which red
hero,
pill?
the real guy. What?
Which
I wanna
red
s-
pill? Which red pill are you talking about?
Nick uses that word red pill, but doesn't actually talk about the
Oh,
Matrix
you
at
mean
all.
the Matrix?
The movie itself, like where he
There's
got
a
red pill from.
documentary
That's where the
called.
metaphor came from, the red pill versus
I
the blue
know,
pill.
but there's a documentary called The Red Pill, so let's disambiguate. Sorry.
That's the
It all
That's the
comes from the
manosphere
Matrix.
stuff. That's the manosphere stuff versus
Yeah,
like.
it's all
it's garbage.
reference to the Matrix.
But the Matrix movies,
Oh, the good
we're
movie.
talking about like maybe not necessarily like male or female, but definitely about like growing up and going through a hero's journey, a process of
Because-
maturity, a rites of passage those were talked about like heavily in that movie, like heavily talked about. And it's just like, how come that's
the
not
highlights,
really being
individualism versus
referenced?
collective.
How's that? Like, there it is. There's your content right there. One of the best movies ever made for young men. There it is right there. I think for young women as well. I think it's there for them as
For
well.
I mean, for anybody.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally, for
But I'm saying,
anyone.
like, as far as like the characters, right? Of
Mhm.
straight,
Yeah, and
straight
the
white
people-
guy, right? Straight white guy.
The
There it is, right there.
people she's
Matrix.
talking about. Yes, I agree. Yeah.
I gotta go soon because it's been like 4 hours and I'm really sick. But I just want to say the big picture. I'm not gonna tell anyone what to think, but the big picture is a lot of young white men feel that there's, because of identity politics and those kinds of things.
They have the fucking
that there
Matrix.
is-
Fuck. They have the Matrix. Go enjoy the Matrix.
You're correct, Amy.
Sorry,
You're
Amy.
correct,
I'm
Amy.
sorry,
It's
Amy,
what
but
you
like
said,
that freaked me out. I was like, yo, they have shit right there. Why aren't they engaging with it?
They have the Bible. That's even better. Why don't they have that?
There, your own
All
Jesus,
kinds
your
of
own
reasons.
Jesus figure. Yeah, there it is. You have music about it.
I
You have
know,
movies
but-
about it. You have
I guess it's just that simple.
pictures
We'll
about
just
it.
Get him a Gideon Bible. Tell him.
What do we do,
Figure it
Amy?
out.
Do we change around everything to make sure they're comfortable? Come on, it's
No, but
there
if
right
you
there
try-
for them if they want to fucking take hold of it. It's right there. Sorry.
Isn't part of that
Oh.
like feeling also that they're repeatedly being told that
I mean,
Maybe,
you're being oppressed by
whether
whatever.
you agree with it or not, they pursue
other
that,
kids could
and
say the
then-
same thing in their time period. Like, hey, we're the first guys that die in horror movies. Right? Like a black dude, like, we're the gangster, the hustler, or the guy that gets killed in the first 5 minutes of the movie.
I think identity politics is dumb, but that's what was launched, and now they're responding, and so the pendulum is swinging, and you can listen to what they feel and what their concerns are, and see what is the root of that.
I don't
or
view
you
them
can
as
just
like
say,
a monolith either. It's like I know you try to like you talk about the black community, the white community. It's like I don't know. It's just it's kind of silly. They're not a monolith.
I agree. And there's cultural shit out there
Oh, that's
that
why identity
they can
politics
jump
doesn't
towards
work,
if it's
right?
about identity and racial shit.
But it's true that there are
Because
certain
are you going to say that
policies-
the quote unquote liberal white men, young white men, are the same as like, the right wing white men? Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, well, even if we're talking about that, like that
They're
spectrum,
gay.
right? It's not like they're all white.
Liberal-
They're both white.
gay.
Do they have the same problem? I don't know. It's like it's just silly.
there
like,
are
just-
policies.
It's immature.
that-
It's
They're
spiritually
artists.
immature.
They're
Let's call it that.
They living on somebody's fucking couch. They don't have any worries. Liberal white men.
It's spiritually
you-
immature, so
Alright.
I'll say that. But God,
If you're getting government contracts, they care about whether you have women on the contract. I don't know if they do race or how that works exactly, but I know that I think there are race things. And so, you might be an advantage, and then you maybe only lived in the country for 5 years over someone who they go back 6 generations because they're white and male. That kind of thing is annoying
What?
to people. Yeah,
don't understand.
Like you
Always,
get
for
a small-
example.
meaning it has to be
That is
looking
a
for
valid
fairness.
rule to dispute. Yeah, and you
Yes,
can
exactly.
dispute that rule. It doesn't mean
Yes.
like a whole group is like oppressed. Like
Well,
like
the point
you could be
is-
like, okay, this
When
is a rule.
when they're
this shouldn't be-
robbing us and
it
we're
shouldn't
supposed
exist.
to take it, come on now.
You're right. You can dispute that policy, but then you have to be allowed to dispute it. And when people try to dispute it, they get immediately told, like, "Oh, you're a second, or you want women home in the kitchen." And so there's these whole big questions about a
The judge
gradual
told them that. The
transformation
judge, the
of
legal
society
system told them
that
that.
we didn't necessarily
You want
have a
women
lot
to
of
be in the
say in.
kitchen? No, I'm just saying. You're talking about the legal system, right? So who told them? Oh, you want women to be in the kitchen? Was that the ruling?
No, people came up with
I think she
these
means culturally.
policies of affirmative action, whatever.
No, but I'm talking.
Yeah,
but
like
she's talking about
Congress.
legally, right?
Congress
that they're
told
not
them,
allowed to
actually.
pursue this.
I think she means
Congress
culturally.
told them to do it, and then
Just the law,
have the discussion about it. People on Congress are going to be cowards, and then even the people in society are shut down if they try to discuss it. They get demonized and silenced.
But Congress has been discussing this. Actually, if you follow their stuff on C-SPAN, they've been talking about this issue for a while, even when Biden was the president.
Yeah, because
what are you
people are
talking about?
pissed.
Who's suppressing
Like
them?
people are watching United say, "Oh, we're gonna also factor on diversity as well as performance." Like, no, I want the best pilot. I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
It's not
Do you
really
know what it
about
actually takes to
doing
become a pilot
job.
in
Like,
this country? Hold on. Do you know any pilots, Amy?
Yes.
Okay.
Several.
Do you know any black pilots, white pilots, whatever, right?
I mean, the
Amy,
people I
do
know.
you like
Yeah.
do you know any pilots? Do you know like the training that they've been through? Yes,
Yeah,
no?
one of my friends is just about to get his license. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, do you know that everybody has to go through that training? Especially if you're going
They
to be flying
lowered
commercial
the
flights.
standards with Boeing about 5 years ago.
It's not. They didn't lower any standards because
And it
Boeing doesn't
was
make the decision.
yes,
Excuse
they
me.
did.
Excuse me. Boeing doesn't make the decision about who
yeah,
actually
they're a
gets to fly.
manufacturer.
No, they don't. Boeing is a
On the
company that makes
manufacturing.
planes.
On the
They don't get to
manufacturing,
decide
they
who gets to
lowered their
fly the planes.
standards.
No, you're
Yeah.
Manufacturers
wrong. You
don't set
actually
the
don't know what
rules
you're
for
talking about.
aviation.
You
Boeing is
don't know
manufacturing.
what
No,
you're
but they are
talking
having
about.
problems.
Listen,
They
woman,
make the planes.
the
They don't.
reference
They're not the
isn't
FAA.
pilots, it's
But they're
manufacturing.
also having problems,
They're,
Jesse.
they hired a whole bunch of
They don't set the
quali-
standards for anything.
for their fucking company. They do.
Yes,
No,
Boeing
They're not.
they
They're not.
don't.
No, they
They don't do
don't.
pilots.
Boeing,
That's
They
the
don't.
FAA. You
Boeing hired
dumbass.
who they
Boeing
wanted
doesn't
to.
Who's saying
train
they're doing
pilots.
I didn't say fucking pilots, you dumb bitch. I said manufacturing for the
Why are
8th
you
fucking
losing
time.
your cool?
Sebs.
Why are
But
you
you can't
losing your
fucking
cool?
hear, you dumb bitch.
Sebs, I think he's just
Who are you
lying out
screaming
loud
at?
to involve himself. But go ahead.
Manufacturing.
He's lying to
Who are
involve
you
himself.
screaming at
He's
like
Manufacturing.
that?
he's
Like,
bullshitting to involve
do you
himself.
need a
You
diaper
dumb
change?
fucking cunt. You dumb cunt.
Maybe
Shut
you
the
should
fuck
exit the
up.
conversation and then
Why
gather
don't you
yourself
leave,
and then
bitch? You
continue.
get the fuck on, bitch. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you.
Okay. Does that make you feel
This dude's
better?
crying. What the hell?
Sorry.
I don't give a fuck.
I'm confused. Why are
Hey,
you
man,
so
I don't give a
angry?
fuck
Yeah.
either. You know what?
Okay,
Dumpster, I'm
so
wrong with you, bro.
Those
I
are
don't give a
my
fuck either.
pilots.
You know
Boeing
what I'm
does
saying?
determine who they hire,
Give
and what
so
they
little of a
did
fuck
was
that you
they
get a
Boeing
beat
is
your
lowered
a
the
chest in the
whole
middle of a
standard,
different
Discord
situation.
call
and then
and
made
calling
They
it
everybody
can't
out.
lower
Sebs,
the
Ridiculous.
hold
standards
on.
for
5 years ago.
pilots.
About 5 years
Ridiculous.
ago. I didn't say
They
anything about
can't
pilots for the
lower
120th
the
fucking time.
standards
I
for
get
I
it. They
didn't
don't
talk
understand
about
pilots.
what's happening
pilots.
right now.
You
Sebs is talking
Nobody's
about.
idiots.
fucking talking about pilots.
No,
I'm talking about
they
Yeah,
are.
Joe is
manufacturing.
Dumpster, you
talking for pilots.
fucking dumb fuck.
I
They're
understand
talking
they
about
were.
pilots,
I
but you
fucking
brought up
changed it
manufacturing.
because the reference is
Not enough
She is
Boeing.
not responding to you. Go
Oh
ahead,
my
Sebs.
god.
Respond
This is
to sorry,
ass.
I don't give
Amy
a
and
fuck.
Sebs.
Listen to the words I am saying.
I got it.
For
Manufacturing.
manufacturing,
Got it. Manufacturing.
they
Moving on.
Yeah,
lowered
but
the
you're wrong
Back
about
to
the
pilot
standards.
shit that they were saying in the first place.
They lowered the
They tried to
standards
hijack. Moving on.
for
As
racist
always.
reasons.
Moving
Not for
on.
racist
Moving
reasons.
on. Moving on.
No.
Don't.
They lowered the standards for cost cutting across the board. They cut
Yeah.
all of their
Yeah, that's
safeties. They're
exactly what I was
For
thinking.
But like,
manufacturing, you
falling
don't
you
want
apart.
these
don't go.
motherfuckers setting their own
He's
standards.
making it about
You think that's
manufacturing.
right.
Fuck that. They're talking about pilots.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's
Yeah.
go
it's
there,
One subject at a
please.
time.
wrong. The
All right.
basis is wrong.
Fair enough.
That's not.
Let's go to fucking pilot shit.
No, I
Licenses.
get all that, but I'm talking about just like the pilots in general. That has nothing to do with any of the companies. That is done strictly by the the Flight Association, whatever the fuck. The same people that train the ATF guys. So or ATC, the air traffic controllers. It's not like the specific companies. They don't get to make the policy for who gets to become a pilot. The pilots are already there, and you have to pass a lot of different like tests. If you fail like any kind of test, especially if you're a commercial flight pilot and you fail any of your exams in terms of like after you've gotten your license, you're suspended basically permanently from flying any planes ever. It's extremely hard. It is also extremely expensive. And the reason why most pilots were white is because most pilots are Air Force, and a lot of them quit or they retired after COVID. And that's why they're like, oh, we want to include more people to, this profession, but it's really expensive. My brother is training to be a pilot right now. It's very expensive to do it if you're not in the military. You have to have a lot of help, or you have to be working or doing something because you have to pay for all those hours where you're in the air. But I'm telling you right now, there's no like special privilege for somebody being black. Like it's that's insane. That's actually
I don't know. I
insane.
saw Snoop Dogg flying a plane in a movie one
Affirmative
day.
action
So,
funding.
I knew a pilot.
There's
They
probably
didn't pay,
funding
they
for
pay
it.
very low too for like the longest time until you like level
Yes.
up.
But
Yes.
probably 96% of pilots for commercial airlines come out of the military.
Yeah, I just said that. That's like,
She just
I just
got
said Air
done
Force.
outlining
Oh my
that.
God.
You're talking about
It's
so you're talking about 4% of
oh my God,
pilots.
that's crazy.
Oh my
Did I
god.
just say that?
You're talking
Did I
about
just say that?
4% of pilots.
yes, you did say that, Subs. I heard
He
you say
wasn't
that.
listening. He was just looking it up.
Clear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's in the zone.
Yeah, you're
Is what
talking
it
about
is.
4% of pilots.
What? He's in his zone. Uh,
Yeah.
This
I'm
is
gonna let that-
mostly in response to Amy, I think, where Sebs was going.
Yeah, I was
but
just replying to Amy because she said, "Well, I don't want to. I want my pilot to be because he's the best, not because he's black." It's like literally nobody's doing that. Like that actually doesn't make any sense because you have to pass like standards that everybody has to pass. Point blank, period. And if you make a single mistake, or if you fail any of your I think it's like some sort of test that you have to do it like twice a year. If you fail once, you're out. You're out.
Yeah. If you fail once, you basically have to start from the beginning.
Like that's why I'm like.
I don't know,
So Amy,
but I
what
can
are you
believe it.
referring to? I'm just
I'm only
curious.
telling
Like
you what United told us.
United doesn't set the standards for pilots
Yeah.
ever. Like never
Or who
has.
they hire, they don't. And who they staff, I'm pretty sure they
But
do.
who they
delusional
hire is
think
based. Oh my God. Okay.
Delta doesn't hire which pilot they want. Yeah, they do.
But the pilots that they're hiring are coming out of a pool of pilots that
Yeah, it's
they
called
don't
a
get to decide
license.
how they were trained. They get the same amount of training. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, they're
They could probably do
They
experience,
have
right?
to pass whether you're even if you've been in the military flying Air Force for the Air Force for years, you still have to do the same training that anybody has to do in terms of becoming a commercial pilot.
no,
Yeah, there's an ocean of
there's
difference
different training.
between an attack jet and a freighter jet or a passenger jet.
No.
Ocean
But I'm
is
talking
different.
about
training.
for the FAA.
There's a basic pilot's licensing, and then there's specialty licenses.
Okay, but those are different. But for commercial
It's
airlines,
probably the
you
highest.
still have to go through the same
Commercial is
thing.
probably the highest. Yeah,
That's what I'm
commercial's
saying.
probably the
Yeah,
highest.
for a good reason.
But my brother was telling me there's people in his flight school that are ex-military who are getting their commercial license. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what it's like. So they're all going through the same fucking training. Do you get it?
I'm not arguing that. Never was.
Okay,
Amy's literally
moving past Upstart. Here's maybe a better counter kind of argument is the idea of like, okay, this guy's been 16 years a veteran. He passed the same test as the guy that's the first year, right? Passed the same test, but this guy has 16 years of, experience, like doing commercial flights, versus this guy who passed the same test, but he's new. Like that would make some sense to me in regards to hiring process.
Oh, and absolutely.
Right?
And guess what? The guys who've been in the Air Force and all that, they get the first dibs and the first job. I'm telling you right now. Because
probably
I
the
believe it.
majority
probably.
Yeah.
Same with cops.
That's what I'm saying. They get first dibs. They get that's like a given. Right.
If you're a
So
vet,
it's-
I'm sure cops, when it comes to cops, you get the first pick of things. Probably.
That's what I'm
if you're-
saying. That's why I'm
if you're a
confused as to
veteran,
what Amy
if you're
is
a combat
talking
veteran, the
about.
cops fucking
She's like, well,
start.
United told us. What do you mean?
They will salivate.
It's like,
If
aren't
you
you
were
like
Air
James?
Force, you're
Amy,
gonna have more flight hours probably. You've probably had the opportunity to have more flight hours if you're Air Force. But the thing is,
no, you still have to
United
pay for the
said-
same amount of time on the air. They don't play with that.
Oh,
You paying?
who knows?
You flying? You paying?
All I know is
Or somebody's
I didn't
paying.
like that. I know.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just saying.
I know that
if you're Air Force, you get the fucking GI Bill and all that shit.
in California
you get
there's a law.
hands-on training earlier.
In California, there's a law
At age.
that every board of directors have to have a woman or something like that.
I don't know. I thought you were going.
About pilots.
I thought you were going. I thought you were going with like, okay, here's a 16-year veteran who's white. Here's
Yeah,
a, here's a
of
hold
course,
on,
I'm not gonna
hold
argue
on,
with
hold
her,
on, hold
though.
on.
She
Let me
just
just
thinks they're
say
all
it.
the same. I don't.
Let me just say it blatantly so you can answer the question.
Go ahead.
Okay, is it a 16-year veteran passed the same test? 16-year veteran that's white. You have a 16-year veteran who's black, passed the same test and all that shit. And are you saying that they're picking the black guy over the white guy because of the Rooney Rule
Quotas.
or affirmative action or whatever the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay, you're
Or
saying
promoting or
that's
whatever.
happening. I don't fucking know
Oh, I don't
personally
know.
in the airline field.
I don't know.
I don't know.
But you just said
Diversity.
that on. But you just said United told you that.
They said, I don't know how they're doing it. They said they're valuing both diversity and performance. That's what they said.
Those are
And we're
words.
like,
Those are words, Amy.
Okay.
Call of Duty's doing the
I-
same thing, but like it's
just
just words,
looked
right?
it up.
Versus
maybe
like
they're just
reality.
lying and saying that to make people happy, but
They can say they
maybe
support
sad.
that for
I just looked
PR.
up
That's a thing
what
that
they're
happens. Sorry, Jesse.
I guess United Airlines has a major initiative, United Aviate Academy, to train 5,000 pilots by 2030, with a goal of half to be women or people of color. That's their goal, aiming to diversify the pilot profession and address shortages, but has
I'm
faced legal
telling you
challenges.
to address shortages because it is not because they give a fuck about diversity and inclusion. There's literally no pilots because most of them were like ex-Air Force and they retired straight up.
It looks like Call of
Dubster
Duty to
said,
me.
it's like over 90% were military.
I think it's 96%. I think
Yeah, it's some crazy
because
number.
it's like
Yeah.
$200,000 to get the schooling for being a pilot
Exactly.
to commercial
It's
level
very
on your
expensive.
own.
Which
Wow.
is why,
You can
and
get
by the way, they don't give
just
out
to fly
these
a Cessna.
scholarships
Yeah,
easily.
to fly just a Cessna on your own is $20,000.
Well,
Cessna's
well,
like the small
a
little
Cessna
tiny
is the
plane.
most basic flight it's the most basic plane that you can
Yeah.
fly. It's
And
the most
that
basic.
costs
Yeah.
$20,000 for that license, and you're
But they pay
responsible
crap
for
for
no
like
one else.
years, right?
Hmm?
So you have to
Yeah,
float
so-
that.
it's I've heard it can be 10 years long.
Well,
It
let's
takes a long time if you don't
let's
have the resources
well
for sure.
let me ask you, Sabs. Let's get to the fucking nitty gritty of this conversation here. If they're like, okay, we want more women and more minorities being pilots. If they don't pass the test, let's say they're looking for 5,000 new minority or women pilots. If they all fail the fucking passing test shit, do they make it there?
No way.
Okay, so it's
No way.
regardless, it is but that is a stupid standard to look for. That's stupid.
Well, I
and it's
guess
corporate
that's
as
the
fuck,
question to
to be honest
Google.
with you.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
kinda dumb.
Google question. Has
Well, I'm trying to narrow it down. That's all I'm doing.
piloting? I'm trying to ask Google. Has FAA lowered standards for diversity or feminism?
No, they've never
Bro.
lowered. They have not touched their
Ask
standards at all.
Google.
You leap,
Ask Google.
Dubster, the thing is, you leaped out of your face before you had that answer. You're supposed to like hear the answer, like actually hear the answer or know the answer, and then leap out of your face. You're doing it the opposite direction. Like you want it to be a certain way
I'm saying
versus like
I
actually
said
looking at information.
ask
Right?
Google. Ask Google if that is occurring.
Why
So
you
I
should
just
be
wanna
doing
point
that
out
already
that in
because
20
it's your whatever.
I'm
God.
fucking driving. I don't have the fucking ability to Google anything.
So then
right
why
now.
are you fucking whatever? Go ahead, Amy. Go ahead,
In
Amy.
2018, California passed a law mandating that publicly
I just
held
wanna be
companies
noticed.
headquartered
Sorry.
in California, SB 826, have at least one female director on their board by December 31st, 2019, with
It's like you
increased
can't stay
requirements
on
by.
topic, huh?
That's not
Well,
flying
I'm giving
planes
an
though.
example that I have
That's
more information about.
Yeah, but this
A
is like a
20
very specific thing.
did
a very
the
specific
women
touch
joining
point.
that thing like turn down the standard of can you fly or not fly?
Yeah, like the FAA. Like, is that related? I'm just curious because
Are you Googling it? Because I'm not. Because I want to talk
I'm
about this
fucking
law.
not. It's you fucking buttheads doing this shit. I'm just here as
Amy,
a
No, I'm not.
Google.
I'm here
Google
antagonizing.
has
No.
FAA. Fine, then why are you arguing if you're not going to look it up?
I want to argue
Oh my
something else
God.
about the law that requires a woman on the board. 2 out of 5.
Yes, that's
That
dumb.
was not the
I'll be right
topic.
back.
The topic was pilots. Apparently, we can't get away from
No,
that.
but this is much like we have the law.
No, Dubster, the pilots were being used as a for
But
instance.
your original
Okay?
argument was still about pilots, Amy, and that's the problem. Like, because you never
No, it was
finished
about
the
affirmative
actual
action.
conversation.
Actually, talked
Okay.
about federal contracts. You might remember.
Well, yeah, I mean, this was all to kind of prove that
Must have been a
white
long time
males
ago.
are
I wasn't
being
here when you were talking
oppressed,
about federal
right?
contracts.
All this is
Yes.
like white males are being oppressed.
Yes,
So
white
affirmative
males being
action.
oppressed from the 90. They occupy what, like 80% of the pilots in America. Just FYI.
Is it
Oppressed.
80? That's low.
Yeah, this is pretty low now because of all the diversity.
That's
Of course, it used to
20%
be
of
like
planes
90.
that are falling out of sky.
Mm-hmm. That must be it.
Fuck.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your point, Jesse. Go ahead.
Oh, required
I
flight
mean-
hours has been reduced. Are we here? Can you hear me?
From what to what?
The FAA has reduced required flight hours, minimum flight hours, or eliminating
Probably
the
to make it
college
cost
degree
less.
requirement.
Yeah, I would say
For
you don't need a college
everyone?
degree to fly a plane.
Well, they eliminated the requirement, so.
But do you
For
need a college
everyone?
degree to fly a plane?
Well, it's
Yeah.
not required. That means it's the people who have it and the people who don't can equally apply.
Well, yeah, that's a
Might
what?
be better.
Why is
But
it?
there's
Why is
also,
it
but there's
fine?
also, excuse me, but there's also like people who have been flying planes who are in the Air Force who don't have college degrees, and they've been flying planes, and no one's really said anything about
Well, it says
that.
they got rid of it, so that seems like a change. I don't know.
So did all those other pilots have their college degrees?
I don't know. If you go to the academy, you have to have a high school degree, I think.
Yeah, but did they all have college degrees? Because you're saying they eliminated the college degree requirement.
Oh, right.
So I'm asking, did all of those like ex
I don't
Air
know.
Force people
It said
have
they
college
changed it.
degrees?
That's all I
Just
can
make
tell
sure
you.
that you.
What year did
I
they?
want to make sure that there's an audit
The
that
pilot
every
I
single
knew
one of them had
didn't
their
have a
college
college
degree.
degree. A white dude,
Hmm?
but I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
The pilot I knew didn't have a college degree. He definitely didn't have one.
The licensing process of it is a school of its own.
It was like
Exactly, which is why they
15
probably
years
would
ago.
get rid of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had his pilot license like 15 years ago or something like that.
So when did they change the college degree requirement for that? Amy,
No,
what year?
doesn't say. Doesn't say.
Oh, okay. Maybe we should figure that out.
Somebody should. What I want to say
You brought
is
it up,
that
but
there's
you
a
brought it up
law.
though. You brought it up.
You
so-
brought it up and you obsessed about it. I brought up government contracts. I'm
No,
talking about
you
a
said that they got
pervasive
rid of the
thing.
college degree, and I was like, well, I'm sure that a lot of those Air
Oh my
Force
god,
people.
Dumpster asked me to freaking Google it for him. I didn't even want to. Can I talk about the board that has to have one woman by 2019?
Yeah, you can run to another argument. Yes, you can run to another
Yeah, it's
argument because
important.
you lost this one.
Yep, it's
I take
important.
your forfeit, miss.
If you want to play games, go ahead. But
I'm not playing a
there's
game,
no point in
but you lost
arguing when
though.
we
In
don't.
case you're playing.
We don't have the
Fight,
data
fight,
to
In case
know
fight,
how
you,
they.
in case you
fight,
were
Alright,
playing.
fight.
you lost.
the woman on the board. Let's do it.
Yeah, so
I'll put it this way. In my opinion, the moment you try to make a game out of this, you lose.
Shut up, Joe. Fight,
So,
fight.
But yes, fight.
I'm just trying.
So
Go ahead,
SB
guys.
826 mandated a woman on all publicly held companies headquartered in California, at least
The
one
four.
female director by December 31st, 2019, with increased requirements by 2021, 2 women for 5-member boards, 3 for 6 or more.
Do they have a reason for
However,
that? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, I mean, it's probably just because, well, we could look up the bill
DEI.
text. Do you want me to do that?
Did they advertise it, or was it
no.
like an internal
So-
process that you found out somehow?
So if your company takes government contracts, they're saying this applies to that company.
No, if
that
you're a
takes
No, it's
public
government
public
contract.
companies. It means
any
if you
public company
have shares
chartered in
on the stock
California,
market.
Period. Just if you have a
headquartered
business
in
in California.
Not a business, a public business means you issue
Stock-
shares.
stock market,
There's a-
yeah,
there's-
traded.
if you IPO and issue shares.
Yes,
Okay.
where you actually
Okay,
have to like
publicly
disclose your
traded.
funders. To a
So if
certain
I got a board of 6, it's incrementally to. It starts with 1 by 21 or 2021.
At 19.
Like if you
So
know what
what
it takes
happens in
to do
2021?
an IPO,
Bless you.
it's
What happens in
Right.
2021?
you have an enormous
And you
amount
need
of regulation just
three
to
out
do
of
an
6,
IPO.
2 out of 5. And the law was struck down though in 2022.
So we're
It's
talking about a
crazy.
law
Who wants
that
to be the
doesn't
woman
that
on
didn't
that
even
board?
pass.
No, it passed and it
wants
was
to be the
implemented,
woman?
and then it was struck down later, and it already did have effect. But like that's so undermining to women. Like, oh yeah, that's the woman over there. We had to have one.
I'm gonna start calling these Amy videos because Amy
It's
videos run like 8
undermining the
hours.
business in general.
I
It's
say that out of
undermining the
love.
business and it's undermining the business in general because that means now you have to hire people based on their sex and or if it applies to race and another topic, that idea of it's
Well,
not
people
the
have always
best
been hired
candidate.
based on their sex and race.
It's
They
not
just
the
happen to be white men.
it's not based on the merits of the person. It is
Yeah, it
based
never
on
was.
Do you
their
They
think
were
it's based
always
on the
hired
merits
because they
before?
were
Meritocracy is a
white
myth,
men.
not
That's also a
true.
Before the
candidate.
rule?
Now that got turned on its
Never
head
existed.
on paper, maybe.
I mean, that's why I was asking Dubster, like, what time period was it fully about merit? And he didn't answer, I don't think.
Okay, do you want to hear the
I
text?
told
looked
you.
What
it
was
up.
his
You want
answer?
to hear
He
Didn't
it?
said
about merit
Jordan?
until the 60s.
It's about shut the fuck
Before?
up! It's my time! It's mine!
My
That's what
hearing
I
of
heard.
He
it
didn't
is
get his nappy
And
my
thing.
according
hearing
to
of
you,
That's
the
what I
everybody
only
fucking
thing the
heard.
Irish are good for
everybody
is
thinks it's a
cooking
dumb idea,
potatoes.
right? Does
Fucking
everybody
Okay.
think it's a dumb idea overall?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amy, that's it. Like
You don't
everybody,
want to hear
we
about
don't
the
have to
text?
actually push that one.
You know what the whereases?
No, but like Jesse just made that point right, that works, where it's like no one is in agreement, or sorry, everyone's in agreement
That's
that
probably
like
why it got struck down.
if it's not based on merit, then what's the point? What are we
It was
doing?
in effect for years, though. It's crazy.
Well, this spun
3
off of the
years.
whole
4
idea
years.
of disillusioned young white men, right? They're disillusioned by
Right,
the
the pendulum
society,
is swinging
the
back.
society that they live in, right? And I'm trying to find areas where you're talking about. Maybe there's something there, right? But either way, it's like it was biased beforehand, so maybe they should be fighting that as well. They should be fighting all of it, shouldn't they?
Well, if you think about it, this disillusionment of young men, like young people in general, have this other factor where it's kind of like harder to get a job now than it was like in general for everybody, right?
That's what I
Like
was
Yeah,
saying,
it's
Mhm.
Jesse.
horrible.
It's like
it's
everybody.
like
This
for
is
Or
like
own
everybody,
a
or own
right?
a
lifetime
home,
problem.
right? That's a
So
big talking point for
Yeah.
them, owning a home.
or own a home.
And
So
most
if
people who
somebody
are
tells
pissed
you,
as
"Hey,
fuck are
here's
like
this group
pissed
that's
for
doing
other
this to you
reasons,
because you're white," like that's
interpersonal reasons.
It's leading
you
them in
know,
such a bad direction. Go ahead, Jesse. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. So that if someone's like bringing these type of ideas of like why they create these bad men for you, these ideas. um I mean, I think, yeah, they could
Doing a
be facing
scapegoat?
other challenges,
Jesse?
but it doesn't necessarily, like, if there's a policy like you just pointed out, and we're all like, hey, yeah, that's not a good idea to force one woman on a board, then yeah, we should address those and get rid of it. But doesn't mean that there's, like, even specifically to white men, it's like the whole young men or young generation is experiencing a difficult time financially. Like, that's just overall known.
Yeah, I think that's true. But then with the whole identity politics, it was like insult to injury, where it's like, oh, but you're a white guy or straight. It's really kind of crazy.
It's not extra. It's just they take it more extra. I think. This is my personal opinion.
Well, no, because there's actual things that say that.
Okay, but
Right?
I think
Right.
there's like I think these guys maybe take it a little bit more extra in the sense of, I think culturally that's not normal for their world or their lives or their thinking patterns. And yes, there are things where they are like kind of like what was it? When I watched like the Trump movie, right? The Apprentice, I think was the name of the movie. I was disgusted watching that thing. It's fucking gross. Like you don't need to like extra go hard to make this guy look like a bad guy, right?
Yeah.
And
There's
same
already
goes
plenty there.
culturally in other areas, right? Where they force, once again, for me at least, I'm more so less with airplanes and more so in the art world, where I'm like, if you force something, that's already a sin when it comes to movie making or art or art itself. So forcing things, yeah, I have a big problem with that. But that's a problem anywhere by anyone doing it. And I wonder if the young white men that you're talking about, Amy, I wonder if they just wanted to be forced in another direction versus like actually being like free. As in, if there is some sort of Nigerian pilot who's better than them, they should have the job, right? They would say that, right? If there's a Nigerian guy who's better at... Hold on.
Like,
let me ask the question first. Make it very blatantly.
Oh.
If there's a Nigerian American guy, right, who immigrated over here, he earned his citizenship, but he is a god tier pilot, would they be like, yes, that guy should fly planes over me flying a plane because I'm not as good as they are? Would they? Are they thinking that? Are they thinking that?
If he's better?
Yes, if he's 100% better. More experience.
Yeah.
More, he knows what to do. He survived fucking like hardware malfunctions, right? He survived it and did it like a breeze, and saved a whole bunch of lives while doing it. Hold on. Sit down. Let's say like he saved a whole bunch of lives with his whole fucking like expertise and skills and wherewithal when it comes to flying planes. If that guy came to America, became an American, and it's like, okay, that guy should have the job over them, right? Do they believe that? Do those kids believe that,
I think they all believe.
Huh?
That Michael Jordan is better than them at basketball.
Oh, come on. Come on.
I think
Be real.
No, that's
They'd be like,
a case where it's obvious.
no, exactly. He should be there. They would say that, right?
The achievement. However, should he get a scholarship because he's black?
What? Wait.
So it's not about fair. Okay, so it is about fairness. It's about straight up fairness. It's not about race. It's about fairness, strictly, right?
Black people, if they get scholarships because they're descendants of slaves, it's wrong for someone to come from another country, from Africa, who wasn't.
So their whole point is fairness, right?
I'm sorry, what? What was that?
Hold on. No. Before you, I understand, but like
Can I piggyback off of that quick?
Their whole point is fairness. I'm not trying to ask Amy that question. Their whole point is fairness. Can you answer me that one? It's about fairness, right? That's it.
I just heard a very pungent talking point.
I understand, but I want to get this point out first. Do you mean fairness, Amy? They're mad about things being unfair, right? Or no?
Well, I mean, it's not fair to the entire world. I think they believe that the country
Their
should
major gripe
develop
is that
its own people first.
Fuck. My computer we've been sitting here so long. My computer went to sleep.
Which means like if somebody is trying to come from Egypt, well, we don't want to give.
No, it's about the best pilot, Jesse. Hold on.
Yeah.
It's about fairness, though, right, Amy? Don't let her run from this. It's about fairness. Straight up. Fairness. 100% all about fairness. Go ahead, Amy. Don't let her escape this one. Go ahead.
You want to say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's about fairness, but then their conception of fairness might be different than yours, but they believe that the country...
What do they think is fair
and,
or fair or unfair about things? Go ahead.
Like, if that guy, for some reason, you could prove that, like they think the immigration policy is unfair in general, but if he's just better and he's a good example and everything, then of course they should.
Good example? What does that mean? Do you mean like character-wise?
No, just like he's a better pilot.
Okay.
So you want that person, but...
Okay, they want some guy who's just a better pilot to fly their planes. Even over their own... Hold on! Even over their own sake. As in like, yeah, I fly planes, but this guy's just way better. They take that, right? Some Nigerian immigrant.
Sure, not every man, but a lot of people, that's what they say, so...
But what do you believe? What do you believe?
Number one,
hold on, Joe.
Number one,
Joe, please, please, Joe. What do you believe is their mindset,
all right,
Amy?
Fine. Go ahead.
What do you believe is their mindset, Joe? Amy, sorry.
I believe they think they'll be better in most cases, and they just want a fair playing field.
And if they're not as good, they'll accept that, right?
Yeah, I think they do. I think they love
they would accept
amazing
that.
people.
Okay, fair enough. That's all I wanted to hear. Sorry. Go ahead,
Did
everyone
you ever
else.
hear Bill Burr talk about Schwarzenegger?
Maybe, probably. I don't know.
Yeah, I know the joke you're referencing. Yes.
Yeah.
He came over to this
Like this
country,
guy, he
learned the
barely speaks the
language,
language.
became a
He marries
movie
into the
star.
royalty, political royalty, becomes a star. He wins the governor.
Banged his
Anyway.
maids.
I just
I know
want you
he's
to
white,
note
but he
that
does
the
talk
talking
pretty
point
weird.
that Amy just spouted out about Africans taking the jobs of the Black Americans or whatever it is, the thing that Alex Jones was saying and Tucker Carlson shouting out Tariq Nasheed. I just want it to be out there on the record that it is making its way to the I guess whatever you want, activist moms on Facebook. So let's put that out there.
What's the point?
The Tariq
That was
Nasheed.
I'm sure I didn't hear it from them.
It's hard enough to find that guy full of shit, Amy. Unfortunately, I hope you're not
No,
running
what's the
with in
point
his
that you're
direction.
making? I didn't hear the point. I didn't hear the point.
I think she was saying that you're. I'm not going to try to speak for her. I think she was saying that you're repeating talking points that are in that arena. But I'm not going to speak
Yes,
for
it's
her.
a very specific talking point now where it's like, oh, yes, the Black Africans who come here and they take the opportunities of the Black Americans. And you're using that as like part of your argument as, oh, to bring the Black Americans in. I know exactly what it is. I know where you got it from, by the way. And I've been tracking that exact talking point for years. Literally, at least since 2014, 2015, since I have met Tariq Nasheed. So anyway, yes, that's all.
What's the art? Look, you haven't even proven that it's wrong.
It's just the argument that somehow the Black Africans that come here are trying to like kind of use the suffering of the Black Americans to take their scholarships and screw them over and just be all out nasty.
Goddamn Nigerians! I swear to God,
Girl,
the Nigerians, bro. How dare you?
You haven't proven that
I
it's
think
wrong.
more, Sebs.
Sorry.
Sebs, I think it's more that they are used by people who want the pamphlets of the university to look all diverse and shit. And
yes.
They're used instead of the more difficult problem of the differences of academic accessibility and opportunities in more Black neighborhoods and stuff.
Shut the Kanye
'Cause
West.
I worked with Black kids coming
Oh
to
yes,
like
I know.
places
You
like
work with the Black youth. I know.
Well, I worked with
know.
Black kids that came to Caltech.
What a point.
And
You're
they would
solid,
try to
Sebs.
do a summer program.
No, I'm just saying. She's
You're
told me
five.
about this before. It's
You're
it's
five.
your like whatever Sandra Bullock era. I know.
Okay, well you can put whatever you can slander
I'm
me
aware.
and my character.
I'm not
telling
attacking. She
you
did
about-
good.
It's a
Hillary
joke.
Swank.
Holy
I
shit.
know. I'm just saying. I understand.
Can help Amy.
I'm not
Sit
even
down.
trying to make fun. I actually think that what they did is quite nice.
You're
I know
doing a
you
great
were a
job,
hijab
though.
for a year in
Without even
solidarity with
trying, I
Islam.
mean.
I understand.
No,
I've
no, it's
gotten
just
all the talking
idea.
points. Okay.
Yeah,
Amy,
after
what
being
she's
really
saying
fucking
is
rude.
she support. Yeah, Amy. What she's saying is she wants segregation. She don't want us white people helping out Black
Look at him
people.
insert. Look at him insert himself. It's just you're a fucking
He
weirdo.
can't help it. He's a narcissist.
You're a weirdo, my man.
He
I'm sorry
really
to tell
can't
you,
help
man. I'm sorry to tell you. You're kind of a weirdo
Alright,
for that
since we're-
shit. But go ahead, Joe.
Since we're talking about scholarships,
You're a weirdo. Sorry to tell you, man. Sorry to tell you, man. You're a weirdo.
Go ahead, Joe. You got it.
Right, since we're looking at this through the lens of scholarships, which I think money is a stupid barrier to entry anyway. Instead of whinging about scholarships, why don't we just eliminate money as a barrier to entry altogether? Why don't we just
I
make
agree.
education totally unconditional? If you want to learn about something and get taught by somebody who lives in that field,
Well, that's the
you
thing,
should be able
Joe.
to.
That's the thing, Joe.
So teachers work for
That's why
free. I got
that's
you.
why I was asking about like merit.
Everybody else can make
Webster,
money, but
shut
the
up.
teachers they
Holy
work
fuck.
for free.
Joe, that's why I was asking about merit, because it should have nothing to do with like flying a plane is different than like I have a lot of money or I have this background or whatever the fuck, right? It's more about like, can you fly a plane or not, right?
Mhm.
The same goes for a lot of fields. If you're a surgeon, can you perform surgery correctly, or are you like, is it based on, hey, I got this opportunity to be a surgeon, and there's some dark documentaries out there about doctor
that one's
deaths and shit like that.
highly regulated too. Like,
Yeah.
Well, same thing.
And you
right?
should just want to do that. I mean, like so I'll say for my brother specifically, it's an individual, but he literally wanted to be a pilot his entire life since he was a little baby, a little kid. Like that was his thing, and so he was really excited that he actually worked out a way to, pursue that in a realistic way. And when he started driving basically at 14, just because that's just and it was stick too because that's how he learned, and that's what he prefers, and he works his cars like that's his thing.
Some motherfuckers are like some things are actually outside
just,
of qualification,
like that.
quote unquote, outside of typical social or government based qualifications. There's people that can be savages outside of that. 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
But then there's like fields where there is no like, because you're not harming anyone essentially, although you are. Something like Bronny James, right? Where it's like you're not an NBA player, but somehow you're in the NBA. Right? Even though you're not really qualified to be in the NBA, but you're playing basketball, you're playing a sport. So you're not harming anyone. Although he is taking away paychecks from someone that could have been there. He's taking a spot, a roster spot. It's so it's like,
That's
okay,
similar to
I
the
think
legacies,
real,
right? In the universities, like legacy.
Yes. I think the real core is authenticity. Can we get the real shit no matter what? Thus, it doesn't matter about race or heritage or background. Or it's about like, how good are you? Not even like how good you are. It's like, how much do you care, right?
Yes.
You could suck at something but be like an awesome coach at it, right? From flying to fucking a sport somewhere. Maybe you can't like do it yourself, but you can talk about it really well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I can't fucking wrestle at all because I'm way too beat up to do that shit. But I could probably book a match pretty decently.
Well, it becomes like the thing that I think Amy was trying to point out ends up falling back towards the thing I keep crying about, which is like, hey, authenticity. As in, if you can't fly a fucking plane, don't say you can, right?
Yeah.
Or any discipline, So
I would love to fly a plane, but I got shit wrong with me that disqualifies me immediately.
Well, I'm running away in the first instance. I'm like, no, I can't do this. But I want the best pilot, though, right? If I'm on a plane.
Well, you want somebody who's actually like interested in that thing and who's into it, like, or who's like in confidence. That's honestly that's one of the main things is like the fucking balls to go after the thing you want to fucking do, and then sticking with it, persistence. Like, there's so many layers to it, Like, and I don't see it lately, like especially with my brother. Like, it's not like I'm planning to do this. No, it's like a long-term plan. You wake up at a certain time, you go somewhere, there's all sorts of complications. So but yeah, and then like you said, when you're actually on the plane, and then when you fuck up, right? Learning from your mistakes, because when you fuck up there, it's different. It's life or death.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So just being able to like kind of navigate through all that, but he's a total asshole. So I'm sure he's great. He's a total, like, complete and utter dickhead. So he's perfect for the confidence. I like to say I built that confidence.
Oh my god!
But
But the overall main point is that you don't want someone being like, "Hey, they're taking our jobs. Let me be a pilot to replace them and take because I want those jobs. They're mine. So let me be like a pilot." You don't want that. You also don't want like, I want to be the first black pilot of all time. Like, I don't want that shit either. You want someone who's like actually like, I love and care about this fucking thing. So thus I'm doing it. Like, that's what you want.
This is cool. I want to learn everything about this thing.
Back to pilots in particular.
Back
to pilots in particular. If you're a passenger on that plane, chances are you're not even going to see the fucking pilot unless something's really wrong.
He's in your backseat.
Well, apparently people are going around to the cockpit to look at the pilot before they get in their seats. Like Charlie Kirk, who's like,
crazy.
If I get on that plane and I see a black pilot, it's like, where are you seeing the pilot? Like, what do you? Like, let me peek in here.
That's actually crazy.
Fucking, yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, or unless they're not flying commercial and they're flying private, and then it's kind of like, so you're looking at your private plane pilot.
We won't care if they're black pilot. There just can't be a woman pilot. I ain't.
But do you know what I'm saying? Do you know how weird that is? Like, that's weird.
Yeah.
Man,
Weird.
a woman will find a curb in the sky to fucking bump over.
Okay, yeah, we get
Alright.
it. Ha ha ha. Make me a sandwich.
I was thinking of like what Joe just said. It's just fucking hilarious. Like you're in like economy somewhere. The fucking pilot runs in the back with a parachute on his back. He's like, sorry guys. He jumps out the fucking door. It's like, all right guys, peace out. Just like jumps out.
Gotta
Pulls
go.
the parachute. It's like,
Good luck.
wait, who's flying the plane? Oh fuck. It's like
Good luck.
that's so fucking funny. I work in a comedy movie.
I actually saw a movie where somebody barged into the cockpit once. It didn't go very well.
Was it a 9/11 movie?
I've
No,
heard
it was
people
it was
who-
Beavis and Butthead Do America.
All right, fair enough.
I've heard someone who works in the it was a skydiving thing, and it was one of the instructors, and he was talking about how he never gets on a plane without a parachute. He's like, y'all are crazy.
Dude, I'm
Y'all are crazy.
GTAing everything, bro. GTA, fucking parachute with me. If shit goes sideways, bro, I'm out of here. It's
Yep,
like
I'm out. I'm like, are you serious? He's like, you think I'm joking?
it's some guy right before he jumps out.
Commercial planes, you just have a
That's not comforting.
parachute in his backpack.
Some fool with like goggles on before he jumps out of the plane. He's like, "Good luck, guys." Jumps out.
Oh no,
He's
no,
like,
like
"Nah."
you can have a like they can come in pretty small sizes now, and you can have it like on top of your backpack, whatever it is that you want. But yeah, but he was one of the instructors, and he was talking about that, and I'm like, are you serious? He's like, yeah. I'm like, oh,
That's just carry
it was
on.
very yeah concerning. I didn't like hearing that. I was like, I don't have a parachute.
All right, let me do this because we're at 4
Sorry,
hours
go ahead.
now.
Hey Jordan,
Blame Amy.
I do blame Amy.
Jordan.
Actually, good. What do you got?
Little aviation joke. What's the difference between carry on and carry-in? A parachute. There. That's your aviation joke for the video.
Either way, the video's done
It was
now.
perfect. Thank you.
It's over.
Thank you.
This video is over. There's no way I go into this Nick Fuentes Tim Pool shit right now. This video, as far as like topics and ideas and,
Are we still
and
doing that?
argumentation. Listen,
I don't want.
He's been trying
it
to
worked.
make a video.
No, this
I don't
worked.
want-
I like it. I
video?
like this video. I like this. I do like this. The argumentation and the back and forth and shit like that.
I don't want to fucking hear Nick Fuentes anyway.
Either way,
He's like, you're still on this video. Did we leave on this video?
if I keep going, it's gonna be like a
No,
7 hour
you're right.
video.
Oh, Amy had a closing statement. In the
Haven't you
chat.
been on this video for 3 nights now?
I swear I tried YouTube. I swear I tried.
It's not worth it, Jordan. It's not worth it.
It's life telling me not to make this video.
Nick and Tim are not worth it. Never were.
Sure.
Probably never will be.
Do you know, it's actually so ridiculous because I was trying to tell James about this podcast I was like, oh, Nick was on Tim's show. And he's like, what happened? And I was trying to give him like the highlights. He's like, what the fuck? He's like, what do you mean? They weren't like responding to each other. I was like, they could have literally just recorded their sections and played them after each other and it would be the same fucking conversation. Because that's how little like tied their ideas were to each other in certain instances, especially in that part.
That's exactly what Jordan and I were saying. They spent that whole fucking thing talking just past each other, and they occasionally intersect.
I mean, I think
It
you
was
would
so
think
horrible.
there were responses to each other, like actual like rebuttal responses to each other, but I guess they like put some smiles on, and thus things happen.
You know, if I
and
didn't
then
know
they
better,
also redefined what it means to be Israel derangement syndrome. Like that was really important. Like that was great. Like I'm just giving the people the highlights. In case you put it out.
that's clearly something I need to fucking know about.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they redefined Israel derangement syndrome, and then there was one last thing. They also kind of agreed that the extreme right's definition or criticism of Israel is totally different than the left third worldist criticism of Israel. So it's more respectable.
Yeah.
So
I feel
that's the
so
narrative.
fucking enlightened now. Holy shit.
Yeah.
And Nick has said low IQ anti-Semitism, I think is what he called it. As in, like Candace Owens is low IQ anti-Semitism. And it's like, oh, you're
They've all been
angling
saying
for
the
shit
low
talking.
IQ thing. Trump
Good.
was just talking about low IQ today when he said that the low IQ Somalis were not smart enough to actually pull off the heist, but they had higher IQ people.
Yeah, the Democrats
do
did it for them.
Yes, the higher IQs did it for them, and then they just bought a bunch of expensive stuff because they're low IQ and dumb and stupid, and Somalia is not a real country. So anyway,
It's like, how
all.
stupid. I mean, first off, Somalia is barely a country, but for a whole host of different reasons.
The
But
continuous
anyway.
bombs. But, yeah, got
Well, all of
Yeah.
Africa, the average is 68 for the IQ.
I mean, Dubster, you're one of the dumbest people to bring up IQ ever. Don't ever bring that up again. Leave it,
Yeah,
leave it
those are-
alone.
you know,
Leave it
Especially
alone,
when
man.
you didn't know what the Q in IQ stood for.
Also,
I didn't want to bring that up,
but
but
say is Donald Trump is one of the last fucking people I want to hear talking about somebody else's IQ.
oh no, he
This
did
is
a
true.
whole segment about it, and
I
he
know
showed
he did.
pictures like
He's obsessed
Matt
with
Hunter. He showed pictures of all the Somalis they caught in different pictures, saying, "Look at this
Look at
guy,
this.
murderer, rapist, liar.
I know,
Oh,
Subway.
this guy raped his
He's
sister."
obsessed with it.
Like
He's obsessed with
these are the
IQ.
people that these are the people they're sending to our country. Like he stood there for 20 minutes and showed 100 pictures,
Well, this is
100 pictures of different Somalis that they've caught in Minnesota.
Well, this is the same idiot that was peddling that story about Ilhan Omar marrying her own brother.
Well, I mean, regardless,
I don't fucking
to kind of
know.
sit on a
Like,
podium to do that for 20 minutes is like
yeah, but
kind of
Joe,
ridiculous.
try to save your goddamn political mindset. Fuck that shit, bro. Like, take them at their own merits. These guys are fucking idiots. These are dumb fucks. Try to trick other dumb fucks. And motherfuckers are falling for it or selling it. Nick is a seller. He's a seller.
I brought up
He's also stupid himself, but he's selling.
Jordan.
Yes,
I
he
brought up
also sells gold, according to
Oh my god, that boy. Can I have a moment? I brought
Just to tie it back to the beginning.
You weren't here, Joe. You weren't here, Joe, when we went over that. But yeah,
To tie it back to the beginning.
Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I brought up the story about that fake story about Ilhan marrying her brother because that's something that could be disproven with a fucking Wikipedia search. It takes.
I don't
30
fucking
seconds.
know, Joe. That's not my point. It's never been my point. It's not worthy for me, at least personally. And like, that's not okay. I guess that could be weird, but I don't know enough about it personally. But like, if that was the case, like, is she right or wrong when she like complains about like this idea
with that one,
or this law or something like that?
That
like,
one's probably true. I'm just
you know
putting it
what?
out there.
I don't fucking know. I care more about like, is she right or wrong about something?
The guy exposing it, yeah, he was
I
right
just
for the right
realized
whatever.
that-
But
I just realized that
but there
story
is no
made it-
record in Somalia to prove it. And by the way, people do that. And again, it is what it is. And to me, that's not the big. I don't really give a shit. So.
Me personally, yeah,
I mean,
I give
I
zero
don't really
fucks.
care.
I give zero fucks about that. Like,
I-
yo,
I don't
what's
care.
your
I just
character
wondered.
like? Like, what are you doing here? What's your character like? As far as like
I
what
was
you say
just-
out loud, like what are you dealing
Well,
with
he
in
also
life?
talked
Am I
about
coming
how
through? What the
Ilhan
fuck?
Omar made $30 million or something, but I'm just kind of like, Trump, you're not the one to talk about people making money.
Well, that'd be
It's-
sus. Okay, point that shit out. But yeah, you're right. It can't be from fucking Trump. he
Yeah, it's like
he can't be
and
the
he-
guy
and he
calling
brought
that.
that up
But
today when he was talking about Somalis. I'm like, Trump, please, come on, bro.
it can't be
Let's
him
not.
or Timmy or Nick Fuentes. I'm sorry, they're not the
But
guys.
he
to be
brushed by
the
it really
ones.
quick. He's like, yeah, $30 million. Who knows where that came from? And then moved on really quick back to the 100 people on the list.
Yeah.
So.
And Jordan, I
Yeah.
was gonna say I just realized that whole nonsense about Ilhan supposedly marrying her brother was during your total absence from politics.
No, that was a thing. Years.
been a thing for a
I
while.
covered that. That's from years ago, man. That's an old fucking story.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yes, it was. About these quote
When
unquote
did you stop doing
Like
politics?
2016.
independent creators
2015?
like going like, hey, I did the investigation. Candace Owens was doing that shit. She was. If I remember correctly.
I think when she was with PragerU.
Yeah, the Prager guys were definitely doing that shit. I'm
Mhm.
sure Candace was a part of that
Yeah.
as well. But
She
it's like,
was. She worked for Dennis Prager. That she did videos on PragerU about that. I know for sure.
I think I
And Steven
said a
Crowder,
statement about
of
that.
course.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, Crowder. Yeah, but I think I was like,
Yeah.
okay, is she wrong about this statement about this foreign policy thing, or
Yeah.
about the
AIPAC
Benjamins?
thing.
Yeah, exactly. All about the fucking
BB's
Benjamins.
all about the Benjamins.
It's like now these fools are saying what she's saying, basically, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Funny enough.
Yes.
Funny enough.
That's good.
huh?
That's actually a good point. Yep.
Communism is based.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. Either way, I'm gonna leave this video here. I may come back to this. I swear to God, I can't get through the Tim Pool and Nick Fuentes portion of the fucking videos.
It's
Whatever
so
you do,
bad.
This
whatever
this
you do,
conversation was
Although
awesome.
I blame Amy
love
on
it.
this
I
one.
love this conversation. I love it.
make sure
It's
to
awesome.
give this video a tax-deductible donation of urine and feces. Yes, urine and feces.
And don't forget to join Harrison's OnlyFans.
Don't do that. Do not do that.
Oh,
please.
you don't want
Do not join
do
that. Don't
encourage
Run away
that.
from that, please.
Don't do it.
Uh,
Don't do it.
Either way, there's your
That's
video.
hell you're walking into.
Either way, there's your video. Please subscribe if you feel like. Comment, agree, disagree. Tell me what you think in the comment section. There's like a lot of ideas here, although it's not your favorite celebrity of Nick Fuentes or Tim Pool or whoever the fuck. But like, I think the ideas enough or interesting. So please engage with them. I'd beg you to. Don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to all the links in that description box. Also, please check out the Discord link within that same description box and join up, please. All opinions are welcome. All ideas are welcome, especially if you're like a subverter and attention seeker like Dubster is. Please, it's all welcome. And obviously, everything I showed you will be linked in that same description box for you to look at on your own. Although we didn't really cover too much of this video, it'll be linked anyways. I'm stamped. What am I at, like?
If you want to punish yourself.
I think it was originally at like 50 something. So I'll have that for you. So please join up. Or sorry, please look at it on your own if you want to. Most importantly, with all that said, give this video. Joe?
Give this video a thumbs down. I'm Dennis Prager.